button, let you introduce, and I'll be back in a minute.
Alright, I assume you hit the button, so here we are, YouTubes, on the next day of the Persona. We are in the penultimate dungeon, I guess I'll call it. I know it's not the last dungeon, but to me, this is kind of like the last dungeon, because the next one's, as you might know, and Jeff's gone, is, you know, the Mementos dungeon, so it's kind of, you've kind of been working at it the whole game compared to this one. But we also are playing Royal, so there's presumably another dungeon after that. Cool! You're not allowed to watch the intro I did because I said a spoiler in it.
Oh good, I don't check my shit anyway, but I'm sure everyone's gonna appreciate coming into this episode, the ultimate dungeon, and being like, what the fuck, Cheddar, why'd you do that?
Okay, so you called it the ultimate dungeon? Well, I called it the penultimate dungeon in my introduction. I refer to it as the penultimate because I know what the next one entails, albeit there is still presumably a new one from Royal. So
I guess I figured this would be at least the end of the base game, at least, is kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, basically, in a way.
So
you're not 100% wrong, but you're also not 100% correct. Let's word it that way.
So I guess we could just get kick-started. I was thinking a good topic of this episode in particular would be, since I was thinking about it a couple of times this week, that I think I've kind of fallen off of a lot of my appreciation of Akechi has kind of fallen off at this point.
Because he's become the bad guy?
Yeah, and I think the main reason that I kind of put that together in my head was that I think that the tone of the game was trying to be, you know, light and goofy for basically its entire runtime. And
someone tried to commit suicide.
It had this undercurrent of the political intrigue, but I think for the most part, it was just kind of being a big goofball story.
Someone tried to commit suicide in Chapter 1. A teacher was stated to have broke people's legs and sexually assaulted female students. I don't know if I call this game light-toned.
I would still honestly...
It's lighter tone compared to, like, 3.
I would still call that light tone because, like, that was happening in one of the scenes involved On being crucified, which is kind of goofy, and the shadow On was completely ridiculous.
The cross she was on is a sex thing. I can't remember the name of the X cross, but the X-shaped cross is like a BDSM thing.
So yeah, I think it would still work. I think it's still valid to think that. I mean, we were in costume around picking her up at that point. But I think the Akechi turn is probably not... The reason I don't like it is that it's trying to be serious, and I was kind of in for more of a fun time. It's just kind of becoming the counter of the thing that I think the game was mostly being up until that point. I mean, I'll always appreciate that Atlas put in the work to actually animate a murder scene, because I don't think a lot of developers would actually go through the effort of fully doing that.
There's a lot of murder scenes in this game.
Yeah, but with, like, the actual blood involved.
Okay, in this one there might be only like 1 or 2, but there's a lot of blood in 3. A lot of blood. In fact, the other world, like, we'll see when we get to it, but like the opening part when you first go to the other world in that game, there's literally just puddles of blood on the ground that you can just see.
You would think that would be more of a thing throughout the metaverse in this game if it did exist.
I mean, it has to do with the difference between Persona 3's metaverse versus this game's metaverse.
Indeed, those privileged enough to
Because
be on this ship are all on the winning team.
Because the metaverse in Persona 3 doesn't try to mimic real life like this one does. Because this one's like the collective consciousness of all people, you know? And everything. And so you have like just, you know, what they think of themselves in the other world is like a thing that shows up. So you don't expect there to just be blood everywhere.
I'm wondering I wonder if the ultimate ending of this game is gonna end up being in Mementos, because we still haven't wrapped that up yet.
Yes, Mementos is something that we're gonna have to wrap up before the end of the game.
So I guess, yeah, that technically probably would be the ultimate dungeon, depending on where they shove it into the story. I mean, yeah, if you're a part of the party, I mean, you're not gonna be worried about being thrown out in the dumpster.
And it's talking about the fact that they don't see that there's like a danger. Like they don't.
Show me your true form.
That's a pretty well-equipped guard dog. They're gonna go out on sniper missions and defeat the hell out of anyone that they get pointed at. Like they're gonna be doing Mission Impossible shit. So your final team is the first three in Haru, which is an interesting mix-up.
That's the team I currently have.
Unfortunately, we didn't find the time to fully upgrade on, because she was kind of the fourth person or fifth person on the list.
We'll get to her.
That was kind of the thing I was worried about, was that did we just like bleed through all our remaining social time?
Nope.
Because I feel like if that was the case, you probably would have warned me about it beforehand.
I'll reveal your true form.
When it just accidentally ran out of time to do it.
I wouldn't have warned you because we agreed that you get to choose what to do with those free times, but they're still social time.
And we're still carrying around the big bad elephant man. So the demon's a literal swords dancer. Not really doing a routine, it's just kind of mincing about a little bit. Why'd you... Oh, that's why. Like, why'd you just kick it in the sternum?
Because it was gonna die.
Alright.
They weren't a big deal at all.
Yeah, we're actually properly leveled for the dungeon, and the game has a ton of gimme features. So, you know...
Yeah, Royal is not very difficult.
Yeah. I can't even...
Yeah, now that we're seen as, like, baddies, is the Velvet Room out here? Yeah, okay.
I was like, you described the original game, and it sounded like it had more pains in the asses than this one did.
I mean, it wasn't all that difficult, but...
But I'm like, I'm looking at it
I
still,
definitely
and
have
I'm like,
had more mechanical fun with,
Time for some
I was like... You know, even looking at it with that in mind, I don't think this game is, like, would be much to get through, other than the time investment.
If I make Horus, we can make Sith.
I'm gonna take a look at my list here, because I think where we left off was probably the first Scooby-Doo movie when they started making films, and that was the Boo Brothers. Which I think the only thing I described in that one was Sheriff Bixby, because he was kind of the most literal interpretation of an anti-ACAB character that I've ever seen.
What, super pro cop character?
No, more like the opposite of looking at it on the other side, where he's a very how to describe it?
but not impressive.
I guess very easygoing cop, because he's perfectly fine with people trying to both shooting at him and near him and being perfectly fine, you know, not throwing him in the cop car or pursuing them at all. We're like, yeah, ACAB's there for a reason, but I think he took it a bit too far, and he needs to get some balls in his pants, because he's almost being murdered, and he's just running around saying, I'm gonna write you a citation for that. It's like, no, you need to fucking arrest that guy. He's tried to kill you 3 times. It's probably the most fun I got out of that, film, because,
You okay with this?
most of the film is just kind of it's kind of a boring treasure hunt for basically the entire movie. Now, I'd say it's boring because they do like 8 different riddles for the audience to figure out, but like half of them are like dead simple. I'd say the only one I can think of off the top of my head is probably the first one, where the riddle was like, you gotta find the knee of the house to find the next clue. And I probably figured it out because I watched the movie way back in the day, but
Terrible, but not impressive.
have we seen this Persona before?
Probably not, because it's
I feel
new.
like we've seen either one that was that or looked like that, because that was a really good female samurai looking thing.
You okay with this?
Like, that's a really good design.
I don't think we've seen this
What
one.
the skills
but-
you'd like to inherit?
Like, she's badass, she has great looking armor, she's got a great expression on her face. It's like the perfect fucking Pokemon design. Is she any good?
Probably.
She knows myriad slashes.
Trying to decide what I want, because the skills she can inherit are...
Holy, almighty, a healing
I mean,
ability.
These 2 are holy, but they're instant kill, and I don't really care about using instant kill moves.
Because the instant kills are like 20-30% chances.
I mean, that, and I just don't like to gamble on it. I'd rather just do damage.
Wouldn't you be fine with gambling in on it because the game's so easy? What the
Nah,
hell's
because
going
I'd
on
rather
with the
just
pants?
kill them. I'd rather kill them than you know, use the mana.
I need to have the
gamble.
poofy pants. It's a perfect part of my armor design. She's a very good psychic type, apparently. Restores
yes,
20
please.
SP
I
after
want
baton
that.
pass.
Yes, 100%.
Do you just get that, or do you have to stick it somewhere?
I have to stick it somewhere, but I will gladly stick that somewhere.
I'd say the other problem with the Boo Brothers movie is the titular characters, because one, the Boo Brothers are... I would say it's probably the intro song's fault, because the intro plays up that the Boo Brothers are like this terrifying group that the ghost world knows about, and you... I don't know if you would... I don't know if you had ever heard of this, but the reference that I think would work is like the Leroy Brown song, like that sort of character where like they're famous enough to have like a quote unquote bard make a song about them because they're so like infamous and terrifying. And in the actual movie, they're just the Three Stooges, and they're completely ineffective to the point where their introductory scene has them chase a ghost drone that they own, and even then they fuck that completely up.
Not terrible.
Like, they set a drone out to prove that they could do their job, and they still can't even do that. And then they're just being terrible goofballs and not charming throughout the entire movie. They have nothing to do with anything because they're just showing up like, in every scene they're in just to fuck over Shaggy and Scooby's treasure hunt. I think by the end they do save them from like a net trap once.
Let us begin.
But they're just fucking terrible characters. Ugh. Why did we want this dragon again?
Because it's advanced fusion, which means it's really good. I had to fuse 4 things to get it.
Yeah, but it's a dragon. Not even
Yeah.
a particularly fierce-looking one. It looks like they just stuck a shark on a dragon's body. So yeah, that one is a little disappointing.
Not you. What path do you want?
Honestly, Scrappy being in the movie at all was just kind of superfluous by that point. Oh, and then there was a pup named Scooby-Doo, which was interesting as a TV show because it aged all the characters down to babies. I think we discussed it before, but the very entertaining red herring character, which was completely pointless because his namesake was the only reason he's in the show, was because Fred's characterized as a complete nonce. So he has to... He decides to accuse Red Herring every episode of being the monster, in spite of some of the episodes he's not even written into the story at all up until that point, and he's not even in the same remote geographical location as the crime itself. Which is, it sounds like a very stupid gimmick, but I think they do it so infrequently and so ridiculously that it does kind of work.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
I guess I don't really remember much about it, to be honest. It didn't really occupy any space in my head. Other than it was kind of a weird art style combining... I guess they just decided to animate it like Charlie Brown. Although I might be getting the name wrong. Like the Peanuts cartoon of all things.
Yeah, the Peanuts is I don't remember a pup named Scooby-Doo looking like the Peanuts to me. Like, I can kind of see why you might think it does, but if I were to pull up the Peanuts and put them side by side, they don't really look all that much to me.
It might be in the running. It might be in like the actual animations of them like running and stuff. It might fit better. And then like they just decided to design Velma to be like 2 feet tall for some reason. It was like her design was very weird. I mean, it wasn't terrible or anything. It was probably a little. It probably ran a little too long. But some of the mysteries are pretty good. I mean, the monster designs aren't the best, but they did try at least. Why is there just a random 12 and 10 on the ceiling?
What?
Have I never noticed that before? That the actual jail cells are numbered?
Yeah, the cells are numbered. Yeah, that's the first you've noticed it. I mean, I don't think I've ever noticed it until now, to be honest, so...
I was like, has the camera ever bothered to stare at the ceiling before?
You okay with this? Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
I do love that the only thing I could remember about a pup was that was the red herring thing. But in spite of never being in the show, he's kind of a highlight of the series, just because it is such a stupid thing to put into every script. A bad idea was that they, in some episodes, they have a random interjection by the local news, which is bad because they're doing that thing where they're over-explaining the joke after the joke. And basically, like, just explaining that the joke that just happened 3 more times. And I'm not sure why they did that, because it's just, like, it's like a cutaway gag. It doesn't come from anything, and I don't even know why they added it, just because it's so... It has nothing to do with the episode that it's in. It's just, they just shoved it in there for no reason. Is the only thing that this lady can do is status effects? Because she has no attacks.
No, I gave her that because reduces the SP cost of support skills by half. So I intentionally made it so that she has all of the buff moves. And debuff moves. So if I ever just want to buff the shit out of a party, I can use this. I can also then use her to heal.
Is she squishy at all?
I mean, not really more so than our own selves, no. Like I guess I don't know. So
Do you really need this?
their
Hey,
stats
Queen Mob.
work in tandem with our stats. So
I was kind of worried about that because I remember that other persona from the last dungeon where the only thing it could do was healing and buffing, and we just stomped the shit out of it every time we ran into it.
right, and you'll notice that if I pick up a persona in the dungeon and use it, I'm nowhere near as weak as it was.
Well, I suppose that does something for our old Oliphant persona, because it... Probably out of the, like, 5 times you died throughout this entire LP, it probably killed you, like, 3 times.
Which one?
That elephant guy. It was at least twice that it killed you.
I mean, yeah, he killed me twice in the dungeon that he showed up as, like, a mid-boss. And, once because I was caught off guard, and the second one because of just bad RNG.
Finished for now.
Well, actually,
For some rehabilitation.
I was like, are we gonna be getting back in the dungeon? Because I'll probably put off my Scooby-Dooing for a while.
I mean, we will be soon, but I just wanted to look at some helps evade curses.
Okay, I could probably get through this next one real quick,
Like
because
unnecessarily.
the movie, After a Pup came out, the next one they did was Ghoul School, and I have no idea if you remember that.
I do.
From back in the day. But it was the movie where, rather than doing a mystery, Shaggy and Scooby inadvertently take a job as a gym teacher for
The spooky school.
well, it's a boarding house for the children of famous monsters. And there's 6 students. And I thought this movie was charming and adorable. The children characters are actually really charming and silly enough to be able to get one over on Shaggy and Scooby-Doo without being unlikable.
I'm gonna say, off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember what they all look like. And I'm struggling to remember any of them other than the Frankenstein child.
There was Dracula,
Hi,
the
Dryad.
Mummy, a werewolf, and yeah, Frankenstein, no, that's the Mummy. I'm pretty sure there were either 5 or 6 students. I can't remember all. Oh, yeah, and then the other one was a ghost. And
Yeah, I know there's a ghost.
I'm not sure
I
what
just-
her. I'm not sure who her parent was supposed to be because she's a ghost. It might have just been another ghost. Because if I remember correctly, all of their parents were their fathers. I don't think any of their parents, they didn't have any moms.
I mean, that would probably be because there really aren't that many female famous monsters, and I wouldn't expect a movie made in whatever year that was to, like, go digging for female monsters so that they would have, like, a character representative of that.
I guess I thought
That'd
it
be
was a
why.
little weird.
Because, let me guess, one of the fathers is Dracula, one of the fathers is Frankenstein.
Yep.
What were the other ones you said there were for monsters? One is Wolfman, maybe, if
Oh
there's
yeah,
a
it
wolf.
probably was
child.
the wolf man. I thought it was just a random werewolf. And then there's a random mummy, and then I'm not sure
So
who.
King Tut's probably the parent of the random mummy kid.
I'm not sure who the ghost was.
Yeah, I have no idea. I can't think of a famous ghost off the top of my head.
So
Don't beat around the bush.
I actually can't tell if this is a man or a woman, to be honest.
I think that's part of its design.
I mean, it's got a flower on its head. Because I thought this was just like a typical, like, topless design, but I'm looking at him like, I actually can't tell.
Ah, fuck me.
Well, it gave you a dizzy vial.
I know, it asked me if I liked men or women, and I was like, I have no idea how to answer that question for this.
I
like,
don't know
it
what
was
your
just like-
preference is.
It was like, it's the
I don't
timid,
know
but I was
you.
like, what response to that is timid? So I was just like, no preference.
That is a timid response, though.
I mean, but I'm supposed to reply in, like, a non-threatening manner, so I thought by, like, not picking a specific one, I wouldn't be threatening.
So just to finish this off, since I'll probably still go, just because we're probably just gonna start.
I mean,
we're
keep
probably just gonna
talking.
fight
I'm-
monsters.
Yeah, we're just gonna be fighting monsters for a good chunk of time.
I would say the ultimate problem with Ghoul School is that it didn't really feel like a cohesive film. I think it was honestly one of those, like, Disney movies where they put a film together by putting, like, 3 episodes of a failed TV show together and just called it a movie. I think it just had to deal with, like, pacing issues and just the plot feeling all over the place. Because they deal with the villain at the end of the movie, and in the beginning they're dealing with the... What is it called? It's not the Boy Scouts, it's like... It's
The
like
Ghoul
Army
Scouts.
School?
Oh. Military
it's
school?
It's like West Point for kids. I'm not sure what it's called.
Military school?
Yeah, that's probably close enough.
Your powers
They have a volleyball tournament against the military school cadets.
All right.
And I think basically the rest of the movie is just the Shaggy and Scooby acclimating to their jobs. Because I thought there was like 3 different plots, but no, that might be the villain story, because I think that story about them getting mind controlled and getting lost in a swamp. No, I think they went for a field trip in the swamp, and there was weather, and they said it was a bad idea for Shaggy and Scooby to go out, and the kids decided to go anyway. It was something like that. It just feels all over the place, and while the movie's charming and, you know, at least funnier than Boo Brothers, still say it wasn't a particularly great film. It's probably worth a watch though if you're into the old pre-Warner Brothers days. And then the film that came after that, I'm not sure if anyone remembers this, but it's called The Reluctant Werewolf. And it was basically Scooby-Doo doing the wacky races.
That was easy.
And that's because because the Wolfman wants to retire from being a monster, so Dracula says he needs a new Wolfman, and he just shanghais Shaggy into doing it for him by turning him into a werewolf.
There's a treasure chest. Come, let's open it.
And that's like the first 20 minutes of the film. I think it's the only film that they decided to give Shaggy a girlfriend character for no reason.
That's not true. I can name one off the top of my head.
Okay, well, remind me. I can't remember another one.
Alien.
Oh. I wouldn't really say that was a girlfriend. That was more just a love interest.
Okay, fair enough.
I guess that's a distinction without a difference, but that's not really what I'm thinking of.
That's what I thought you meant. So I was like, because I always think of the fact that both Shaggy and Scooby in a singular movie fell for aliens.
Yes. I mean, it was an interesting plot point, and they were really good characters. Who the hell is that supposed to be? Because that does not look like Shido.
What, on the walls?
Yeah, who is on the cover?
That's Shido.
He's not bald though.
Yes, he is.
It's a really weird shadow on his head.
No, he is bald. Oh no! Oh, the shadow on his head. Yeah. You're talking about the picture. He's bald in the picture, but it's just a shadow. So the camera angle for what that shot would be is like looking up at him. So that's why his head is in shadow.
I'm guessing it might be Shido, maybe buff. I still can't see.
No, it's him. It's him looking down his nose.
Because I remember him looking like a little weedy.
But yeah, imagine him being all high and mighty and looking down his nose. That's essentially the pose on that.
I would need to see the shadow version of Shido that's clearly based on.
These huge doors are obviously suspicious.
They don't have senators in Japan, they're all representatives.
There's slots to stick in something like a key card. Whoa, there's 5 of them.
I can't imagine senators being okay having 5 different key cards to go to work.
I hear something.
Why the hell do you even have, like, a senate when this is basically your heaven where you control everything?
If this truly is the representatives' chamber as written, beyond here must
Could
be
just
the
be
mayor's
king.
family hall.
I mean, you're already king. You could just straight be king
It's that
and
large
not have these
conference
people.
room that's usually seen on the news.
Oh, that thing. Gotcha.
So Ryuji needs to know what C-SPAN is.
Most likely a
Basically.
unanimous vote, one in which whatever Shido proposes will always go unopposed. So he's doing whatever he wants by keeping only his supporters in there.
Or, you know,
What can we do to
because
get
this
in
is his world, everyone just
Find these key cards?
default becomes his supporter
Maybe we need
because
some
they
kind of
exist here.
qualification. One that vows to be his
Either that or
follower,
considering the
swear
first
words.
dungeon, he just, like,
So
shoves
basically, we
all
need
of
to
his
prove that we're on his side.
shadow supporters in a closet and tortures them. Oh, 2. Definitely 2. That's totally impossible. We can't even put disguises on.
But what's this qualification thing about?
Why don't we ask the guests on this ship?
Yeah, that's probably a great idea. They're not gonna try and get us. They're not guard dogs.
Asking around doesn't sound like a bad idea. The guests here are the cognitive versions of them in Shido's mind. They'll know any secrets he True.
I'm trying to figure out what the guests on the ship would actually represent. Is it just like a representation of the visitors, the tourists that go to the Diat?
Right.
It might be.
Wouldn't they attack us?
Otherwise, it could just be other people at the Diat.
This ship is
Or
not
his,
keeping
you know,
alive.
constituents who
Those that
support him and vote for him.
keeping alive.
Could be them.
It would explain the luxury cruise
You know,
ship.
they're the guest on the luxury cruise ship.
Idiots who can't even hold
It
a
would also
conversation.
explain why Shido decided to flood the entire Shadow World.
It helps that everyone's wearing masks. We'll blend in even with our attire.
You
True,
guys
there's a
would not blend
masquerade
into
ball.
anything other than an S&M cosplay event.
Just like him.
Okay, in all fairness, I think every single character here except On could fit into cosplay stuff outside of S&M.
I'm just like, most of you
However,
guys are just...
On's
I'm
is,
just like, most of you guys
on
are
the
kind of just
market.
decked head to toe in leather and shit. Like, Makoto's wearing fucking shoulder spikes. Why don't you just bust in there? We'll just punch the door down. What are we at, like 20% security? There's probably no one even there.
I think we're at 0%.
Who the hell is Mr. Uwe? And who gave him that terrible last name? Can't we just, like, pickpocket these guys for their VIP cards?
They not necessarily are VIPs.
Oh yeah, because we're saying
Oh.
we're saying without evidence that Shido definitely killed her mom.
I mean, we're pretty certain he's behind it.
Here's Ryuji just staring at a shadow woman's ass and not accomplishing anything.
He's actually looking across at these two, but
Okay, just because it's a mass ball doesn't mean you guys are gonna blend in. You need a little bit more than that. And here you are, just stealing shit while everyone else is working.
Indeed.
Why does everyone want to go to the... Why does everyone want to go gamble? We did that last episode. There's no more gambling to be had. Although, considering last episode, the casino never died, so I guess it's still there.
Nice. Well then.
Whoa.
You guys have, like, breaching charges or something? Can you, like, anime punch the door down with your fiery fists?
probably not.
Wait, why is it in a save room?
Still, this is a surprise.
It's not. We're just going to a save room.
I thought looking at the table that the entire room was distorted, but no, it's just a weird fucked up table.
Just a weird shaped table.
This ruler's observation
Like, I mean
skills
distorted
and
by, like, someone put a fisheye lens on, like, the entire room for the first 3 seconds I was looking at it.
I'm not freaking out. I was just thinking it'll be easier to make a plan since they can talk normally. Alright. Let's put together the information we gathered.
Okay, there's bad TV people.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's gonna be complicated.
You're right.
Do we have to do that in the real world?
No, we have to do it in here.
So how does that happen then? Is it just like
So-
magical paper?
I mean, maybe it was in the real world. I guess I miss.
Because we'll get letters and then they'll turn into key cards. We have to talk to Mr. Uwe.
Um,
Then we have to go talk to a king. which we have to go talk to, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
the
no, it's
Emperor's
in this world,
descendant.
because usually by the pool refers to this boat.
Okay, the TV man, who is the evil TV man. There's probably a casino on this boat, because why not? Well, Ryuji, just write some shit down.
It's restaurant at night, casino at night, pool.
Is this like one of those dumb JRPG things where you have to backtrack to all of the other dungeons?
No, it's not the other dungeons. There wasn't a pool in any of the other dungeons.
Are you sure?
Okay, there might have been a pool. There might have been a pool, but I can't remember. But no, we're not going to backtrack to the other dungeons.
And the next
I know
VIP
there's a pool
is in
on this ship.
space. I was gonna say that's.
I mean, there's definitely not a restaurant in any of the previous dungeons, so.
I suppose the casino probably didn't have a restaurant; it just had food. What about you, Ryuji? The only thing you were doing was just staring at a lady's ass. At least everybody else was working. I do appreciate that Ryuji, like, declared he had no information with that shit-eating grin on his face.
What about you, Joker?
I'm really proud that I'm useless.
Really? Wow! We're up against 5 people.
You're up against 5 shadows. This isn't going to be hard. You'll just murder them and take what you want.
And a cleaner. We get certification from them and obtain letters of introduction that'll serve as keycards. But only
Sure,
the cleaner
why
and the
not?
other
I
4
guess the
can
letters just have barcodes on them.
Whoa, now that's impressive. You go, genius. If we can't
I mean, the
remember
plan's not that
details on
complicated.
VIPs. All right, let's get this. Hey.
Are they going to be mini bosses at least?
Well.
We have infinite time to spare. That's how the metaverse works.
Hey, game, are you actually forcing me to go back?
That would be very stupid.
Hey.
Yeah, you there? Okay.
Well, let's get some social time in, I guess.
I mean, this is the introduction of the dungeon, and most of the time the first day of the dungeon isn't the day you actually get to do it. You just get to go in and do a little bit of it.
Yo. 2. Did we tell him that we were going to assault the government?
Yes, he knows.
Okay.
I mean, he knows we're going to go change Shido's heart. I'm not going to say assault the government.
Well, we're assaulting the shadow government. I mean, it doesn't look particularly threatening, to be honest. Not like Final Dungeon grade, but then again, I guess Final Mementos is gonna have some super cool shit in it. Maybe it'll turn into a Cthulian hellscape. 2. We gotta stop him because he's probably murdered like 12 people that we don't know about.
Oh.
Fuck.
Let's watch a redo of our DVD.
Nope.
Let's check shady commodities. Like evil eBay.
That's right, I forgot about that. It's the sales guy from... It's the sales guy from Persona 3. They put him in this game. If they put him in Royal, he's not in the original.
Okay.
Or maybe he's in the original. I guess maybe I didn't fix the computer in the original. But purchases will be delivered as... So yeah, you get to buy random shit.
Let's buy random shit. 2. No one's registered the account Joker before. Hell, Magatama. Could just breathe fire on people.
Does 150 fire damage.
Some really shitty fire damage. Hell, yeah.
There's basically nothing here that I
You
feel
might
like
as
I
well
need.
buy it. We're at the end of the game and we have 600. We have 6 grand.
Fine. Oh, that doesn't take any time. No.
Okay.
If it doesn't take any time, why do they bother kicking you out of it?
What? I mean, they didn't.
Well, yeah, they did. Or did you just leave?
I mean, it might be that you can only buy from it once a day, but you can't. I might have left. I don't remember now. But the point is, I probably can only buy something once a day there.
Okay, so it attracts aggro.
Here's some cheesy utility I can think of with that, I guess.
Yeah.
Like one, why not?
Come on, give us a second one for free.
And give us a second one for free.
Damn you, game. I will slap my table until it does what I want. Classic smoke screen that we have 12 of. The treasure trap. Well, that might be a good idea. Then we get a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Not that I'm gonna remember to use these ever, but you know.
Well, it's either that or go to bed. Or you could stare at your plant until you collapse.
Yeah.
You're kind of out of options at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is what the life of a man who has no
I
hobbies
mean, I
looks
could
like.
I could go cook curry and stuff to get items that give me mana back and whatnot. Which was probably the smarter idea to do, but I didn't think of it because I forgot that that was a thing we can do.
It's me. Sorry, I know you're tired. It'll be a sec, just hear me out. I've decided what I want to do with Shido after going into his palace.
Is Ryuji just gonna go on a
If there's
go on a
harm
murderous
done, it's
rampage?
definitely gotta be his.
One. What the hell is wrong with Ryuji?
I really get it now. I want to avenge you. That's a no-brainer, but that's not it.
Ryuji, I don't even want to avenge myself.
The weak will be totally effed. Isn't it our duty to protect them?
Two. Because we believe in the cause.
Heroes who lurk in the shadows are boring. Well, forget what I said. Those heroes are way cooler.
Ryuji, I do not remember the fucking 20 hours of dialogue that I've had with you.
No, never mind. Forget it. Let's do it. Let's steal that bastard Shido's heart. I'll do everything I can to make it happen. Thanks for listening to me. See ya.
Someone on the forum is, really gung-ho because they just said execute the accomplices.
Hey.
I mean, that's because they think we committed suicide in jail, remember? So they want the other Phantom Thieves executed.
Two. We probably didn't sleep. See, this is what happens when you don't stare at your plant for 4 hours until you collapse from exhaustion. You're not able to sleep right. I mean, I know it's November, but do you get this cold in Japan?
I get snow.
Two. Is Morgana getting around to the point where he realized that he didn't make time to accomplish the thing that he wanted?
No, that was the last dungeon. He made peace with the fact that the Phantom Thieves are, you know, he finds the Phantom Thief gold more worthy than his gold. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to get to his gold, because we will.
Oh, say two. Definitely a Jude response. It's gonna take a hell of a lot to kill us. I mean, Unless Akechi brings his own, like, 3-man squad with him, I don't even think Akechi by himself is going to kill us.
Okay, quiet down.
Oh yeah, the school is covering for us because they don't want to get into another controversy.
I mean, they don't know that the school actually believes that that's what it is. The school's not actively covering for us because it's not. They don't know that we are the fantasy person who was found guilty because they're not. The name of the person hasn't been disclosed. Otherwise, everybody just fucking would know.
Welcome. What did I just say?
Does Kasumi even know where we live? I guess we probably told her because we hung out with her enough to get to rank 5, 6.
Still fine.
Oh yeah, isn't she not a Shujin student?
You're not like
She is.
or something, right?
Okay, so
She's
we
a
fucked
Shujin
up. Go with 2. Let's just dodge the question.
Well, the train brought me here after my jog to the station.
Shut up,
Oh,
Kasumi.
sorry, that's not what you meant.
Kasumi is not the character to be that
I'm
sarcastic.
the one who set this up. A little surprise.
I don't even know if that was sarcasm. I think she said that genuinely.
And I asked Ryuji to pass the message along to Kasumi.
For what
I knew
reason?
you'd be wiped out for a while, so I made sure to give you time to recover first.
Now let's convince her to become a part of the
I'm
squad.
just so happy. No one cares about my scheme.
Personal space, Kasumi.
It looks like
Kasumi doesn't know what that means.
Hey, take a seat, why don't you?
I mean, this is the first time she's been like this
I'm going out for a bit
close to us.
We maxed out her social link, so therefore she wants to get on our dick.
So you're
That's
That
how
we
it
haven't
works.
maxed out. Except we haven't maxed it out yet. We've just got to level 5, and we won't be able to get to the rest until January. I
We
think.
fundamentally maxed it out because we ran out of ability to do that.
Shut up.
That's how relationships work. You get it up to level 6, and that's all you need.
I'm grateful for that. Oh no, it was my pleasure. He's usually the one who helps me out. Not only
She
that,
taught me to do a
I
standing
promise to repay
backflip.
His kindness to me, no matter what. What a refined response. Are we really?
No,
okay?
Kasumi's just one of those characters who's
You know, there's
formal
something I
all the
wanted to ask
time.
you, Yoshizawa. Why were you in that palace in the first place? That's
Personal.
I was wondering that too. Of course, I'm extra grateful that you saved our leader, but if our plan had somehow leaked, then we need to change our tactics from here on out. It all started about a week ago.
Well, she's not allied with Akechi, because that would be silly.
But
She's probably completely independent and fucking up everything.
I got the feeling that something big was going to take place that day.
Oh,
So-
bullshit. I do not believe that for a
I
second.
was actually following you the entire time.
I mean,
No.
we literally in front of her said, "Oh hey, that specific day we have something really important." With nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Very clearly a Phantom Thieves thing. Like, yes, she knew there was something important that day. She just didn't know where. And that's
So
because we literally said right in front of her that that day had something very important.
So the game's just expecting me to believe this even though we have Futaba, who was specifically supposed to be our surveillance drone. Of, like, the entire dungeon, our whole existence, and the entire mission.
I mean, I'd say the entire dungeon. I wouldn't say our whole existence.
Yeah, I'm not buying this. Kasumi has something she's hiding. Someone is feeding her information.
We were tailed there? We definitely had no idea about that. It's like night and day compared to when Makoto was following us.
I guess that's fair, only 2 characters were following us.
I've been considering for a while now.
Because Akechi was probably doing the opposite. We were probably inviting him to tail us around. I don't think he was he probably didn't think we were threatening enough to bother, like, taking time out of his day to get info on us.
Perhaps I should be fighting alongside you if I have special powers like yours, Senpai.
Yes, please.
I wondered if an outsider
I mean, is
like
Kasumi
myself
even
should
gonna
have
be
been
a good
involved,
party member?
But I couldn't
What is
just
she
snap
able to
back into
do?
nothing.
Light and dark, I think, just like, I think she had light and dark, just like,
I'm gonna go with 2. I don't want to give her that much credit yet.
Oh,
like
that
Akechi.
was nothing compared to how much you've done for me in the past. correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not done here yet, are you? Then perhaps I ought to lend you a hand.
Yeah, get on the party bus.
Well, we could definitely use the additional
Here's a gun. Literally. Really, Jude? You need to get together. Power in numbers. No, it's not. That's exactly the opposite. The game is bullshitting us. So I'm gonna say 2 because it's the least no we've got.
Well, you say that, but honestly, we have no idea what risks you would face. Our enemy this time is more dangerous.
Have
than
we
anyone
gotten
else
like
so
any
far.
evidence so
Also,
far
we've
of this
pretty much
dungeon
brought
being
this entire
anything
mess
beyond
down
the
upon
norm
ourselves,
that we've had to
so
deal with?
This is on us.
I mean, we know this person has more power and influence than any of our other targets, which is what I think they're actually getting at.
Well, does that mean that that transfers over into the metaverse?
I mean, I think what they're getting at is if we're found out. Because we do know that this person does know we're the Phantom Thieves, so, like...
We still don't have much, we still don't have much evidence that the police was, without extra help, was ever gonna even find us.
If that's the situation, then I'll wait for you.
Right, but that we're aware that our target has knowledge that the metaverse exists.
No matter what.
So I can
Yes.
get... So he, there's a chance that he knows what we're gonna do. Like, real world him.
I
Because
don't wanna
eventually
ever
they're gonna
feel
figure
as
out that we're
horrible.
alive.
I'm gonna say 1 because I still want her to get on the team. Tell her to get on the team.
I really do believe you. It's time I get going. I've got practice today.
I thought you
as
gave up
usual.
on gymnastics after your terrible failure.
Well, be seeing you.
You should stop practicing gymnastics and just be a full-time vigilante. 1. Ryuji, you fucking jerk. Yeah, I forgot his name. It's Suke something.
What, Yusuke?
It is Yusuke.
Ryuji, Yusuke, Haru, An, Makoto, Futaba.
2. And guys, I'm just staying at home all day. Like, what else am I supposed to do?
Okay.
I don't know what that said.
Just said we have until Christmas, I think, or whatever it was. Whenever the vote is. The vote's in December.
We don't have time for goddamn side quests, Mishima. Get in the trash can. Two. What is the actual deal going on? Okay, he just directly told us, what he should have done in the first place. It's been difficult to track them, but I know that they exist. Me, Mishima.
I mean, knowing that they exist and knowing where to find them is 2 different things.
Brilliant internet man. I'm so jelly.
Yeah, if we want to hang out with people, we can, weirdly enough.
Oh, well, let's go hang out with On then. Because apparently we have the freedom. We gotta get that up to level 7.
Oh, wrong one.
Oh yeah, we're still in our terrible disguise. That isn't even actually a disguise.
We have to make them pay.
Jude could go through the extra effort and at least put on a fake mustache.
Thanks.
How underground is this gym?
I mean, it's not underground, it's just not very busy.
On, you're not even... You don't really need to. Oh,
I
she
mean,
wants to muscle up, not get thinner.
I mean, So part of what it was is, I mean, make my biceps leaner is thinning out. But anyway, the whole deal is with her story right now is that
She still got dunked on by that model.
well, she doesn't put any effort into being a model, which keeps getting her flack from this other model. So now she's deciding to put in effort to become a model.
Okay. I'm gonna go with 1.
No points.
Darn.
Bet you it was 3.
I didn't think it would be 3 because I didn't think that would be a good addition to the conversation to just fawn over her pointlessly. I was going for 2, but I thought that would have been leaning too much into it. So I thought 1 would be the middle ground option. You think I'm thinking too much about it now? Because I know On wasn't as easy as Ryuji, or I just kept fucking it up.
No way, man.
I mean, you did keep fucking it up with On.
Why are we wasting our gym time just discussing the gym and not gymming? Okay, so she had a job and it fucked up.
She had something lined up on the schedule, and yeah, now it fell through.
So somehow this other model is going around dissing us enough that, like, official people are actually throwing her out?
Potentially.
Which, I mean, that seems kind of ridiculous. We could paint your hair a funny color, that might work. Let's go with 1 and try that.
Yeah.
Jesus, 3 points.
By the way,
It's gonna be kind of hard to give On, like, a new personality if that's what we're angling for. That's not gonna... Actually, that might help. They did 5 minutes of exercise and then they died.
I say, first of all, only On is down for the count right now.
On, you're not gonna get very far if you can't make it more than 5 minutes.
I mean, you have to start somewhere. Today it's 5 minutes, tomorrow it's 10.
Oh, let's go with 2. I think On will appreciate it.
I think you think
Damn it.
too poorly of people.
I don't know. I think On would be into that. You're a dingus, Ryuji.
whoa.
Then we're on her side and we get points. I don't think Ryuji knows how to cook dinner.
He didn't say cook, he said buy stuff.
Yeah, and then
He's got to go to this.
Yeah, and then he's gonna get pushed into cooking it.
Nothing says he's gonna get pushed into cooking it.
Well, I'm saying it. You gotta put headcanon into this shit.
We already did. We put a lot of headcanon into it. That's
Well,
why
it
there's all
needs
these
more
homosexual shit going on in this game.
Jude is an entire character made out of headcanon.
I mean, yeah. Like 90% of what we decide goes on or under our character in this is just headcanon for us.
On found a good friend, and then she didn't spend a lot of time with her. She waited a long time to do that. It's been like 3 months since that
I
happened.
mean, she's had to recover from jumping off a roof.
And that would probably take like 10 days. She's probably overreacting. I mean, she landed on the grass. She's probably fine. It's not like she landed on the ambulance. Okay, oh, let's go with 1. Let's go with 1.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and go for these simpler options with on, maybe. Maybe that's the way to... Maybe that's more appreciative.
I will once again repeat the thing that I always repeat, and don't lean into just one way of doing this, because that's not how people work.
Does that how on works, though?
All right.
Anyway, we got her to rank 8, so.
Let's get back.
Only
Okay,
2 more
get on
ranks
my
to
back.
go.
Get on my back. We'll pay for the subway twice. So, if Japan doesn't have Thanksgiving, what do they do in November?
I don't know. Probably they don't necessarily have a holiday, maybe.
Do they have Snow Day where they just celebrate the snow?
Anyway.
Try 3. I like 3. Okay, I didn't expect it to go that direction. I think the ironic thing is that if she does actually get successful in this exercise stuff, it's just going to turn her into every other model that exists. So I don't think this is actually going to help her in her ultimate goal.
Yeah, I'll make her feel accomplished.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, it is an accomplishment. Then she's gonna get too muscly and complain about it. Damn it, I fucked up. Yeah, everyone moved on. That's how the news works. Well, once we take down Shido, we're gonna become super celebrities, and then it's gonna become even worse. Let's go with 2. You guys gotta think things through. You're getting into too simple stuff right now. There's gonna be implications beyond what happens, and, you know, something's probably gonna fuck up later. We still gotta deal with Akechi. He's running around. We already know he's running around the metaverse. We're gonna have a big rival fight with him. He's gonna have his own, like, slate of 6 personae we're gonna have to deal with, or he's just gonna have 6 personae backing him up as a squad. It's probably gonna be a whole big thing. I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't... If you want me to say go to the aquarium, I can say that.
No, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here with our time, because there's no one I know you want to hang out with tonight.
Yeah, oh yeah, might be the only option.
So, but I was trying to think of other things we could do.
Didn't we already do all the
What do you want to do?
darts?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm doing billiards, because billiards levels up a different thing.
Everyone's perfectly okay dropping their non-Thanksgiving plans to come down here.
Now then.
In all fairness, this would be Black Friday, not Thanksgiving.
Maybe it's still Thanksgiving on the other side of the world. Haru didn't even play? Why? Who the hell comes to the pool hall just to watch pool?
Did it level up a thing?
Maybe with Yusuke?
Nope. Maybe I did fully level it up
Hey, it's
already.
Makoto. They're still doing this. Because we're not going anywhere. Watching my plan has not been fun for the last 2 days. I'm gotten really bored. I've even started watching my space heater, and that's even more boring. Oh yeah, we could go to Gun Kid. Or Futaba's available.
I was gonna say, with it not being on, I was gonna say let's go to the dungeon.
It appears everyone is
Is the dungeon available now?
Yes, the dungeon's available. It was available yesterday too.
Well, let's go then.
Okay, let's go.
Someone is
And then
being
you get
very
back to
cringe
your
about
random topics.
Akechi right now. Shido's palace that's apparently going at like 70 miles an hour.
We're here. What do we do now?
Welcome to the great hotel of the diet, apparently.
Yep.
indeed.
Yeah, I know what we're looking for.
We're gonna need to bring up a list, though. That's a lot of people.
Pool, casino, restaurant. I forget where the IT guy is.
TV man and then a janitor.
But basically, if we go everywhere, we'll eventually find them.
If we talk to every NPC, eventually we'll find the people.
I mean, my point is if we go to every area, like right now we're in the restaurants, we know one of them's here.
We still have to fight security men here.
I mean, yeah, wherever there are security men, we're gonna have to fight them.
Well, this is certainly a team.
This enemy is beneath us. It should be easy if you stay focused.
We're the
Don't know what
sexy
their
floor
weakness
dancers
is.
of the Persona world. Welcome to our show.
Wrong button.
It should be easy if you stay focused.
My guess is... First, I know I'm gonna need on, so...
So Yusuke, get on the bench. And we're back to our team that we started with.
I know you're weak to fire.
Another knocked one down. Looking good. It's weak to nuclear moves.
Of course, it's so obvious. The support unit hates nuclear devices.
I mean, it should also be weak to wind, isn't it? Oh, no.
Well, we don't
My
know
version of
that.
it's weak to... My version of it is weak to wind, so...
You have two different tigers? Oh, we still have that owl man.
Yes,
Oh
I
no,
do.
we have a tiger and a lion. They're definitely not the same thing.
You're mine.
It has one move, and it's ice.
This is a part of me.
Oh, that was a good turn.
It was just laughing at you the whole time. Tentarafu. I don't think that's particularly necessary, Futaba. You threw away your pocket watch for what?
I threw it away because I have the condition where I suddenly will throw away items. That's a thing that this condition does.
That'll hit its
Well, that's unique. It's a really weird condition.
Shall we?
It's an annoying condition. I mean, it's something the condition can cause me to do on my turn. It can cause me to throw items away.
It's called the throw up condition, and they take it not literally.
I think it's... I don't think it's...
I don't know, that guy looks a bit more unique than everybody else. It might be him. So, since you're totally gonna fight that dog, should I go back to talk about the reluctant werewolf?
Sure.
Because I didn't like this movie, to be honest. It's one of those things where they took out the mystery angle of Scooby-Doo, and I know I've talked about this in other TV shows from before, where basically if they take something out of the film, and they don't replace it with anything, well, more like they focus on one thing and they're bad at it, it really just kind of fucks up the entire thing. Where basically they replaced the mystery just with the wacky races thing. The movie is like 80% just the race, and it's not funny is the problem. And since there's no mystery angle and there's no stakes, because the other problem with the movie, I should stop calling them films, is that Dracula, who's running the race, doesn't want Shaggy to win because what Shaggy gets when he wins is that he stops being the Wolfman. And Dracula really, really wants there to be a Wolfman in his, I don't know, his poker club or whatever the fuck it is. So he's constantly sabotaging Shaggy in the race, but the problem is that he does that like 7 or 8 times throughout the movie, and every time after it happens, they just hand wave away what happens after, and Shaggy just inadvertently ends up in first place anyway, so because that's happening, there's no stakes to it because the movie doesn't care about, you know, building any suspense or even bothering. So the race itself is just boring because you know that Shaggy's gonna win because the movie's just allowing him to win regardless of anything that happens. So was that a reposition move?
Yeah. That's a Futaba thing.
Did you already get this persona before, or did you...
I fucked it up. This is the one where it asked me if I like men or women, and I didn't know what I was supposed to say to it.
Okay, so now it's talking about horoscopes. Do you really have to cover yourself up with your arms when your hair could cover you up anyway? Oh, it was 1? I was gonna say 3.
No, they're timid. We have to be really kind.
Okay, kind. It's not timidity. Is it 2?
I'm with my rival. Because that's the best thing for them to be out of those. The other ones make them really, like, you know, just
oh,
something
that's
to
why
be
you're a
stepped on.
narcissist. That makes perfect sense.
Your power's incredible, Joker.
But why would Narcissus have a plan on his head? Because Narcissus was a dude.
I mean, yes, your statement makes zero. Why would Narcissus have a plant on his head? Because Narcissus was a dude, is what you said, and I want to point out the fact that Narcissus being a dude has nothing to do with why he would have a plant on his head in any way, shape, or form. Because I don't see the connection between having a plant in your head and one's gender.
Well, I was saying that because I said that it was on his head, not the... At that point, I wasn't connecting to the plant part.
I know, it just sounded really weird.
I wasn't as insane as you think.
My
People of
point
the
is it just
audience, when
sounded
I said
super
that,
weird.
I was going somewhere with that.
Don't rush this.
What the fuck does affinity mean?
One shots won't work.
It really likes
Affinity is
nukes?
one of these types. The affinity is one of the types, how one of the types interact with them.
Well, then why didn't it reveal anything? There's nothing
It
on the
revealed
list.
that their fire's strong against them, or it might have revealed that one of them was neutral. I don't remember.
I don't know what the game said.
One shots won't work.
It said nuclear affinity. And there
Yeah,
was
okay,
nothing under nuclear.
so it taught us that nuclear doesn't do is neutral to them. That's what it taught us. It taught us one of the affinities to them.
We can't
So
spare
I don't
the
have to
end
hit it with
label.
a move.
Just have it be blank. That'll be
Okay,
perfectly understandable.
Look, there's an enemy that's confused.
So yeah, I thought The Reluctant Werewolf was pretty bad. It was a very rubbish movie, and I kind of wish I didn't watch it. But I did.
It's showtime.
Get it with the chair.
You and your damn chair. You've already broken 5 chairs. I mean, it's really easy to be a wrestler if your opponent just stands there and doesn't do anything.
Here it comes.
On the top rope.
Oh, it also didn't even flinch when you did that.
Guess you're weak to light or dark, which
Weak to nuclear move.
makes that really difficult.
It's wobbling. Stab her with her own sword.
Do it again, Skull.
Please stop killing my... I'm already dead. I just haven't realized it yet. Hello, Dakini.
That's a new one, isn't it?
A lot of Ed getting played.
Still not as terrible a name as Bikini the Nun from that other game.
All right.
Yeah, Bikini. She was the nun in the very last trial we did in the third Ace Attorney game.
The attorney that took like 5 days. That was a very long case.
Oh,
Ristorante Elite.
no!
Well, how would that be any easier to read for you?
What?
Well, you have to be at a dinner at this place specifically, Ryuji. If you want to go have food at the bar, you can do that. And it didn't even matter, we just walked in anyway. Why don't you just kick the guy in the head and go in anyway?
This is...
It's really appreciative that, you know, he was handing out boarding passes for his cruise that flooded the universe. Let's just start pickpocketing random people. Actually, let's just start pickpocket people in the lobby. I'm sure one of them has a card.
Yes, we already know that.
Well, then go do
Random
it.
person. Well, no, what I'm talking about what this person said. They all they gave me for information was that my guy I have to steal from is inside that restaurant, and I already know that.
Can't you go through like an air duct to get there faster? Or I don't know, sneak through a drop ceiling?
doesn't have a weakness, but I think we could
Okay, so this one just doesn't have a weakness.
Oh, that's fun.
I mean,
Don't you just love spiritombs?
there's been a lot of those in this game. It's not that bad.
It's the non-gimmick gimmick that everyone loves. Just shoot it with your paralysis gun. I'm sure it'll work.
I mean, yes, that's an option I have.
Okay, so the next film I have on my list is, again, I'm not sure if anyone remembers this, but it's Scooby-Doo and the Arabian Nights. And I'm not going to say much about this one because...
Oh, Null's gun. Shooting it with the gun wouldn't do anything.
Well, I mean, I don't have every table memorized.
I know, I'm just telling you we can't shoot it. That's all I'm telling you.
Why don't you just shoot Narcissus in the maybe balls and maybe that'll work. Although you already know Narcissus' weakness, so I guess you don't need to shoot him in his maybe balls.
Narcissus is weak to fire.
And only fire, damn it, you better get that written down. So is this gonna be like some sort of crazy 9-level dungeon? Oh, there's a treasure one in there. I was wondering why this one was so shiny. So Arabian Nights, out of every movie from here and everything I've ever watched it is the worst Scooby-Doo movie. I would honestly recommend people, like, try and look up, like, a trailer of it on YouTube, because I wouldn't recommend actually watching it, but I think it would be interesting to actually just watch, like, a clip or a trailer of it, just to understand, in a small fashion, how ridiculously terribly made that movie is. Its plot is garbage. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They didn't give the film any sort of a budget. It looks even worse than the TV shows that were made around the time. Like, clearly in this project nobody cared. No one wanted this movie. Like, I don't even know why it was produced and released to the public, just because it looks so fucking terrible. And honestly, even the best stuff in the movie, which is kind of embarrassing, is the Arabian Nights stuff, which is just stories they're pulling from the Arabian Nights playbook, which I would imagine is basically public domain anyway. So the best stuff in the movie is just free shit to use anyway. It's really embarrassing. If you want to see how low the bar goes in this franchise, I would definitely recommend looking up a clip of it, just because it's so spectacularly terrible. Just completely ridiculous. And then Scooby-Doo had an episode guest starring in Johnny Bravo, which was pretty fun. Because I never actually seen anything beyond the Christmas special with Johnny Bravo, so I kind of appreciated just watching that one episode. It probably aged terribly just because the premise of Johnny Bravo is kind of hard to do for a long period of time. But I wouldn't say it's particularly, like, beyond the premise, I wouldn't say it's particularly cringy. I'd probably recommend, giving it a spin for 5 episodes and see what you think about it. Because the episode I watched the first episode was a Schoolhouse Rock parody. It was actually pretty good. And I think it had a pretty decent message. The Scooby-Doo episode that was tied to it was pretty goofy. It didn't take itself seriously at all, even beyond Scooby-Doo standards. They didn't even bother having a mystery. It was just some goofy fun. So I appreciated that. The person who plays Johnny Bravo is an amazing actor. Like, he plays the part perfectly.
This is... Huh.
So I appreciated getting to enjoy that for a little bit.
That must be the table.
Right. That influential politician comes here.
So the perfect plan is to stand here, waiting for him, and just stare at him until he gives us what he wants.
If we go in a big group. Wouldn't it be odd with just one girl sitting there, though?
It would be more odd for you 8 people to be standing here in one place.
Anyway, I assume the obvious is that Makoto and I are gonna go pose as a dinner date couple and sit at their table.
No. We're gonna be doing this comedy style. Go for 2.
Really?
Yusuke is the perfect spy for this. I'm sure his complete inability to understand social anything is going to work perfectly.
It's a restaurant.
What are you, a preschooler? I was wondering.
Okay, let's put Yusuke with Futaba, and this'll work foolproof.
Why isn't anyone asking me to do
You're a cat,
All right,
Morgana.
we're going in.
Wait, did the game just decide to make us do it anyway?
No, they decided to make Ryuji do it.
What should I eat?
Ryuji?
Full off of food in a palace.
So even the food is not real? Because that's a bullshit.
I
How
can't-
the hell did the game say, we told it to pick Yusuke, and then it just said, Ryuji sounds fine.
And roasted lamb.
My guess is if we picked us, it would still be Ryuji.
Can't believe you can order so easily like that.
It's because I have standards and a little bit of class, Ryuji. Unlike you, who's probably putting your feet on the table.
They seem to be major figures in the political and financial worlds.
On whose permission are you sitting there, brats?
Our permission. We're guests here. Here's our card.
Sides or nothing here.
It'd be a nuisance if you'd make a racket next to my table. I wish to dine.
Where is your table? All the tables are like 10 feet apart.
Hungry should leave.
What was that?
Ryuji, don't get in a fight. It's gonna make everything worse.
Sorry.
I apologize for our discourtesy.
And me showing up in a football barbarian uniform.
Excuse me, but might you be Mr. Oe?
Indeed,
His
I
name is
am.
Oe?
This will be an impudent request, but would you provide us a letter?
I
of
really do not
introduction
understand how the Japanese
to
pronounce
Mr.
things.
Shida?
From the looks of it, you appear to be minors. Why do you need an introduction?
I think Makoto might be able to pass herself off as like being 20.
His political ideology resonates.
I don't think she
so much
specifically
with
looks
us.
like she's
Of course,
16.
the same can be said about you, Mr. Oe.
You have quite the silver tongue for one so young.
Come on, Makoto. Like, play out the disguise. Do something here.
Yes,
He's
sir.
fucking taking you apart without even trying. What the hell just happened? Oh. My internet's fucked up. Let me
Welcome
take-
back.
Was I completely disconnected from Discord?
Yeah, you entirely dropped out of the call.
Well, my internet dropped and I still don't even have the stream back.
I mean, you do. So just go. You have to click into the thing now. It's gonna be like one of the boxes.
It's still buffering, it looks like. Huh.
Because if you're just seeing the little circle that is my icon, you're looking at the wrong box.
Nope, I'm just watching dancing boxes right now. So I think I'm on the right screen. I don't know if this would help if I drop the call and try to get back into it.
Probably not. Because whatever happened, it had to do with your internet, not because of Discord.
Trying to think if putting it on the Wi-Fi temporarily might kick it into working. Because I'm obviously on the hard connection. Okay. Okay, that didn't... I think I just dropped the stream, I didn't drop the call.
We're still in the call.
Okay, I'm back in the call, but now I can't see the stream screen either. I think you're gonna have to send that back over here.
1 second.
And if that doesn't work, I'll probably have to drop for... Okay, no, I can see it now. So let's see how that's... So, this is Mr.
You missed
Uwe.
the dialogue, but yeah, essentially the guy turned into this big snake.
So this is Mr. Uwe, who's one of our targets, and he turned into a mini-boss.
Yes.
Who's just a ball of snakes. He used Terrakaja.
Bad snake.
How can you call him a bad snake when he's just trying to self-preservate himself?
Well, so he used the thing where it's like his next magic attack is doubled.
Yep.
He just did that, and so, I immediately was like, nope, not gonna let you do that. So I lowered his attack right after he did it, so that, yeah, it'll double the damage, but it'll double it one attack lower than normal. And then...
So it'll be up by a whole 150%.
Yeah, basically.
Severe gun damage, and we don't know if he's resistant to gun.
I mean, I know he's not resistant to gun, because I've already hit him with gun.
Then let's gun his ass off. But first we're gonna have to find his ass. Oh no, what's Makoto going to do? I wouldn't think she's particularly, like, useful at defense anyway, considering her character seems to be just punching everything.
She's tankier, at least for all the female characters.
Suppose that's fair.
At this rate, though, he's choosing not to ever attack, so...
So for Whiplash on my list, the movie that came out after Arabian Nights was the worst Scooby-Doo movie ever made, which was, Zombie Island came out after that. And I know Zombie Island is probably a fan favorite.
Oh, she survived at one.
Well, maybe she has the endurability for being our best girlfriend. Or is endure, like, something that has to specifically, like, trigger?
It would have said it triggered, I just would assume, but...
Well, that's kind of lame. I mean, it's a rank 8 ability, it might as well just be automatic.
I mean, it might be. I'm just saying, normally when one of those abilities procs, or if it always procs, it still says that it did it. Like, it says, hey, this is why this happened. So even if it's always happens...
Let me handle this.
I mean, Ryuji, you're already on the team. Just do it.
I mean, so this is a automatic knockdown that happens, that can happen after Joker fails to knock down an enemy.
Well, the explanation is worthwhile. I'm just saying that the way they animated it was really weird, considering he's over there. He's like off the screen and running into it while he's on the team. He ran behind everybody just to look cool. Well, at least he made $55 from that. Oh my god, gun boost! Because that's what Milady is good at.
Rid of that.
Oh, you also... No, that's the next skill.
It's the next time we'll level up.
All right, we got a letter of introduction.
Well, not like get, more like beat the crap out of the guy for.
Fine.
We also tried to blackmail him. You missed that part of the conversation.
Turns out Principal
How did we...
Powell
What
was
were we gonna
the most
blackmail him
efficient
with? We
after
don't know
all.
who he
Even
is.
though he was so
Well,
efficient,
so his name is his real name, so whatever, Oda. But anyway, he ended up trying to like make himself all out to be big and whatever, and bragged in front of Makoto and Ryuji that he's responsible for the railway person getting having the mental breakdown at the beginning of the game. And then Makoto used the fact that her sister is Sai to be like, I could, essentially hand you in unless you give it to me. And he didn't go for it. Like, he didn't fall for the blackmail.
still,
Instead, he ended up just getting mad and attacking.
so nonchalantly.
Why would you not believe that on, considering that, like, we're running with the theory that Shido just pushed a lady into a car?
I mean, no, it was a mental shutdown caused her to throw herself in front of a car.
She turned into a monster.
Yeah,
Up
you
until
know,
Konoshiro's
semantics.
cause, cognitive beings were nothing more than weak presences.
I guess that is fair. These guys are probably the most NPC of all the NPCs we've run into so far. They probably have more wherewithal
That
than
old fellow just now wasn't a cognition.
Haru's terrible fiance.
But he had the memories and appearance of an actual person. He was probably a shadow fused with a cognition. It's like making the shadow wear human skin.
Aren't the shadows
I've never seen
cognitions
anything
anyway?
like that before. Such power
Thought they
is
were one
normally
and the same.
impossible.
Mm.
Wasn't Shido the
Kind
one
of.
who destroyed the research done by Oracle's mother on cognition?
Oh, do you think that when he did, he took the results for his own purposes?
No, I'm sure he just destroyed something that would give him, you know,
Shido
magical
took out some
powers
hidden
and then,
trick
you know,
that allows
forgot
him to
about it.
tamper with his own palace. We need to be especially careful from here on out.
Does Shido know that one weird trick that your doctor doesn't want you to know?
Yes, of course. I will continue accepting them, even after I am inaugurated as Prime Minister.
Is Shido just, like, on his personal phone discussing corruption?
And in return, I only ask for your continued support. Standing up to the world does require...
Shido is gonna take on America and destroy them all!
Fair compensation as thanks for your help in cleaning up. The incident with that accident in spring was very beneficial. This is all.
Are they talking about the train accident?
Yeah, we're talking about the train accident.
Cognitive science progresses. I believe it's possible to increase the target range.
Like, make the metaverse bigger?
You good luck with that endeavor.
No, just like target more people at once.
Hey,
Because right now he's essentially sending Akechi at people to murder them. But like, Akechi's one person.
You would
So,
think that
like-
he would want to hire more magicians.
I mean, I think that's part of what he's getting at there, is that there will eventually be... He eventually wants to expand on that.
Did Akechi, like, tell him about the plan, you know, where he was able to inject an entire army into the metaverse? Because that might be helpful knowledge.
I mean, yes. I mean, yeah, he probably knew that you can bring other people in there, but without personas, it's gonna be rather dangerous to walk around.
Yeah, that's fair. As we've seen, Personae kinda are able to stand up to guns.
I didn't.
I'll just add this.
Alright, we're officially over the 90-hour mark.
Yeah, we just need to worry about going over our 20-part mark.
Give me 1 second.
Well, at least it's not my fault this time.
I mean, it's not a technical thing. It's that I went to check in what was going on at Evo and realized that my Evo stream was minimized because I had to resend you the stream.
Well, this is new. Yusuke, shut up.
Go to hell, Inari. Can you just come back here?
No, the quest is over there.
Thank goodness. We're human again. Looks like we turn back when we leave the affected range. It's not really a big deal.
It most certainly is a big deal. Explain what just happened to us.
Cognitive science.
It seems like people who Shido views as intruders turn into mice near those Shido statues. So we're
I don't know
making
why the
what
hell
we're
he
doing
wanted
now?
a statue to look
That's
like that.
I agree.
I would like a statue sneering at the ground and making me look really shitty.
I am. So.
Oh great, they turned it into a stealth section.
I guess we'll have to change
Not
to a
quite.
completely defensive strategy. I hope we can find a secret passage to get through there.
I mean, you could just air duct around the room. I mean, do you have to
That
be
is
in
basically
it?
what we're gonna do, is we're gonna use air ducts a bunch.
Then we're gonna topple over the statues, get what we want.
'Cause, yeah, I can't open doors while we're in the mouse, so I can't open that door, for example. I can go down this hall, but it's dangerous. Also, there's a door at the end of the hall. Oh, wait, I can
Never
go down this
mind.
hall and not turn into a mouse. Haha. So I guess I can go here through this door? Nope, it's blocked on this side. Okay.
Nope, it's locked, and apparently Jude's great thievery mind can't figure out how lockpicks work. So yeah, it's not really a stealth section if there's only one guard.
As I said, I wouldn't call it a stealth section.
It gets to be called the stealth section
I can't
by
open
technicality.
doors yet. My guess is this door is also going to be blocked.
Yep.
Because I'm going to have to get through it all the way as a mouse, and then when I come back through, I can...
Oh, you have two guards to deal with this time. A whole two people.
Trying to
looking
get
for
the
you.
layout of the room. Not sure where I'm going to have to go here.
I'm gonna guess the stairs. Or there might be a door on the stairs, in which case I'm wrong. Never mind, now there's 4 guards. They're just materializing out of the ether. To fuck you up. Detective vision not giving us many clues right now.
There we go.
Oh, it's a fairy. A very tall fairy.
We're evenly matched here. Just don't let your guard down.
Scandalous Queen, huh? Really wouldn't have gone for that name.
Moving to the front, skipping it.
Could just called her Tinkerbell. That would have worked.
I think she's weak to wind is my guess.
Have you tried gun?
Yeah, I have.
Well, there. That answers that.
Damn, really?
How about
What is she
ice?
weak to? Is this? I think this is Titania, and I want to recruit her, which is why I would have just shot her with the stun gun. But if I shoot her with the stun gun, then
She might be
yeah, I guess we
Titania
can
just
try
because she's
ice.
so tanky.
I mean,
I don't know, tanky fairy.
Titania is the queen of the fairies, so Scandalous Queen, it's a fairy. Queen of the fairies, Titania.
Evenly matched here. Just don't
She knows how to concentrate real good. How are you gonna
Fire?
stop her from staring at you so well? She has no health, and okay, now she's dead.
We'll bump into another one of her someplace else.
You could just reload the room and she'll be there.
I mean, that would be tedious when we could just find another one of her. I'm not that attached to the idea of having to get her.
Hey, what do you
Oh, she's Titania. She's probably pretty good. Here's a giant conspicuous button, Resident Evil style.
Pretty sure it turns off the statues so that I can backtrack now and
It
go to all
turns
the
off
different.
all of them. It's a really dumb security system. So I was talking about Zombie Island. I didn't have much to say other than that. I think it was the first in the tradition of Scooby-Doo movies being an hour long. Probably because a lot of them are just made for TV. I would imagine. And I think that's I think that's a pretty good thing for the formula because it makes the good movies have really good pacing, since they don't have the time to waste. And it makes them a lot more entertaining just because they aren't wasting time on stupid bullshit. You know, their stories are kicking along, they're moving their plots forward, they're getting their set pieces together. They just don't have the time to waste, and it's a really fun time when they get it right. I'm sure a lot of people remember, but it's one of the Scooby-Doo movies where they decided to both have a Scooby-Doo mystery, but it was also legitimately supernatural at the same time. I thought it was just a really tight, high-quality movie,
Right.
and I would definitely recommend it. The cat werewolves were a very interesting idea.
Yeah.
And it was that one film where they started by the Mystery Incorporated getting back together because they moved apart, got other jobs, and decided to get back together for helping out Daphne's TV show that she was working on.
Ah, fucking damn it.
Did it knock down Morgana?
It did.
Well, at least Sexy Technique will bail you out. So, it's charmed and raged at the same time.
No, it currently has 0 status conditions on it.
Okay, so that wasn't a status. It was just a stun for a turn.
What, Sexy Technique? Sexy Technique just keeps it from it. When I attacked it with Ryuji, I accidentally knocked off its status condition. I now plan to do a different thing, but first I need to, like, prepare not to die.
It's raging.
It's not raging.
Well, it said it was.
It's doing its next physical attack is doubled shenanigan.
So it's not going into Berserker mode. On's gotta constantly stretch, otherwise she'll get a cramp, fall over, and die somehow.
Okay, I decided to attack her. I didn't know if it was gonna single target or
I was wondering, was that an Oko move, or was it just that powerful?
I mean, so it has attack up on it, so its attack is raised, and its next physical move was doubled.
So it's not an Oko
A ton
move.
of damage. It was just a fuck ton of damage because of
She's still dancing after being shot and exploded.
Did Mona just reveal his feelings about her?
Mona did that when he first met her. What are you talking
Oh, whoops,
about?
my bad.
It reflects psychic moves. What a weird thing. Maybe it'll cut its own face off.
No, it's just gonna start doing random weird shit, like throwing items away.
It had 2 item drops.
No weaknesses?
Well, not yet.
How does he make it forget its skills? Press
Damn it.
No, you can't roll 20 every time.
all right.
It's really hard to fight a woman who has 6 arms. She can cover all of her fronts at the same time.
Are useless in this fight.
Well, might as well try Yusuke for the ice attempt. Unless you already tried that.
I already know what she's all weak to, and she's not weak to anything.
Okay.
Psychokinesis won't hurt it.
I keep trying to crit it with Miracle Punch, but that's not working very well.
And unfortunately, her being afraid is going to poke a hole in this strategy.
I mean, it's gonna be annoying because I'm gonna have to cure it.
I mean, that might be annoying, but, like, you don't use items, so it's not like you're gonna run out of it later.
No, but it's action economy. Now I have to use an item rather than use a move.
Well, yeah, that's what I was getting at. But you don't have to worry about your items.
I wasn't worried about the items. I was worried about the fact that now I have to do... I have to use an item instead of do a move. Damn it, I was hoping to... fucking A.
At least she doesn't get a chance to use her new attack up without getting interrupted. Interrupted, intercepted. And this isn't a mini-boss either. Isn't this just like a wandering dude?
This was one of the super hard, like, encounters.
Oh, yeah.
So it's that, like, blazing red when I look at them through the thief eyes.
Okay.
They are very susceptible to status conditions, though, which is what I'm trying to use against them to the best I can.
That's
Sure,
very
I'll take
decent
that, I guess.
job.
I just have to keep Joker alive, though.
Joker, like, deflected that attack. So it has attack up and charge as different moves.
I guess. Wait, is it immune to fire? Fuck!
I thought it said no on fire, from what I remember.
It probably did. I just forgot that it was fire on top of whatever other things it was.
Well, I said that just because I forgot what null meant.
There.
Come on, cut your face off. Stop throwing items on the floor. Just do the Pokemon confusion thing.
Well, On's weirdly, like, useless in this fight then again, just like Haru.
Well, she's the fire character. Of course she's useless. Otherwise, you could just keep using Vault Defense. But that runs for like 3 turns.
You're mine.
Watch this. Too bad. That was awesome, Mona. Mona's health is low.
Well, yeah, he's squishy. Of course his health is low. That's his gimmick as a character.
Let's do this.
None of his moves, none of his tactics. He just has no health.
Let's go. I lend it.
Enemy's annihilated.
All
Pretty good,
according
boss.
to plan.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, let's reassemble the team and then hopefully not die in 10 minutes.
All right, level up.
I mean, literally everybody leveled up, so that's cool.
Oh, I suppose that enemy probably just had a ton of XP in its pants.
This new skill suits me.
Actually, that might be useful to carry around. I guess we just get rid of wind boost, makes the damage lower.
Okay.
I don't think we're really leaning on Mona for damage. So, you know.
I know, but as of this dungeon, I've been starting to switch party members around, like mid-combat a lot more, and utilize that as need be.
Well, sometimes that's called for when your stronger enemies are getting on your butt. Yuji, Yusuke, and Haru. Then you probably should just do the heal ups and get moving.
Right.
You don't want to forget about that and run into another tougher dude.
But yeah, everybody else that I'm not using gains a little bit of mana every fight, so when they're in the back, so we'll just let them sit there for a little bit. I also technically didn't need to heal there, because... No, the people I needed to heal were in my party, because the people in the back also heal. So I can always just put people in the back after that.
You needed to heal because Ryuji was missing like 150 of his HP. So the next film on the list was The Witch's Ghost, which was basically the same as Zombie Island. It had a mystery tied in with a supernatural legitimate thing. It was fun seeing the villain get his comeuppance, because kind of non-traditionally, he was basically at the end of the movie dragged into hell for his overconfidence and his plot. So, you know, that was kind of interesting. Another really solid movie, and a nice quick 1 hour deal. Scooby-Doo with a little bit extra going on. I liked it. I don't know if anyone remembers it again. It just seems like one of those lesser movies.
Let's catch your breath. Good work, everyone.
I suppose it's a little hard to talk about it when Scooby-Doo was just, you know, during these streaks when it was just generally good.
That was easy.
You want to go check out those stairs? There might be a stairs coin behind it.
Yeah, well, my thought is one of these two paths might lead to the first of the seeds.
You and your damn seed collectionism. This is where it leads us, into 3 more random battles. It's nice that one of the enemies just starts out afraid. He's doing a real good job there.
That's the thing I have for,
Understood.
Yusuke takes time out of his busy schedule to kill it for us. Oh wait, did he kill the one that wasn't near death?
apparently.
Well, that's certainly impressive. Because that other one was, like, basically entirely alive.
Okay.
And he earned a level up for doing so.
No match for me.
Yeah, and then I'm seeing the exclamation points and stuff around the room, and I'm thinking there must be a path to get up above.
Yeah, it's the stairs.
But no, the stairs go down, don't they?
I would be very surprised if they did.
I thought on the map if they look like they're going down, but
Well, let's look at the map again and see what's what. Because I would bet against it, but I don't know, maybe you're right. least your all dark attack does some decent damage. Well, Haru and Ryuji get their turn, and, you know, they'll kick the shit out of them. What's left?
All right.
Man, they have a ton of mana.
All according to plan.
Good work, everyone.
Okay.
That was easy.
Yeah, I can't really tell from how the map looks, because it's just
They are up.
I get one over on you, finally. Can't we just use our grappling hook to, you know, drop kick the statue and kill it? Well, I guess we don't need to kill it anymore.
Yeah, this is probably the one that leads to the seed then, because this goes to a dead-end area.
I mean, you could kick it over, at least out of spite, Jude. Why not?
That's a will seed, ain't it?
I don't know, I just looked at it for a second. And behind this door, Poison Ivy. What are you doing there? So what's this one gonna... Oh wait, didn't it just say which one this is?
Pride.
This one was Pride? I thought we did Pride already.
I can feel it.
There we have Vanity, Wrath, Envy.
Okay, so maybe Wrath was the one I forgot. Wait, do you have two
Greed.
Wrath? Do you have two Wrath, or are we looking at the same list?
So we're looking at the same list. It's just the one that disappears is the one equipped to that character. So
Okay,
Jude has
okay.
the Vanity one equipped. Ryuji has the Greed one equipped. No one has the Wrath or Envy one equipped. Albeit the Crystal of Envy is currently the Crystal of Envy and not the Ring of Envy, because we haven't brought it to What's His Dingus yet.
How can you forget Jose's name? He's such a dynamic character. He's the puppet man.
Ring of Wrath I actually might want to put on someone. It's not that bad. Maybe I put
Probably
it on
better than the
Morgana.
Breeze Ring, at least. So the next thing I have on my list, since we're just in the inventory now, I'm not sure if you heard of this one before, but it's the Scooby-Doo Project. I was talking about this one with my other friend because apparently he was actually up to date on all of the Scooby-Doo, so we had a lot to talk about.
I am definitely not up to date on all the Scooby-Doo.
So this one was interesting since it was made. Let's see. Yep. Looks like about 99 or 2000. This was a weird project that Cartoon Network did, I think, which was basically they did a couple of these specials around like all-day marathons of the old Scooby-Doos, where they would make like they made this as like a series of bumpers in between the marathon as like a running story. And they decided to do this combo live action and animated story parodying the Blair Witch Project of all things.
Oh, I actually think I've seen this. How short is it? Is it really short?
It's probably just under like 20 minutes put together.
Oh, well then this must be longer than what because I feel like I've seen this, but I thought it was like, you know, like a short, so it was like maybe like 5 minutes.
All right.
No, it's probably at least 10 minutes long.
That was fast.
Okay.
I'm getting
But it's interesting because they try to do that, and usually it's extremely hard to do live action and animation at the same time. And what they decided to do was they had like 2D characters.
Yeah, on the
Kinda like-
backdrop of Blair
Yeah,
Witch.
they're kind of Paper Marioing themselves in the 3D world, just in the woods. And at the end, they do probably the more famous ending of, I don't even think there's any mind control involved. I think Shaggy just decides to go sit in the famous corner and yell about being in the corner. I'm trying to remember how they ended it. I think just some random guy showed up and... yeah, I just can't remember how they decided to end it. But yeah, they all get very stressed and they eventually just yell at each other and freak out in the woods before getting to the haunted house, and then I forget what happened after that. It was, for what it is, it was a pretty interesting, like, thing that Cartoon Network decided to do. Because they decided to do something similar before, which, I didn't bother talking about it because there wasn't much to it. It was the...
Yep,
it was Those Meddling Kids as it's a short called Those Meddling Kids, and essentially it's just a VH1 behind the music, but for the Scooby-Doo cast. And the problem is that they don't...
Okay.
There's not a lot of information in it. It's actually, like, even shorter, so it's just not... It just wasn't interesting to talk about, but... Yeah, Cartoon Network just decided to do these, like, a couple of times. Put, like, an actual budget behind just an event marathon for the famous Scooby-Doo TV shows. I would say the Scooby-Doo project is definitely worth giving a watch if you've never seen it before, because, you know, for what it is, it's animated pretty well, and they do hit a lot of the major beats of the parody. It's pretty good for that, at the very least. And then after that was the Alien Invaders, which I didn't particularly like because, it's one of those Scooby-Doo ones where I've talked about this before. When they do multiple antagonist mysteries, it's very difficult to pull that off in Scooby-Doo because usually in really any Scooby-Doo story, they really only put time aside to have at most like 5 or 6 different suspects. And that's usually like the max amount they're going to be able to get to. So when you have a monster that's 2 or 3 different monsters put together, it makes it really, really easy to figure out the mystery. So it's just not interesting because you can figure it out a lot easier than other times. I would say it's very obvious, and the only other interesting thing about it is the thing that we discussed earlier, which is the love drama that happens with Shaggy and Scooby. The mystery behind, I think her name was Crystal, if my memory is correct. The hippie girl that shows up to save them after they're abducted by the aliens and left to die in the desert. I mean, the movie, like, objectively is still pretty decent. I mean, it's well animated. It's definitely a quality project. It's just not particularly interesting.
What are your thoughts?
It's kind of one of those movies that's just kind of coasting on the franchise. But I suppose, in comparison to the stuff that would come later when they stop trying altogether, I would say at the very least, they're still trying. You know, they still have the good soundtrack, the good presentation, the old animation style before... I would like to say this is before Warner Brothers bought them out, but I might be wrong. I think this might have been the time when Hanna-Barbera actually went out of business. And then after that movie was Cyber Chase, which I thought was going to be just a slam dunk, because that was one of the movies I really remembered back when I was a kid. I watched it quite a few times, so I thought it was going to be really fun. And it was still good. It's just kind of like, which one? I guess I can't really compare it to anything else. Where rather than juggle a few things, the most of the movie is just one thing going on, and the one thing that is going on is particularly interesting because they do try to do a mystery setup for like the first 20 minutes of the movie, but then the rest of it, once they do get transferred into the digital realm, is basically just an elongated chase sequence. And they do get a couple of decent set pieces out of it. It's just, what they do is that they just do a montage through most of the objectives that they have to do. They basically hand wave away most of the problem in like 10 minutes. And I know they kind of had to do that because, I mean, having 10 different things to do wouldn't really have worked for a movie. But, you know, I think they could have done a little bit more of it and not just, you know, get through 10 of the level ups they need to do just by a 30-second bit.
Do you need something?
So, yeah, that was one that just definitely didn't live up to nostalgia. It certainly didn't help that the mystery part of it was very easy to figure out. They didn't even red herring it. It was very obvious who did that one.
With all your body and
A long
soul.
time, inmate.
I suppose it is interesting to look back as quaint because it's one of those movies that has a typical quaint understanding of like future technology and like short-term sci-fi of how video games would be looked at in the future.
It is neither remarkable nor unremarkable.
Are you just making this guy now?
I mean, I can. He's level 56, so.
Huh, I thought he would be at least in the 70s.
You okay with this? Choose which.
I don't know, it
skills
looks
to
like she's 14. I mean, how useful of a persona is this gonna be? She looks just like a tiny Chinese princess or something. You just gonna give up on it entirely?
No, I saw an ability on it that I want to be very specific on who I pass it to,
Nor unremarkable.
and it's on this person, the soul chain.
Soul Chain is pretty decent.
So I want to make sure that gets on a very. So I gotta look at what gets made with what.
You can't just bumble your way through this one. You gotta pay attention and focus.
That's a pretty strong one.
Oh, come on, this one's just a crow.
Choose which skills to.
I mean, it has 3 feet, but it's still a crow. That's
Being made
lame.
into this
That
one.
monster is lame.
Certainly a powerful persona.
That's a bad monster. You couldn't even have it have, like, 2 heads. You know? Have it stand out at all.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Choose which skills to
What
inherit.
about this monster could possibly be interesting?
Its weakness is curse, but it can inherit drain curse, which makes it have no weaknesses because its weakness now just becomes it gets healed if it gets hit by curse, which I think is kind of good.
Does that mean that it'll entirely absorb the attack, or it'll get hit by the attack but heal itself anyway?
It will entirely absorb the attack. So thus it has no weakness. Guess we'll
This
keep
could
drain.
bestow an extra- I see.
Well, at least Igor is entertained. Oh, Yatagarasu, you are really underwhelming.
Fuck no, we're keeping that ability as is. Fully restores the HP of all allies.
That's pretty good. Is it like a decent amount of it?
Fun.
Negates and Makarakarn.
I don't know what Makarakarn is though, off the top of my head.
Well, time to get rid of it then.
I think it's a stat debuff, so
Oh, Last Stand.
it
Greatly
decreases
decreases
accuracy.
accuracy on all foes except Almighty. That's not useful because we never get surrounded.
Oh yeah, wind surrounded, yeah, so I don't need that.
Windbreak, throw it away.
Yeah, I tend not to use the brakes.
Oh yeah, we're in alarm territory.
We
Scoffhawk?
are indeed currently in alarm territory.
So this is gonna fuck up, which means you should probably make some bullshit. Make a Norn. Norns are terrible.
Oh, I'm curious about something.
Done already. What? Do you need something?
Yeah, why let it fuck me up on the second one every single time when instead I can just leave? And it ends when I leave.
Because you might have been able to make it through the second one.
I mean, I might have gotten something good, I guess, because we know that's kind of a thing.
You could have rolled the dice. I mean, come on. It's in the spirit of the game. You can't just leave the table.
Looks pretty tough.
I'm semi-tempted to
I
build King
guess.
Frost and pay the money to have the higher than my level persona and see how much it's gonna cost.
Well, you might as well see what it costs at the very least. There's no harm in seeing what the price tag is.
I see. A strong persona indeed.
Oh, dang it. There we go.
105. Oh wait, that was the experience up.
I see. A strong persona indeed.
Okay.
Looks pretty tough.
Great things are possible. Do you wish
64,000.
That's not too bad. That's less than 10% of your wallet.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
I mean, unless you're kind of gonna want King Frost.
Yes, he's a good persona. That's why I want him.
So the next thing on my list is it's something that's actually pretty interesting, and I'm sure you've never heard of this one. It's called Night of the Living Dew, and I would say this one is worth checking up on because it is bad, but it's bad in an interesting way, because it's one of those episodes that wants to parody the franchise itself. And they do it in a very bad way, because they don't really make jokes about the tropes of Scooby-Doo, and instead they go for the dumber option where they just say what the trope is and just leave it at that. It's an odd one because it was made in 2001, but it was made in the style of the new movies, which was the TV show they were doing in the 70s.
Terrible, but
So
not
I'm thinking it was just an abandoned show. It's only 15 minutes long, which is weird. But the other thing is that it has 3 different guest stars in it, and I'm not really sure why. They have 3 guest stars. None of them are suspects of the quote-unquote crime that's going on. They only have 1 suspect, which is kind of why the parody doesn't work. The guests, the one I can remember is like the least, like the least well known, because one of them is David Cross. The other one I can't remember because I always think it's George Foreman, but it's the other, it's the other famous black dude, who's, I mean, I'm sure he's short in real life.
There's a lot of famous people. Oh, Gary Coleman?
Yeah, that's it. And then they got the Big Bad Voodoo Band on as the 3rd guest star.
What you talking about, Willis?
So, I would say the one joke from the parody that was actually good is that the episode starts with Gary Coleman, and essentially Gary Coleman's car or van broke down on the side of the road, and he gets picked up by Mystery Incorporated because why not? But after that happens, Fred notices on the side of a haunted place that the mystery machine just coincidentally runs out of gas. And Fred is like, well, I guess we'll have to go investigate the thing over there. And Gary Coleman just pulls out a gas can and fixes the problem anyway. And then just down the road again, and then the mystery machine gets a flat tire. And basically the same thing happens. Fred says they have to go investigate this thing, and Gary Coleman just fixes the tire anyway. So the 3rd thing that happens after that is Fred just out and out, he just drives into a tree.
I guess it'll give you some protection.
And right outside a castle owned by David Cross, and he's running it as a hotel.
It'll give you some protection.
I don't even want to say what the other parody joke is that was really bad, because I really can't do it justice. The only other thing about why I would say it's worth checking up on it is that the
Time for some rehabilitation. They will be reborn anew. I guess it'll get.
Behold.
I guess the music video part, for lack of a better term, the song of the episode is done by the Big Bad Voodoo Band, and it's a really good song, but I wouldn't say it gives points to the show. It's just because that band is really good, and that's why the song is good.
You'd like to read
So I would say the episode is still worth looking up to hear the song, but I mean, you could just hear their other songs. You don't have to watch this episode to get it. To get that experience.
Time for some rehabilitation. Some modification, huh? You change your mind, Justine? You want to register such rude
And
notions
right
are the
there
things you
in
have
2002, the next thing that was made for Scooby-Doo was the unfortunate Scooby-Doo movie after that. And I did want to say a couple of things about the live-action movie.
Time for some rehabilitation.
Power requires
Some modification, huh? I guess.
So, this
Why
is
am
what
I
it's
sighing
been
at it
going
other
for.
than it was just... I mean, the movie was bad. It was definitely bad. But maybe not for the reason that I thought it was going to be.
Justine, you
The
handled it.
movie wasn't bad because it was live action. I don't think that was the problem with it.
This is your power.
Definitely wasn't.
My problem with the movie was that for whatever reason, it was written to be very mean-spirited. I mean, the movie starts with them doing an intro action set piece. They're ending a mystery that was done off screen. And then, just because Potatoes, a news conference, shows up right after they solve the mystery, and after that news conference goes completely sideways, Mystery Incorporated just breaks up because they're just being dicks to each other, just kind of out of nowhere. And then the rest of the movie has them kind of sitting on the fence about being either assholes to each other and calling each other out on things, or getting back together because they have another mystery has come up that they need to deal with. Yeah, they just coincidentally all got individually invited to go to the place where the island where the mysteries happened. They didn't get invited as a group. They just coincidentally all came together at the same time because they were all going at it each other's ways, and I think that was the problem, is that the movie just wasn't fun. Like, they didn't have that fun element. The only person that seemed to be having a good time was Shaggy. Everyone else is just kind of being an asshole to each other throughout the entire thing. And even when they were back together and working as a team, that really only came into play, like, right at the end of the damn movie.
This is the first one or the second one?
This is the first one.
Oh.
We're here? What do we do?
I mean, the costume design was interesting because the gimmick of the vacation spot is that it's a vacation spot specifically for early 20-somethings to go to spring break for.
Okay. Spring break.
And
Oh.
like I said, this is a film from 2002, so when you look at the characters they made for what they believe an early 20-something college student would look like, it's completely fucking ridiculous. Like, these are the most punk-ass, stupid-looking, like old man's view of something that you will ever fucking see. Like, it makes for some great screenshots, because I remember, like, a prominent extra had, like, this ridiculous mohawk on the top of his head, and he had, like, fucking chains coming out of his pockets. Like, it's...
Hello there.
it is a great time capsule for at least the costume designs that they decided to go with.
I don't have time.
Other disappointments was that the film has fucking fart jokes in it.
Yep, I know that. That's what I remember of the movie. Is it's very crude child humor.
It's not
Try to
that,
make up to try to appeal to the kids.
It's not that bad. It's only in like a few scenes, but like Scooby-Doo like barely ever did that as a franchise. So seeing it in the fucking movie is just, it just brings it down a whole level just because that's fucking easy and it's honestly pathetic. And it honestly kind of hurts because the famous shot from the movie that became the meme, it's from the fucking fart joke. So the thing that one of the things that this movie is remembered for is one of the worst things about it.
What is the meme? I'm trying to think of the meme from the Scooby-Doo movie.
That shot of Shaggy like looking over his shoulder and being like, "You haven't seen my ultimate power yet."
Oh, the Ultra Instinct Shaggy.
It's because they're fucking competing about farts. It's so bad.
Show me your true form.
But I mean, that's definitely a part of it. I would say it's definitely pandering to some extent, but I would say that even if that was still in the movie, I think if it was, light and goofy still, I think it still probably would have worked. But I just can't get over it. It's just not a fun movie to watch. And that's the ultimate thing a Scooby-Doo movie should be. It should be at the very least fun to watch.
Her skill might do it.
You can do it seriously, or you can be very silly, but it should still be enjoyable. It doesn't have... I don't know why the fuck you would sit down and think that Scooby-Doo as a franchise would need, like, a movie to deconstruct, the formula and examine it. It's like, it doesn't need that. I don't know if a film like that would ever actually work. Or maybe at that point I'm just being hyperbolic about a movie that I don't think anybody took seriously. I'm probably just gonna spoil it. Because of ridiculous reasons, the villain just happens to be Scrappy-Doo.
I mean, we've already talked about that on the stream, because that's something I remember about that movie, is that the villain is Scrappy-Doo.
Which, I mean, I've talked about before that, like, Scrappy-Doo as a character was hard to work with, but I don't think he was out and out just a shitty character. So, seeing him just being kicked down at that by the film, I think, wasn't really warranted. Which meant him turning into a villain, like, even at that point, I fucking was like, really? Are we fucking doing this? And of course they did. Like, I can't beyond that, I can't even remember how the movie actually ended. Like, I can't even remember much of the plot. Yeah, that... Like, it wasn't a travesty or anything, but it was just hard to sit through. It honestly, it was so bad that it actually surprises me it got a sequel. Just in, like, 2004, I believe? Yeah, 2004, 2003. So, somehow it made money. At least enough money.
Alright, are you ready for Operation Clearly...
What are we
Ryuji has a plan when we found out we can rent swimsuits from behind the bar, and the one guy we need to get a letter from doesn't want to talk to us. So I'll give you two guesses what Ryuji's plan is.
Are we gonna pull off a classic Shaggy disguise? We're gonna need to get some melons from the banquet hall. Or they could go for the dumber thing and just put the women into disguise and have them do it.
They're not. I don't even think they're gonna disguise them. I think it's Operation Seducing.
I mean, I don't really know. I guess I might have missed something. Like, I don't know how that's gonna connect to the thing we need to make happen. Then.
I mean, if we put sexy girls in front of him, he's gonna want to talk to sexy girls.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to talk to us, but. If he wants to talk to sexy girls, then we get to end up talking to him.
I mean, we already did this during the beach day. I don't think doing it again is gonna really be any different.
Wait.
I mean,
well, we have
you're
to show him
already...
our boarding pass, and we don't have a boarding pass.
You're already in that fucking cat suit. Like, this isn't as embarrassing as wearing that. I mean, your cat suit has a tail on it, for Christ's sakes, if you've forgotten. Well, what are we doing now?
He wants to get into the fitting room, so whatever his plan involves us getting into the fitting room.
Well, we can't get into the... Is this like an Ouroboros thing where we can't get into the fitting room because we don't have a boarding pass, and we can't get the swimsuits because we don't have a boarding pass?
No, we can't get the swimsuits because we don't have a boarding pass, and we can't get into the fitting room because we can't get swimsuits.
Futaba, like, you wore a bikini during beach day. Like, is this gonna be like some sort of ridiculous micro-kini or something?
I mean, probably not, seeing as we didn't get swimsuits, Jeff.
So, what are we doing in here?
I don't know. Let's find out what Ryuji's plan is.
Be right back.
What's he up to? I have a really bad feeling about this.
It's perfect.
I still think there's, in some weird way, he's gonna manage to get swimsuits.
You have
Well,
quite
again,
a
they're
scary look on
thieves.
your
They
face.
should be able to steal things.
Actually, it's creepy.
Yeah, I would say Ryuji's being a little creepy.
Let's head back to where that former noble dude is.
What did you even do?
I don't know.
Hey, it's
Oh.
the girl's time to shine.
Okay. It is Operation Seduce Them in Swimsuits.
I didn't think that
You
we
didn't
were
even
going
get a
forward
bikini
with
for
such a
Haru.
simple plan. Well, there's no way guys lounging by the pool would not check out girls in swimsuits.
Morgana, don't forgive them.
Are we really going to do this?
Guys, like, this is about the mission, okay? Stop whinging and just go fucking do it. I'll say 2. I'll be on their side for a little bit, but I can't take them seriously, because, like, how else are they gonna do the mission?
I mean, in all fairness, like, I agree with them. It does suck that you have to essentially go slutty to accomplish the mission. It feels embarrassing.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's shitty, but guess what? This is kind of what you signed up for.
Would you grant us a letter of introduction?
It's either that or just kill them. Or, you know, tie them up and throw them in a closet. Like, there's not gonna be an easy way to do this.
Nobodies like yourself.
Presumably, you're gonna have to fight him anyway, if I had to take a guess.
Now, that would be extremely
I made my
shitty.
decision to only introduce those with a prestigious lineage.
What, you can't tell by my boobs how much of a prestigious lineage I have?
Oh, maybe Hara's gonna use her family connections to...
That may be true.
Hasn't our family connection been entirely disgraced, though? And also shot in the head?
Alright, her father's dead, but she still owns a gigantic company.
My name
Oh yeah,
is
isn't her
On
company
Windsor.
going under because she's terrible?
On Windsor?
Well,
Yeah.
On just lied and
On
claimed she's on
Windsor.
Windsor.
British royalty.
Come on, he's not that stupid.
Seriously?
Apparently he is.
These girls are the daughters of my retainers.
Okay.
Yes. Lady On treats us quite well.
Aren't retainers women anyway?
Are you half British?
So they're the daughters of famous women in your organization.
Your features
Of
and
family.
But no, retainers would be, like,
girls,
the help.
one can easily tell at a glance.
Because a retainer would be someone who assists you.
Well, I'm glad that Mr. Racist here can definitely tell our birth certificate.
I mean, he can tell that On's half white, and he's eroticizing people from a, non-Japanese.
Well, the game's doing that anyway.
He's doing that thing that Americans do to Japan, but also Japan does to us, which is eroticizing our ethnicities, which is interesting and weird.
Well,
But I've seen it multiple times in anime that there is a trope of eroticizing white people.
Well, it's
in
because of
Japan, but then
who-
also the most. If I had to take a guess of which ethnicity in America gets the whole most eroticized, it'd be Asian women.
Well, it's because of who makes it on, pop culture.
People
People tend to have such misconceptions, but that isn't true. My hobbies include tea ceremonies. Then again, my father forced me to learn that art.
On, if you're trying to do a British accent, you're doing a terrible job.
She is doing a terrible job. But I think that's I think it's intentional on the game's behalf that she's doing a horrible job.
Well, I'm still gonna call it out. This is a dumb plan. Which is fair, considering she just made it up.
You're absolutely correct. I do feel a little sorry for these girls.
You and your haughty ass
By the by,
ass.
letter of introduction. If you'd be
Why would
so
you need a letter of
generous to
introduction?
take me
You're
on,
already on
I'd
Windsor.
consider introducing you to my father.
Oh, consider it my
Why do
way
we...
of sending my regards.
I guess we need these letters to get into the VIP area, so it makes sense that we got on the boat.
Kindly.
But goodness, you look great in that.
Yeah, I
suit,
get it.
sir.
Can we move on now?
Such an amazing body as well. You'll
Just
look-
because you're right does not mean that you are not a perv.
Did you make sure?
Oh God,
to put on
really?
Sunscreen.
Hey,
Can we go away now?
As members of prestigious family.
Can
lines,
Makoto just kick him in the head?
get on more intimate terms.
excuse me?
Guys, you're all just standing there. Do something.
Servants should take off. You're making her.
I believe she eventually blows up at this guy.
Please stop this.
She eventually blows up at him, and then we fight him.
Swimsuits in my room.
Again, the other three are just standing there.
Don't touch me, you perv!
See, she blew up on him.
Now that I'm done using you, get away, you creep! This guy's a molester!
I don't think the two people in the background are gonna care.
How dare you?
Oh wait, there's actually like a lot of people in the background.
It's your fault for falling for such bad acting.
Well, when you got your eyes buried in the tits, you can't really pay attention to everything else.
I mean, yeah, essentially she was like, I'm half white, but she spun it with, I'm come from prestigious family.
Well, she spun it by saying she was half British, which was a terrible idea.
Right, but at the end of the day, you know,
At the end of the day,
the
we're
reason
fighting a
why the
bear.
guy looked past the acting, the reason the guy didn't even like realize the acting was because
The titties.
yeah, he was too staring at like, you know, her pearl white skin or whatever you fucking want to say.
Go down.
God, that would be even creepier than the TNA. It's like, I love your skin. Let me touch it.
I'm talking about how he eroticized like, you know, like European women.
Oh crap, Makoto lagged out. What are we going to do?
Well, yeah, after she gave the defense buff to the enemies, thank you very much.
Well, you know,
Is
not
this-
everything is perfectly timed in JRPG land. You're not always on your mark.
You sure showed me.
I mean, what are you bitching about? This guy has gotten downed twice in one turn.
Because I know what this persona's weak to. I recognize this persona from
Of all the enemies that you could recognize, why this guy? The two-headed manta ray shark. Yeah, I know that from 5
Two-headed?
miles away.
He's not two-headed. He's got one head.
He's got a head on his head. Look at that.
Oh yeah, now that you pointed out, he does have eyes on the lower half that I didn't see before.
Like, that's the only freaky part of this monster. It's already half dead, so that's great. I failed once, I'll try again. I'll use my persona, pulls out her gun. This is my persona now!
Amazing, Panther. Let's finish this.
Jesus Christ, this mini-boss is terrible.
I do like the sound he makes when he gets hit though. Because when I shot him with the gun, he went I was like, so entertaining of a noise.
Well, he is a pathetic bastard.
I mean, I just had everything to counter this guy, is essentially what happened.
Literally on all of your party members, too.
Oh.
Let's go.
You had him held up like 5 times. Wow.
Game's done though.
Well, at least I don't have to think about that really uncomfortable scene anymore.
Hey, remember that scene that was really uncomfortable? Let's think about it.
That one from like part 7?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
I remember there was another one. Oh no, it wasn't a well, it wasn't really uncomfortable scene. It was just a terrible gay joke.
Contrary to
And also they did the second terrible gay joke at the beach day.
quite difficult these days.
Didn't we kill you?
That's why I begged to be allowed onto Lord Shido's ship.
Beat him up.
In return for introducing wealthy nobles to him, I requested he enact mental shutdowns for me.
I see.
Okay, so Shido is just
So the
doing this
system
for
of
political
introductions is
connections
taking
and
place
money.
in reality as well.
Nope.
Lord Shido is extremely cautious about the passengers he chooses.
Well, yeah, I would imagine he's not
He's
a
screening
moron.
potential associates to find wealthy people who won't betray him. And that's why the passengers are wearing masks. He isn't deceived by people's outward appearances.
In any case, your acting skills
Punk
have
took
developed
No,
One
they
strongly
haven't.
since our nudity
At
session.
all.
Stop bringing that up!
But it was how I met you.
Just for clarification.
It was a very special time in my life. Me, Yusuke,
Are you?
becoming the part of the masks.
I hope you remember the conditions for our arrangement. Support me as best
Okay,
you
I'll
can.
donate $5 to your campaign.
After all, I am
That's all I got.
your aid, Mr. Shido. I'll call in some favors from some old acquaintances and take part in the birth of Prime Minister Shido.
I'll have you step down if I catch wind of any slack on your end.
Yeah, fuck him up.
Are we
You
clear?
mean like step down as in like pressure, or are you just gonna outright murder him?
Meet the same fate as those I've eliminated thus far.
Alright, they're 1-1.
Good.
I'm not even paying attention to the cutscene, I'm just watching Evo on my right monitor.
Well, you did play this game before, so I
It's
can
two
understand
very
it.
big, high players in Street Fighter going against each other right now. And I'm not a particularly big fan of one of them, so I kind of want to see him lose.
It's getting personal out there into the FGC.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. It's just that I'm not a fan of this person. They have a bit of an attitude.
Well, when you're at that,
Now, given the other person also has been kind of considered a
wild card.
no, a villain, I guess, if for like a lack of a better term.
Of course, they have heels in this goddamn world.
I mean, yeah, he was considered in a way a dirty player in the sense that back in Street Fighter 4, I think, because he used like a character that had really underhanded tactics and like really like, you know, kind of cheap stuff.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm here to play to win, man. Get out of my face.
I mean, yeah, that's essentially is he had that attitude, which is fine. Like, I think it's fine to have the attitude to play to win. I mean, at the end of the day, they all have that attitude. It's just whether how much they show the attitude.
I mean, if I was allowed
alright.
to
That's
stab,
the person I'm rooting for, mind you. That's the person I'm rooting for. The person I'm rooting against tends to get like really uppity when they lose, which is why like I kind of want him to just lose, because I'd rather not see him get all uppity tomorrow and be all obnoxious tomorrow.
well, at least if he lost
During grand
today,
finals.
he's only on 1/8
Ah,
of your screen.
fuck. All right, he won. The guy I didn't want to win won. It went down to final game, final round, but he still
So
won.
at least it was entertaining.
Yeah.
At least that's a good thing
It
about.
looks like-
At least that's a good thing about fighting games is that your matches are over in 2 minutes.
True.
What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, I was gonna be like, well, if I was allowed to stab my opponent right now, I'd do that too. But I can't. So my knives have to stay in my pocket.
But yeah, and then
You're not black
we
An idea has dawned on
Now, given the guy who lost isn't out of the tournament yet, because the guy who lost is
Yusuke. Why are you such a terrible
the guy
mouse?
who lost
Hey, wait!
There's some sort of magic going on making this happen.
Hi.
How are you all going to fit in there? It's not that big of a cage.
well, everybody except Joker is not. Oh no, Joker's in the cage too. He's at the bottom.
Yep. Classic. I'm gonna chalk this up to magic because otherwise you guys are the dumbest morons ever.
I believe it is 100% Matt. Because point out the fact that literally all of them were trying to be like, hey, this is stupid, don't go in there, it's an obvious trap. But then also we're like, but also cheese.
Cheese is a very good argument right now. I mean, who could? Cheese could hypnotize. It's the smell, damn it. I mean, I love the fuck out of cheese too. I don't know if I would, get in a cage for it.
Dude, everybody loves the fuck out of cheese.
I wouldn't say everybody does.
Just about everybody.
There's gotta be like at least
Lactose
5
intolerant
people who don't.
Lactose intolerant people. Well, actually, most lactose intolerant people I know also still love cheese.
Cheese!
It just hurts them to eat it.
They love the cheese the most. Okay, so they actually healed up off of that cheese because mice cheese.
So yeah, we see cheese. Apparently, we can heal from it.
So yeah, how did
Guys
they get? How did they get out of the cages?
So Futaba didn't get stuck in the cage, and she got us
Okay.
out.
And Futaba is the one person in this universe who hates cheese.
Looks like I have to go straight.
So in order to distract you in your old stealth section, I can continue because after that was an episode of Harvey Birdman. They did a Scooby-Doo guest spot too, and I've seen a couple episodes of Harvey Birdman. It's pretty good. I would say this episode isn't particularly a good one because I think that the 11-minute formula they got is a bit too short for what they wanted to do. Which actually might be intentional considering I think it was an Adult Swim show.
Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law is indeed an Adult Swim show.
So it might just be one of those things where they don't really give a shit about completing their stories, I don't think. At least not all the time. If I remember correctly, how Shaggy gets arrested I thought was complete bullshit because I think that he he was traffic stopped because
Did he get high?
I think it was just some trumped up bullshit.
Was he high?
Well, I think
if I wrote it, I would have just had him be high.
Well, I don't think that I think it was bullshit because I can't remember the reason why he was actually stopped, but I think that the cop like chalked onto something. I think he was clocked to be a possible person who was high just because he looked like a hippie, and then Shaggy did the dumbest thing he could have done where he sped off from the traffic stop, and that's how he was arrested.
Classic.
Harvey, I don't think got him out of jail because I think the episode ended before that was figured out. The person who's playing Harvey Birdman, I think, is still the same guy who played the Blue Falcon. Or he just sounds like him, maybe. But he does a brilliant job. At least, the acting is really good. But yeah, I'd probably say that wasn't a good episode in general, but I'd say it probably shows off some strengths of the show, and again, just like Johnny Bravo, I'd probably be up for watching a few more at some point. To see if it gets better or worse. 'Cause I think it has some promise. After that was the start of What's New Scooby-Doo, which was, after I finished it, was completely brilliant. You know, it definitely had some bad episodes here or there, but for the most part, it was an excellent show. The first big showing by Warner Brothers after they bought out Hanna-Barbera once they went out of business. Their team was really, really good. A lot of them, I think, worked on the movies that were coming out around the time, so, you know, it's kind of impressive that they were able to helm a 3-season TV show at the same time they were making about, like, 6 movies, I think. Or it might be about, like, 4. I mean, that's still a lot of movies to, you know, do at the same time. I would say the one thing that they get is they had really, really creative monster design compared to the rest of the franchise. Because it wasn't just guys in suits, they had, like, some legitimate, like, big monsters. I mean, one of the early episodes had, like, a full-size dinosaur as the monster. I'm trying to remember some, like, good examples. There was a Smart House episode, which was a good idea, where the monster was just a house.
Okay.
God, I wish I could come up with more examples, but it was more like that, where it was just like, rather than just a guy in just an exoskeleton, just a dude, it got into the thing where they were like doing holograms and robots and just more advanced stuff than the old shows were doing. And it really worked because like I said, they had really good ideas. The actors were incredibly on point. They had fucking Casey Kasem all throughout the show's run before he retired, which was really good because, I mean, even in his 70s, he could still fucking do it like a champ. Definitely still holds up, definitely worth checking out. And depending on how Mystery Incorporated goes, it might end up being the best Scooby-Doo ever made. Because currently I'm still in season 1 of Mystery Incorporated,
right.
And a thing that's really bringing down Mystery Incorporated is the fucking love drama shit. Because it's really, really stupid and really annoying. I fucking hate it, and watching it again, it really reminds me how I hated it the first time I watched it. Because it's just a classic thing where none of the characters are talking to each other, and it's developing really stupid dramas, and, you know, just all the characters being incredibly moronic. Incredibly moronic, mean-spirited, they're breaking up the team, even though they still have to work together, so it's just really me just gritting my teeth and being like, this is really terrible, and I wish it would fucking stop.
Guess this one's locked, right?
So, depending on how much of that shit...
Okay.
Depending on how much of that shit is gonna be in the rest of Mystery Incorporated, I could definitely see What's New ending up getting the top spot, even though Mystery Incorporated, I'm sure, is a huge fan favorite.
That looks suspicious. Why don't you investigate?
Although the one thing about What's New was the last episode they did was honestly a pretty bad idea because it ended up... The last episode was,
Controller? There we go.
It was the episode where they did VR. They did VR at a convention. I'm assuming that's on your end because the whole thing just froze for a sec.
No, if you literally read the screen, it says the controller's disconnected.
Well, yeah, but that didn't mean the entire screen should have frozen, necessarily. So the bad thing about that episode was that it essentially turned into it was all a dream. It was one of those sorts of episodes.
Gotcha.
And most of the time it was just a dream or its equivalent really never works.
I can feel it.
because it just completely deflates the stakes, the tension, any meaning out of the story that they were working with. I know that it probably has worked in the past, I just cannot think of an
down that
example
one line?
of it. After the first movie after What's New came out was Legend of the Vampire, which was kind of a weird story because it was about it was the movie about a battle of the bands, and I don't think any of the bands actually did a song in that movie. Which was a very bizarre thing if that's actually true. Because it's specifically about bands, and you don't have any of them do a part of the soundtrack. I mean, it even had the Hex Girls on it. I don't even know if the Hex Girls did a song. But, beyond that, I mean, it's animated in the What's New style, because like I said, the same team is doing both things. But it's another one of the movies that they have a 3-man antagonist. You know, technically a 4-man antagonist. Doesn't really work. But the investigation stuff, the set pieces were actually pretty good. The mystery developing was really tight, well-paced. I'd probably just say the worst thing about it was that it just didn't particularly stand out. And kind of the same thing with the monster in Mexico. Which honestly was so unremarkable, I can't actually remember anything about it.
This one's weak to psychokinesis. Heist is ineffective on this enemy. Watch out, Sona! Queen swords 2 opponents. She's amazing. I'm not done for you.
I'm probably gonna go get a drink from the my old fridge before I get into the next one, because after the Monster in Mexico, they did Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed. And just like the original, I have some things to say about that one too, beyond
At least that one's considered better than the first one, if I remember correctly, right?
Beyond the thing that I can say now, which is I think that
Better, not necessarily good, but better.
I'm trying to remember the guy who was... Oh, James Gunn, yeah. I think he stepped up on that project, because I think that one was actually just straight up, he was a co-writer on that movie, where I think in the original, I think he was just working on the screenplay. Which would probably be the only, like, legitimately remarkable things about these 2 movies, is that James Gunn was on both of them.
I'll pass for now, is what happens if I examine the cheese with that when I'm not a mouse. That's funny.
Shadow ahead. Take caution.
I'll reveal your true form.
And murder it.
Her skill might do it.
Sona.
Can manage an instant kill here.
Something else. Persona! King Frost! There! Damn it.
Joker, you missed? Persona! Out of our way! Finish it! Sona, one enemy on the floor. Bonafide. Nothing yet, my turn. No holds barred. One enemy defeated. Go get him, Queen. Persona! Shut down. You're rocking it.
Okay, so I had something else to do while I was doing that, so I didn't accidentally hurt myself getting my drink.
Good.
I had something else going on. So yeah, honestly, going into this movie, going into Monsters Unleashed, I didn't really have high hopes, because I figured that the original was very bad, so I figured that when it went around to the sequel, I figured that they just didn't really give a shit. and it was going to be a low effort cash grab was kind of what I was thinking. But yeah, surprisingly, I would say apples to apples, Monsters Unleashed was actually a really good movie. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. Because I think where the original was kind of... I might be completely wrong on this one, or trying to make a point that doesn't exist. Where I think the original might have been a little embarrassed about being a Scooby-Doo movie, I think that the sequel really just revels in it. And they get the references out there, they actually work with, you know, tropes of the... What the hell? They actually, yeah, my fucking thing is buffering again. I guess ultimately you could say that they made a legitimate
My
Scooby-Doo
on the
movie.
Discord that's causing weird shit to happen?
I once... Oh, no, it just came back. But currently it's frozen.
I mean, yeah, because I had it minimized. Anyway, I missed everything after you just said basically Scooby-Doo was a good movie. Or Scooby-Doo 2 was a good movie.
I was gonna say they worked... Essentially, they worked with the franchise. They put in the references from the show, they got the tropes where they needed to be, they got the characters written more in line with how, you know, probably the fans would have seen them as. But ultimately the thing that they fixed with the sequel is that they made it a fun movie to watch. You know, it's lighthearted, it's goofy, it's exactly what the original should have been. And, you know, I appreciate them bringing back, like, the 4 or 5 show monsters. I'm pretty sure they even brought back the 10,000 volt ghost. Because it was essentially just an orange
That's the
blob.
one where all the monsters come alive, right?
Yes, when they...
Yes, 1,000 volt ghost is in that movie then.
There was the black tar monster, Captain Cutler might have been one of them.
Yeah, there's a pirate ghost, if that's Captain Cutler. There's the pterodactyl ghost is one of them. Pterodactyl monster.
Yeah,
that
one I just do not... I don't think it was the... No, wait, it probably was the pterodactyl
I'm
ghost.
just listing all the Black Knights in that movie.
They also brought back the Man Gator was the other one. I'm pretty sure it was the Man Gator. Actually, maybe I am wrong. I was gonna say they also made a reference to Charlie the Haunted Robot. Just in like a throwaway reference, which is... I know that one other movie did that where they referenced... Well, Mystery Incorporated actually referenced that. And I'm not really sure why, because, like, if you ever see, like, it's part of the original show. It's the robot, quote-unquote, ghost from the original Where Are You show. And I'm sure if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you saw a picture of Charlie, you'd know. And it's always a weird one to pick for a reference, because it seems to be a reference just because it's an iconic look. Like, people know what the monster looks like. But in its episode, it's not actually a ghost, it's not actually a haunting, it's a malfunctioning robot. Great, now the fucking thing just kicked me out of the stream. I don't even know why it did that. It just, like, swapped screens for no reason. Okay, so... It's not a ghost. It's not haunting something. It's not even malicious. It's a malfunctioning robot because the guy built an AI in his robot to run his theme park. And... like, he's not even hiding it. He comes out of hiding midway through the episode and explains this to everybody and, you know, wants them to help with the problem. So, it's always a weird thing for them to reference it because it doesn't fit with basically any other monster that they've come up against. Because, you know, it's not deliberate. It doesn't deliberately want to harm people. So I always just thought that was weird when I see it, because I remember that episode. Just because it was so different from everything else.
All right.
Well, it can't be feared, so that's neat, I guess.
They also, in Monsters Unleashed, I remember the one segment where I think Fred decides to joust the Black Knight because they got a licensed song out of it, and it's one of the famous 80s classics. I just can't remember which one it is.
Back in Black.
Possibly.
I don't know, it's a Black Knight, so...
I'm trying to remember...
Ain't it black?
I'm trying to remember the lyric. Something about horses.
Horses? On a steel horse I ride, wanted, dead or alive. Dead or alive?
That might be it. The weird thing is about it, and I don't know, just because it's probably lower budget. But I think they only bothered to schedule the song to play for like 20 seconds. Like, it's an extremely short clip and action scene of that song. They don't even play like the whole like chorus of it. I think they even do like half of it as an instrumental of the song. It's just so silly when you hear it. If anyone ever remembers that scene.
I'll take the floor.
So yeah, the most I could say about it is that Monsters Unleashed was a legitimately good movie. Like, good enough that I would actually recommend people go out and see it again, just because it's really fun. I think it's exactly what a live-action adaptation of Scooby-Doo should have been in the first place.
Seth Green is the
Seth Green is the villain.
Is he the villain? I thought he's a red herring to the villain. I thought he's the museum curator.
Yeah, he's the museum curator. And my brain is saying that he totally was the villain, but I can't remember who the other guy was.
Some guy who was in jail from one of their other previous.
Oh, yeah,
things.
that he was the guy who fell. He was the guy who tried to escape prison but failed, but didn't fail. Well, I think they think he died in his prison escape attempt, but he didn't die, and he just shows up now. So, yeah, that's definitely what happened, because...
Because if I remember correctly, Seth Green is the red herring for most of the movie. Like, they want you to think that, like, oh shit, Velma's in danger because she's fallen in love with the guy who's clearly the bad guy, and then in a twist, he's not actually the bad guy.
I'm trying to remember, because the other red herring is the other guy who was an ex-villain who got out of jail. But I can't remember which classic monster he was supposed to be, because I don't know if he was the Creeper or not.
Behold, the new me.
He might have been the first monster, but no, I don't think he could have been the Black Knight either.
We're done here.
Because I'm pretty sure the Black Knight was the first episode of the show. I mean, that was a very interesting scene where they had a bar in like the middle of nowhere, where the Charlie reference was. He was on the bar sign. It's a bar whose clientele was explicitly the people who were arrested because they were in Scooby-Doo capers.
A bar that's all just Scooby-Doo like Scooby-Doo villains exclusive.
Yes.
Only Scooby-Doo villains can be in this bar.
And that's the sort of thing that makes Monsters Unleashed a good movie, is that they do silly, dumb shit like that in a story that should be stupid and silly. And in comparison to something that would come later, at the very least, they fucking had their costume design on point, where they actually had them designed to look explicitly like the Scooby-Doo characters.
I mean, it's also, a point to mention, if you're talking about just weird, silly things, that the museum in that movie is a museum dedicated to the Mystery Incorporated, Like, the whole museum is about that. That's the purpose of the museum. It's not a special exhibit. It's literally the purpose of the museum.
Well, I wouldn't mention it, except that now it's not even an exclusive thing, kind of, because Mystery Incorporated, the show, also includes that.
Oh, really?
But does it as a tourist attraction. I mean,
I thought Mystery Incorporated took place before there.
Yeah, it's a really weird thing because Mystery Incorporated, as like plot canon events references Where Are You? As like things that happen in, I don't know how you describe it, like in the same chronology. Like it's like they're doing the Where Are You mysteries like last year. It's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around because like I'm looking at it and it's like, well, if you're referencing that, I mean, did they do like the other 20 years worth of mysteries? Or is it just these like 5 that you're explicitly showing?
I don't know. I just thought it was a prequel show, not a sequel show.
Well, if they weren't Mystery Incorporated at the start, I'd probably agree with you, but they pretty much are because they have the mystery machine. They're already solving mysteries. I mean, canonically, they already busted like the Creeper and the Black Knight before this show even started.
Mystery Incorporated is the one that like the newer one that everybody really likes, right? I'm not confusing them.
Well, Mystery, I don't know how to describe it. It's the show that was around like the 2010s, the early 2010s.
Right, it's the one that you're getting annoyed because all the romance shit is happening in it, right?
Well, it's not the romance shit. It's just really bad romance shit.
Like romance drama, the miscommunication romance trope.
Yeah, it's like it's so bad, like to the point where like between Velma and Shaggy, their disagreement is about promises that Velma says Shaggy makes, but Velma is such a bad girlfriend that I don't know if Velma is gaslighting Shaggy and he didn't actually make these promises or not. Like, that's kind of my hang-up on this, is like, I don't know who's actually being toxic, because it could be Shaggy's just being a fucking idiot, or Velma's just being a bad person. But whatever the case, like, they're all just being terrible friends.
It's happy. Have some fun when you talk to that one.
Why are we trying to capture Titania again?
I'm not. I wanted an item, but she wanted to play this game.
Oh, okay.
Ah, I picked the wrong. It should have been the second one then.
I was like, do you even care?
And we are here because of people like you, right? I never thought of that. I understand. Nope.
No sudden movements.
Oh yeah, you get art talk too. That is fair, Titania. That is absolutely fair.
I think expecting your would-be victim to...
I don't.
Don't worry about it.
Damn it, I was wrong.
Oh, I guess she wanted to play the game to recruit rather than give me an item, and I said okay. I thought she just wanted to do the talk game, and then if I won it, she was gonna give me extra item or like bonus items or even better items or some shit.
Nope, you just got the typical recruitment attempt.
All right, that probably leads to a grief seed if I had to take a guess.
I guess the other thing I could talk about is probably one of the things that is a bit questionable, and that's just the CG Scooby-Doo. Because I know in, like, CG in the early 2000s was... I mean, it was a point of contention. Because it could go... I mean, it was kind of the early years of film CG, I would probably still say. And especially on a lower budget like this would have been. I think they do a pretty good job for what, they were working with. I don't think it's particularly, like, awful, but I mean, objectively, I guess you could call it uncanny. I think they utilize it well. I don't think they blend it like all the time in the real world to the point where, you know, they could kind of get away with it. I think they at least use it in a smart way. But yeah, like, if you're looking at it objectively, I'd probably say, yeah, it looks rough, but I mean, what did you fucking expect? I would probably argue that it's better that they did it in CG, because if they tried to do it in, like, as a digital or effect, or in, like, some sort of... If they did it, like, as a real thing, I think it would have completely failed and been completely ridiculous. I think they kind of had to do it in CG. And at the very least, doing it in CG allows you to get Frank Welker to do the voice, and obviously he's been doing Scooby for, like, 20 years, so he's perfect at it. Well, yeah, unexpectedly.
I'm just gonna go with what you already pointed out, which is Uncanny Valley.
Yeah. Oh, now you have to fight the police. So yeah.
Just stronger enemies.
If you've never made the time, I would definitely recommend putting aside an hour and a half for Monsters Unleashed. It is an unexpectedly brilliant film. Do they at least have, like, lower stats? Because, I mean, you're fighting two of them.
Yeah, I mean, these aren't the...
Well, I guess just spank them until they go away, then, because you already know how to kill them. Rhetorician?
I mean, these might have different... I'm pretty sure it should still be electric, but... maybe it's something else. Either way, I paralyzed it, so...
So the next movie on my list, and you might remember this one, was Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster.
I do remember Scooby-Doo and the Loch Ness Monster.
Rewatching it, because, I mean, I've watched it a couple of times in the way past. This one is really, really good. A very solid Scooby-Doo mystery progression. They have the correct number of suspects. They all give them time to shine. Leads and such. The set pieces are really good. The monster has a great design. It's big and terrifying. They even have a little bit of time with the guys getting sidetracked by hired goons from the ex-professor against the other ex-professor. The old man has hired goons no, it's not the hired goons. The hired goons betray the professor and do their own thing because I think they want the monster for money. I know it's about money, I just can't remember why specifically.
Show me your true form.
I mean, if anything, they remember throughout a lot of these movies to have the brilliant soundtracks, because again, the people who are making the music of the What's New period movies was really, really good. Like, definitely a lot of the memorable tracks that I'm sure people would want to listen to come from these movies. I don't know if that's going to keep on until the future. I mean, the last movie I saw had a really good one, but the problem is I can never remember the actual title for any of these tunes either. They're diegetic. They at least play with the...
Okay.
I mean, the Loch Ness Monster obviously takes place in Scotland, so they play with songs that sound like river dances and of that genre. So, you know, they're definitely trying. I mean, the person who's doing that, the composer's really good at his job. I can't really say much more beyond that. It's just a really solid movie, and definitely another one worth rewatching if need be. Which is probably not much I can say about Aloha Scooby-Doo, because the problem with that one was that it did not red herring well. The progression wasn't good, and the plot turns were just too obvious.
Go down.
Yeah, it's just,
Well, on to the next.
I would say the problem with a bunch of these movies is that they don't have, like, standout moments, it's just more like the movie as a whole. You kind of have to take it as is.
All right.
Huh? Is there a safe room around here?
I mean, I could say that about Aloha, but it's like, what else can you say? Like,
Did you get to the John Cena movie yet?
I'll just add this.
Nope.
Okay.
That's, surprisingly, that's very far down the list. They did not, they had a lot of time before they actually gave up.
I don't think putting John Cena in a Scooby-Doo movie necessarily means they're giving up. It's just like any other celebrity cameo in any of the other Scooby-Doo anything, so, like...
Well, I mean, I could say that about the new movies, because, like, that was the gimmick of the new movies, was that they were always gonna have guest stars. So, like, it's not... You are right, that wasn't them giving up, that was just the gimmick of the series.
Right.
But, like, am I actually gonna say about that? I'm not gonna actually judge it, because I haven't seen it yet.
Fair enough.
Like, it might be complete garbage, or it might be like Monsters Unleashed, where it beats my expectations. I don't know.
I just want to know what it's about, because I don't even know what it's about. I just know John Cena's in one of them as the guest star.
I would imagine that the movie's probably just gonna be, you know...
Wrestling monster.
There's gonna be a haunting at the wrestling event, and they're gonna solve it. So yeah... Aloha wasn't all that good. I mean, it was good enough. It's just not really worth talking about, because you can see who did it, like, from 30 minutes before the ending. Like, it's just not a satisfying mystery. It's kind of rubbish. And even then, like, I don't even think the set pieces were all that good, like the Loch Ness Monster was. Like, Loch Ness Monster has punch, it has a little bit of stakes, it's really well animated. The characters are really good, they're solid but cartoony, so they're not just, like, flanderized, like, bullshit characters. Then there was a couple more special things that they did, which I don't really particularly want to talk about.
Right there.
The only thing about the Kennel Club roast Scooby-Doo was, I mean, the thing is called They Roast Scooby-Doo, and the people who made it don't understand what a roast is, because, like, they don't even insult Scooby-Doo, like, even playfully. It's more just like, it's kind of like Scooby-Doo does Hollywood, where Hanna-Barbera or whoever is in control of them now, that WB owns them, is basically just sucking the franchise's dick and just saying, Scooby-Doo is fucking awesome and we all appreciate him, and I'm just saying here, like, do you guys even understand what the word roast means? Because you clearly fucking don't. But that short was about, like, 7 minutes long. Like, it's definitely under 10 minutes, so if you, again, just like Night of the Living Do, if you want to see something go really wrong in an interesting way, I would definitely say it's worth, 10 minutes of your time. If you want to have a laugh at the franchise. The Kennel Club roast Scooby-Doo. It's a bunch of, like, Hanna-Barbera dog characters doing the lines. The dog from the fucking Jetsons is, like, one of the first ones. Sorry, I was thinking just, like, paying a little bit of attention to the game, because, like, I have not been paying attention to, like, anything in, like, the last couple hours.
We are fighting...
You are fighting Satan. You're fighting
They're
two
probably
Satans.
weak to light if I had to take a guess, so...
How undignified. This is my other self.
Yeah, they have like they have a lot of different
I was
manas.
like, On is not being treated well in this fight.
See, well, the enemy has like every spell. Like, there goes him, and then
And they know who to use it against.
yeah.
God, I
Whatever,
do all
fight's
this.
fun now.
I do all this fucking talking, and this is what happens. Oh yeah, that was also a letter battle.
Nope. I mean, presumably that was the cleaner, but he got away. So that's a guy we'll eventually have to get a letter from. But he came to confront us because we've been doing shit. Like, we're causing trouble. So it's the cleaner, like, which is one of the people we do need to find. But
how do you track down
we
a janitor
weren't there
and a ship this
to-
huge? We'll never find him. Okay, I'm gonna stop beating around the bush. Next is another brilliant, well, brilliant for some other reasons. Where's My Mummy? This is the one where it's obviously in Egypt. It's an archaeological dig that Velma's working on, and the rest of Mystery Incorporated goes for a lovely visit before things get all fucked up. This one was interesting because I wouldn't describe it as like a Scooby-Doo mystery. It's more of an adventure movie, where there technically is a mystery going on, but the mystery is so fucking obvious that I really wouldn't say it's even a part of the movie. Because again, this one, like, just from the word go, like, when you see the first villain show up, you can probably figure it out. Just because there's barely any suspects.
Let's go.
But as an adventure movie, it's really good. Just like Loch Ness Monster, they do a lot of good set pieces. They do work with the intricacies of the pyramid. The characters are brilliant. I don't know if you remember the nomadic guy, who saves them when they break down the mystery machine from the desert. And ends up doing a couple of things in the ending of the movie, and then the prince who's running the archaeological dig is really good. Has a lot of strong morals. Sticks to his guns about the values of, you know, the archaeological dig, because the whole conflict of the movie is that an ex-professor and basically a bounty hunter comes into the pyramid to steal things, and
What? This is the door I came in through. My bad. Got turned around in that room.
and
Give me 1
Mystery
second, though.
Incorporated has to stop them because they're blowing up this monument and fucking everything up for greed.
I can feel it. Show me your true form.
The only part of the movie I really had a problem with was the part where Shaggy and Scooby just get completely diverted and they go to this ancient city behind the pyramid where they have to deal with a subplot with an evil vizier of the city, because
Someone finish it.
basically Shaggy and Scooby inadvertently end up looking like the prophecy of the city, so they immediately, when they show up, they become the emperors of this city. And the premise of the city is completely ridiculous because the people who live in this city are people from around the world who have decided to move to this city because they want to live their lives like the ancient Egyptians.
Oh, so a cult.
Which is like, okay, whatever.
A cult.
I would say the biggest problem of this whole thing is that they go there, they do the thing, they fuck over the vizier, and then, other than something that happens, like, barely happens in the ending, like, nothing that happens there matters. It's just this big 20-minute scene that does basically nothing for the movie.
I lend it.
Which again is a shame because, like, the music's great, the animation's fantastic. The
I do
acting's
love
really
the fact
good.
that sexy girl technique procs on mostly female enemies.
Well, it's either a huge coincidence or the game's trying to say something. Which, I mean, considering the designs of their monsters, I don't know what the fuck this game would want to say about anything. Like, you're kind of playing all the bases. Like, what the fuck?
Go down.
You and your designs.
Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
How can you say that about a monster that doesn't have feet?
On to the next.
We'll crush them. Raring to go, eh, Fox?
So yeah, if you want to make it a part of your marathon, Where's My Mummy is really, really good. Brilliant adventure movie, very fun. Which follows into Pirates Ahoy. Pirates Ahoy is the Ghost Pirates movie, obviously.
Let's go.
And again, very well paced, brilliant action scenes.
Joker. Looking cool.
Even the comedy holds up from what I remember. Again, this one, mystery-wise, I'd probably say this is more of an adventure movie. They do have a mystery going on a little bit more than Where's My Mummy, but not much, because again, the suspects aren't great. They're not really good at hiding this one or red herring the mystery, making it actually mysterious. Like, rewatching it, I figured it out basically immediately once the,
I'll reveal your true form.
I really hate the fucking name of the villain. His fucking name is Skunkbeard.
It might not have a weakness.
And, like, even reusing the design, I would call him, like, I was thinking of calling him, like, the Red Jacket or Red Coat, which I was like, I know that every pirate villain is named something Beard, but, like, you really want to fucking go with Skunkbeard? Other than the movie just being really, really good about ghost pirates going to the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, which is just, it's just a really good premise. I personally have a very soft spot in my heart for sea shanties, and they have a couple of good sea shanty songs in the movie. I mean, you could just call them shanties. I love the soundtrack. It's fantastic. It's just as good as that one Voodoo Band song I said about earlier. It's exactly my jam. I fucking love it. It's that perfect mix of just being very silly and very, very bombastic in its action scenes. Like the classic running scenes that every one of these like stories has to have is really well utilized. It's probably one of the best Scooby-Doo movies, even though the mystery is rubbish. I kind of just want to go watch it again right now. Which I can't believe I'm thinking about. It's a really fun use of an hour. Which, my delight goes immediately downhill because after that movie came out was Shaggy and Scooby Get a Clue.
Prepare yourself.
Which was the first of the, I would say the first of like the really bad Scooby TV shows. Honestly, it's so bad I don't even know if people remember that this existed back in 2006. But I talked a little bit about before because the only thing that's good in this TV show is the fact that the villain, Phineas, is played by Jeff Bennett, who was I was pretty sure is the narrator of Dave the Barbarian. And he is doing a fucking amazing job. Like, he has the perfect voice for a silly villain. He's like this kind of effeminate German guy who is very easily angered all the time and constantly hires these incompetent henchmen to fail at everything. I have a special hatred for the two important henchmen because what they're basically doing, I don't know if you remember them because I can't remember their numbers, but what they are is they're essentially ripping off the two agents of the villain from the Venture Brothers.
Gotcha.
They're basically doing those characters, but really shitty. Like, the reason why that worked, I believe, in the Venture Brothers is that the people who made the Venture Brothers and were working on that show understood how to
watch that show sometime.
They understood how to write nerds in a way to actually be charming. Like, they knew how to write, how to display, you know, what they're passionate about in a way that actually you want to listen to. Whereas what they're doing in Get a Clue is they're trying to do the same thing, but they're making their characters look incompetent and pathetic all the time. Like, they're garbage characters who are terrible and bad at everything. Whereas, like, the Venture Brothers guys got away with, like, in the show, in a meta sense, they were pointing out that it made no sense that they were terrible at what they were doing, but they were managing to survive everything that they were working on throughout the whole show, up to that point. And it worked because, you know, they're nerds, so they talk about shit like that in, like, fiction that they know about in the universe, so it would make sense that those characters would understand what the trope is that they're currently living through. Like, you have to have some sort of understanding and build it as a character trait. You can't just have a character running around saying nerd shit and expect it to work. Like, you have to build it into some sort of character. You have to build it into their personality and write it around that. You can't just have them say stupid nonsense and, you know, expect people to like it. Because when it goes wrong and you don't know what you're doing, this is the shit that you get. But beyond that, like, what I thought Get a Clue was gonna be was one of those shows that's just a complete disaster piece, like just a travesty to humanity. And it's not really that. It's just one of those shows that is very tiresome to sit through any length of time. Like, it's not a sin to humanity. It's just an awful show. Like, it's not offensive other than the fact that I just forced myself to watch it all. I didn't get anything out of it. The thing that's really a goddamn slap in the face is a part of the premise of the show is that Shaggy gets an inheritance from his uncle, and what makes him ultra wealthy throughout the whole show. And the reason why that happens is that his uncle mysteriously disappears. He's not dead, he just disappeared. And basically he's hiding amongst the henchmen of the main villain. And the reason why it doesn't work is because they don't explain why he's there. He's trying to sabotage his plans by leaking the information to Shaggy and Scooby to have them handle it, but the question never gets answered of he's technically working for the villain. So my question constantly is, well, why isn't he just sabotaging the plans himself? Like, why is he there? What is he doing? What is his plan? And that's the shit that never gets answered. And it just bakes into the fact that the reason why this show is so bad is because all the characters are terrible and bad at everything. Everyone's incompetent, everyone's a moron, and, like, it's not funny, it's not charming, so there's no comedy to it, and it's just really tiresome and frustrating as a TV show, because it's not funny at all.
I should write something.
And the end of the series is just even beyond these terrible standards, in of itself is just a bad episode among bad episodes, because it's the episode where their Uncle Albert, finally they decide to go in and rescue him from the villain. And beyond the fact that it doesn't make any sense because he's been working with the villain for all this time, and he apparently has been working there even longer, because I think in that episode he says he's been working for the villain for 2 years. It makes absolutely no sense that, you know, he has all this experience, but he has no escape plan for getting out of here, and he needs Shaggy and Scooby to figure it out for him. And it's one of those infuriating things because there's no special reason why, you know, they need to do it at that particular time. The only reason they're doing it is because the show's over. There's no in-universe reason why he needs to escape. There's no special reason why, you know, there's a particular opportunity to do it now. Like, the best reason I think that they could give is that the main villain, Phineas, is finally catching on that there's a mole in his organization that he needs to deal with. Which doesn't make any sense because he could have done that, like, in Season 1. Like, it was so fucking obvious that that was a thing. Especially that fucking... His cover was that he was using a false identity, which was his own name spelled backwards. Which is just... Like, the show is so stupid that it makes me think I'm a fucking idiot.
Alright.
Like, it's a show that talks down to its audience. It's that fucking bad. And I don't know if that makes sense. Like, to anybody. Like, the concept of that where the show is treating its audience like an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I know of that.
So yeah, I'm gonna run away from that, which is gonna be... Oh wait, no, I do remember this one. The movie that came out in between Get a Clue was called Chill Out Scooby-Doo. And, this one was kind of bad. But it did have a couple of interesting things about it. And I would say that's mostly just because of how they explain how Shaggy and Scooby got to the mystery, because the mystery takes place in the Himalayan mountains, you know, from this tiny monastery. I think about half of the movie takes place just in the mountains. They don't stay in the village very long. And the reason why Shaggy and Scooby got there was that they were planning to take a vacation in Paris, and they fucked up because the plane that they got tickets for to go to Paris was it was a service called something like the all-you-can-eat flight service or something. And the gimmick and the reason why they picked it was because that they had an all-you-can-eat buffet on the plane. So obviously Shaggy and Scooby chartered that plane. And they ended up getting tricked by this flamboyant French hunter guy who wants to use them as live bait so that he can catch the famous Yeti of the Himalayan mountains. Which, all of that put together is, like, it's a way stretch too far. Like, I know it's a cartoon, but I can't fucking take this seriously. It's too stupid. Like, it's very clearly that you couldn't come up with an idea, so you just force them to be there any way that you could think of. And I mean, it's creative, it's just incredibly stupid that they got into this situation.
Regarding his exploiting management, Mr. Shido asked me to defend him.
I probably should pay attention since this is one of the guys that we need to talk to.
But there were limits to what I could do. The damage almost reached up to Mr. Shido himself. President Okumura had to be cut off.
Cut off?
It seems he didn't just cast him off his ship, but also used him to trap the Phantom Thieves. Bravo, Mr. Shido. Truly a nasty maneuver.
Won't you please give me a letter recommendation? Once our company...
No, I hate your father. Get out of my face.
If you weren't paying attention, then
No, I
he says he owes her father.
Your employees probably resent you.
My employees don't even know me.
Not important.
I'm the daughter.
After all, I can repay
And because I'm in your debt, I am going to spit on your face and stomp on your
Thank
shoes.
you. Very much.
But
Why is she exhausted after doing
Your
that?
father truly was a fool.
Is it
What?
because that she? Is it because he's
Wait,
talking
where did
about
it
her
say she
dad?
was exhausted?
If only he'd done what he was
Well, because she was sighing in that last sentence. Like,
Yeah,
thank
because this is a
you.
frustrating thing. That doesn't mean she's exhausted.
Our ratings shot up because of that.
Oh, it's the TV dude because it's in
Yeah.
it's in his name.
Huh?
He's the president of
My
TV.
father's death like that.
And now that we got it, we blow up at them, and then we have to fight them.
Haru, I don't even know you. Why would I be respectful to you?
Rebuild the family company. You're so cute, you might just get good ratings.
Would Haru still be this cute if she didn't have the hat?
Not forgive you for that. You had better apologize to my father.
But he's dead. Why do I have to do that?
Time to save her.
You want me to say it to his tombstone?
Are you thieves?
No, we're cosplayers. We're not the thieves. Haven't we fought this persona before, but he didn't have the beard?
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
He looks familiar.
This is my other self. Whoever, strike!
Well, something's weak to ice.
And maybe it's the birds.
One enemy hit the ground.
Not the birds.
Damn you, birds! My guns won't gun you properly.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Persona! You're mine.
Nice one, Joker. You hit its weakness.
Oh no, he's gone berserker, but he's stunned.
I mean, it's not his turn yet.
The ultimate combination.
This is a part of me.
I mean, how much damage can a bird do anyway? We never found out because they were never alive enough to attack us. Ha! Gotcha.
Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Go ahead.
Not to understand. Come.
I am thou. Prepare yourself.
Oh. Nah, whatever, it works. Meant to do it on the other guy.
Damage is damage, it doesn't matter where it is. Well, that was kind of a bullshit move. It hit everyone 6 times.
It was not 6 times.
Oh, what's the difference between 5 and 6 times?
It wasn't 5 times either.
It totally was
It
at
was
least 5
3.
times.
It was 3.
Well, why don't you stab him to death on his mohawk? Narcissist, you're not doing anything on the team. Why are you even here?
I appreciate it.
Much obliged.
Let's go. Goemon!
You got him, Fox. One enemy hit the ground.
He can't handle having ice dropped on his head.
On to the next.
Use the thing that costs 104 HP. And it didn't even kill everyone. What a fucking idiot.
Counter killed the guy.
He punched himself
Was
to
that
death
the
with his own
finals?
face.
He's super hyped for it to not be the finals, but I'm
Well,
not
he can still
listening.
be
And I
hyped
thought,
about his 3rd round.
no, that was the losers semifinal, so he's going on.
Yeah.
Now I'm excited because he's playing a character that you don't see in Third Strike.
Okay, we have
Like
a letter of
at least
introduction.
I haven't seen a Third
Why-
Strike thing.
Why are they doing a tournament of 3rd Strike? Why do people
Because
care?
one game, well, first of all, Third Strike is like one of the most beloved fighting games of all time. but 2, every year at EVO, one of the games is a throwback game, and this year's it's Third Strike.
We will not take your life as long as you share the knowledge that you've kept from the public.
Remember that.
Evo's never gonna be old school enough to get Street Fighter up there. No one wants to play that game.
I mean, not Street. No one wants to play Street Fighter 1. Street Fighter. Have you played Street Fighter 1? It's.
I've seen it. It looked really awful.
I mean, when you come over tomorrow, we can play Street Fighter 1. I have it.
Can we even do that? Is it even
Yeah.
a one-on-one fighter?
Yep, you can 1v1 in Street Fighter 1.
We won't be able to make it through one round. We'll just hate it so much.
I mean, it'll just be over really fast because special moves just do a fuck ton of damage, but are a lot harder to do. And so I'll be able to do them and you won't, and then it'll just be over.
Can you do a 15 input combination?
No, it's more like the frames to do it is tighter. That's all it is. It's the same motions as the newer games. It's tighter to do it.
We have to take down Shido himself.
So knowing how much you have played these games, you don't have the experience to even do it probably consistently in normal ones. So.
Why are we flashing back to this?
Well, because after every single letter, we've jumped to a conversation between that particular person in the real world and like Shido or something related to Shido. So this is the TV producer now.
But the other two were just Shido on the phone.
Yeah, the other were Shido on the phone with the individual people that we were.
Not to this extent, but it is important to note that he was the mastermind behind the recent.
Is Akechi just doing a victory parade of morning talk shows?
Yep.
Such things happen often to insurgent leaders.
According
It's
to
an
the
insurgency
police,
of
the whereabouts
6
of the
people.
Other members are still currently unknown. Considering they no longer require testimony from the leader, the investigation will be.
Do you think, like, in this world, like, copycats of Joker would start doing things?
The Phantom
Maybe.
Thieves may have laid low since then, but they must not be.
But they're dead, Akechi. What else do you want?
For the victims of their evil deeds and for their families.
Clearly, all the rest of the members killed themselves and it wasn't reported to the news.
No matter what.
They're all dead.
I do applaud that guy, the way that guy plays, though. He has his arcade stick on a chair. No, he has it. So the chair
What?
he's given to sit on, he turned it around and is resting his arcade stick in it, so that his
Okay.
arcade stick is flat, and then he's kneeling on the ground while playing. Which is like, damn, that's gotta be difficult to do, especially when they're playing on a CRT TV, it looks like. Or something.
That must be a bitch to broadcast.
They're playing on something that's rather small to see, in my opinion, compared to like modern TVs.
Well,
Boy,
yeah,
he
we only-
popped off when he won, though. Damn.
But I do.
Well, he
He's
was
having a
kneeling,
time
of
of his
course
life.
he would jump up.
I might
No,
not
like he
be
jumped in the audience and started high-fiving people that I assume are his friends. He's having a good time.
These people know that I was an undesirable child.
Akechi, we're getting his backstory now. That his family hated him.
We already know his back some of this.
Well, I don't know it. I forgot everything.
And made my name as an ace detective. And thanks to the nav.
So Akechi just fell in with a bad not crowd because he did what we do, but did it wrong.
Who got in my way.
Or he just got taken in by Shido because he was a good target.
All that remains.
To
He approached
manipulate.
Shido, if you remember, right? Because that got revealed to us literally the last time we played this game.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, don't you
He's
think
the one
Shido
that
would be smarter
approached
than
Shido.
him?
I would have collapsed from the shock.
I mean, he's running for political office and trying to manipulate all this other shit.
Just a little, though. Perhaps my mind was worked up due to the major task I had undertaken.
So what does the 50 mean on the board?
If you don't turn off your phone, the Phantom Thieves might change your heart.
Okay.
A phone?
Oh my god, phones exist.
Akechi-kun's face is stiffened up.
And he's putting things together.
Sorry about that. I'm not bothered.
Because remember that
Just make sure to turn it off.
Sai
when it
did
moves.
show him the phone, and he had, he didn't necessarily know
Yeah.
why she was doing that at that time, but now he's starting to piece together that we're alive.
He's piecing. He's thinking of something.
I can feel it.
So Akechi is our character, but he's a villain.
Yeah, basically.
Our
reveal your true form.
Are we gonna turn him to the side of justice?
I'll have to wait and see.
Are we gonna Green Ranger his ass?
Do it. I've got it.
Final dungeon will be his palace, and he will have the ultimate devil palace.
Goemon, strike! All according to
So since we're off, we're getting close to where I ended. I don't know how I'm gonna feel. I might want to stop since, I don't know if you can tell, but my voice is not used to talking this much.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to talk the entire time.
I feel like I've been doing a lot of talking.
You have, because I've just been silently listening to you talk about Scooby-Doo for like the last 2 hours while I slowly make my way through this dungeon. And I'm only like half paying attention to the Scooby-Doo stuff because I'm doing the dungeon.
I don't know, I thought you'd chime in here and there. which
I
you kinda
did
have.
when I could, but eventually it got to a point where there was just so much that I couldn't keep up with. Like, I was like, okay, we moved from one movie onto another, but like, I'm not sure exactly what the difference is, other than maybe there's a different monster, but then you're like talking about it as if I've seen it. Like some of the lines you said were like, because this guy is like this, and I'm like, or like, you might remember this, and I'm like, no, I haven't seen like any of these movies. Like, best I can say is that I remember the name of them.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised how many I ended up remembering, and I guess I'm just like, I guess I just saw
Like,
the...
I recognized the name of the Loch Ness Monster one, and all the rest of the ones you talked about. I didn't know they made one about the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, I thought you would have remembered Pirates Ahoy, because it was really good.
No, because I haven't seen, like, any of these movies. Like, I probably have never seen Pirates Ahoy.
form.
Wait, where are the other grief seeds? I feel like I should have found the second one by now, and I have not.
Well, it might be a huge dungeon. You don't know if the 5 key cards are going to be the end of this shit. There might be a whole other thing you have to do. But yeah, I've been kind of glossing over a bunch of these just because I don't really have that much to say about them. Like, you know, they're either solid movies, they're either not. Like, I could talk about like some important things I remember, but other than that, it's just, you know, it's just kind of the franchise doing its
No,
thing.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with what you're doing. I'm just saying, like, I lost pace at some point, so I've just kind of been mostly silently listening along, so I understand why your voice is hoarse.
It's either
And then-
this or doing Dracula voice.
Piece of cake.
Which I'm sure I'll get another opportunity at some point to do Dracula voice.
I might as well just label that on the map.
Which is unfortunate that Dracula died in that game. In Ace Attorney 1, probably.
He didn't die, he went to jail.
Which means he's effectively dead. Who's this guy? It's,
New enemy.
it's that it's that Buddhist god lady, but, man. Shiva. Is it Shiva?
I mean, it's not Shiva, but it's some other multi-armed deity like
it's
Shiva.
It's also Shiva with, 5 faces? Because the face on his face is not multi-faced. At least I don't think it is.
I should have checked what level they were.
He
They're
either
probably
has-
too high level to recruit.
He either has 5 faces or he has
Oh, it's
giant
the first time
ears.
Futaba showed up for this today.
Well,
She's had ample opportunity to, and she hasn't done it yet, so this is the first time. Unlike last time where she was doing it all the time.
She's not going to get the credit this time, for sure.
By your face.
So yeah, Chill Out Scooby-Doo was, not great. I think mostly because the plot turned, like, not great. Again, not great. Not great action scenes. But I think the one thing that made it uniquely not good was that it, just like with the intro I described, other things are going on in the movie that are a bit too much of a stretch for me to really appreciate. Because, like, the reason why the villain, whoever the villain is, does it is insane. Well, I don't have to spoil who it is, but, the villain does the monster plot because they want the person who decided to become the local radio DJ. She was a super fan who wanted him to stay, and he was planning to leave in like a month. And because of that, she wanted to commit many, many crimes and assault people and, you know, be the well, it's not the Abominable Snowman, it's a Yeti. And then at some point in the movie, the French trapper, like, dies, but then he ends up being saved by a possibly real Yeti at the end of the movie from dying of exposure. It's just, it wasn't a high point of their film career, definitely. Which is kind of surprising because the movie that came out after that was The Goblin King, which, if it wasn't released directly to TV, I kind of have a loss of hope of humanity, because Goblin King was actually bad. It wasn't just kind of not good, it was legitimately a bad one. Because that's the one about, well, I mean, it's about the Goblin King, but it's about, it's a, what would you call it? It's like a Halloween it's like a county fair that's happening during Halloween. So would you just call that like a Halloween festival?
What? What did you say it was?
Well, the film starts with Mystery Inc. basically going to a county fair during Halloween. And
Oh yeah, it'd be like a Halloween fair.
I'm like, would you just call that a Halloween festival? I don't really know if that's a thing.
Oh, there's Oberon.
I was like, is that a... I thought he had a giant gun when I first saw him. But no, that's just a fairy guy with a sword. Just some dude.
It's Oberon, King of the Fairies. What?
I don't think the king really needs to be, you know, the swordsman of the day. Also, he didn't sword anybody. He just, you know, infernoed us all. Does this say Unfaithful Dream King?
Yeah, that's what they're labeling him as.
Unfaithful.
Oh, he's
Dream
level
King.
66. I can't recruit him. Damn it, I should have been attacking him this whole time.
Well, at least you're making up for lost time now.
Potentially. Well, that's gonna help me a lot, because now he misses his turn.
I
And I can do
mean,
this.
a thing going in Goblin King's favor was that at the very least it had Tim Curry in it. As I'm pretty sure he was the Goblin King. You know, Tim Curry can improve. Even if he's in shit, he can improve it by some degree.
No one won a PS5 at EVO.
What do you mean no one won? They had a
No, I
contest.
said someone
needed to
won
win.
a PS5, I said. It
Oh, I
must
thought
have
you
been a
said nobody
drawing.
did.
No, because they're not at the finals yet, but they handed some. They have Justin Wong, who's a very famous fighting game player on stage, and they gave someone a PlayStation 5. I don't know what's happening because they're all talking, and I don't have the volume on. But
Well, this is what you get for watching 8 streams at the same time.
okay, but right now all the streams are currently over except that one.
All
They're
of
all
them
over
just
for the
gave
day.
up. All their fighting games died on them.
No, they're just over for the day.
This is how I relate to things that I don't understand. Is I try to make stupid jokes about them.
Might as well.
So yeah, the Goblin King has Tim Curry, so at the least it isn't complete garbage. But it's one of those films that, rather than having the characters actually do things, it's more just the characters just are... The characters get involved in random bullshit and, you know, just bumblefuck their way to victory. I mean, Mystery Inc. isn't even in the fucking movie. It's pretty much all Shaggy and Scooby, which doesn't help.
There had to be a event that I missed. Oh, there it is.
I was like, you saw it when you first came here.
I know, that's why I was really confused. It's like, I swear I saw a vent, and now I didn't see it, but yeah,
I
now
was
we're
like,
good.
you totally saw that. I saw you see
Squeak,
it.
squeak, 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 squeak.
How did that guy not see you?
I don't know, but I'm glad he didn't.
Because he's high-level bullshit.
Oh, because I basically instantly die if I get into a combat as a mouse.
Wait, do they actually do the whole bring up the system and you fight him?
Yo, and I get murked.
Oh,
Where am I
what? All
supposed
your
to go?
what? All your personae turn into mice? It doesn't matter. You should be, you know, a mouse with a persona.
Because that's the one where I came from. Oh, I know what I can do. I can do this now. I was like, what am I supposed to do? There isn't another place to go as a mice. No, there isn't. But there's a hallway I can go down that unlocks a door that I couldn't unlock before. And then I go run over here. I turn the mice thing off. Then I can go back in there as a person.
The only other thing I can say about the Goblin King is just the premise where the terrible magician who's having a show at the Halloween festival, he gets insulted by his audience because his magic tricks are terrible, and manages to bumble his way into catching a real fairy in a cage, and because he coincidentally has magic tomes that tell him about what these things are, the supernatural world, he is able to extract her power to do actual magic, and after that he decides that he wants to target the Goblin King's staff, which is also in his magic book, and eventually, because of random nonsense, he manages to get it. Shaggy and Scooby randomly use magic nonsense to fucking stop him, and then the movie ends, and I'm just depressed. Like, the movie was
I can
so...
unlock this door because I'm probably gonna have to turn mice shit back on.
Like I said, that movie was so bad that I really hope it was direct-to-TV, because, like, it was so bad that I don't even think it was good enough for direct-to-DVD. Which I suppose is saying something concerning the possibility of the future. Because the next thing on my list is probably the start of the movies I've never seen before, because I don't remember Camp Scare. I'm starting to wonder if the people behind the movies decided, rather than consistently making new stuff, they decided to go make sequels to the older movies. So I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. And even though I do want to talk about Mystery Begins, I'll probably save that for some other time because my voice is kind of fucked right now.
Sounds good. I'll catch you up on what we've been doing in the dungeon. Futava's currently killing King Frost, but we got all the letters we need except for the last one, and now we're dicking around. There's been a fuck ton of encounters, like a metric ton.
I thought that you were up to 3. I didn't think you got that second to last one you were working on.
No, I have all of them, but the last one.
I think I lost track in between the guy at the pool and the TV man.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, did we get one between that, or was the pool man might have been our third one anyway, but...
I'm trying to remember the ones that we did, because there was the guy at the restaurant.
Yes.
And then who the hell came after that?
So I think that lets us progress, because I think what I do is I mice into that room that's locked down south. But before that, I want to go back, and no, I can't. Fuck.
My only guess was he just standing at a balcony, which isn't a helpful clue, because I'm sure half of these idiots are on balconies. There was a big conversation, well, not big, there was a conversation we had about the mystery stairs. Oh, did you ever find that cleaner guy?
I mean, we bumped into him the first time, in that one area, and then I haven't bumped into him again since. But we'll get him eventually.
Oh, I should probably ask, is this guy like an actual cleaner, or is he a quote-unquote cleaner?
He's a quote-unquote cleaner.
Okay, so he's mobster man.
Yes.
That's why like no one knows his identity and why he's the hardest one to find. However, he found us at one point because he was sent to like kind of take care of us, but like he couldn't be bothered basically, so
he couldn't be bothered to do his
so
job that he's famous for doing.
Why did I go this way? I could have just went straight.
I didn't think this dungeon was going to be so confusing.
I mean, it's just a very large and elaborate dungeon. So like, the reason why this is so windy is because the first time I went through here, I did it as mice.
Yeah, I saw that, at least. I mean, this place looks like a stealth section, so it's kind of hard to not notice.
Fucking this enemy again.
Well, you kind of had you did a decent job with the last time you fought it. I mean, I know I wasn't paying attention, but it didn't look like you were having that much of a problem with it. It has a lot of health, but like, you know, is it really all that bad?
I mean, basically I have to luck into getting certain status conditions on it, then I can win. But if I don't get the status condition, then it becomes a pain in my ass.
Because it seems like a lot of these enemies are able to do like these AoE magic spells in the Inferno wave. Or
I
the
mean,
Shadow wave.
that's a physical move, the move you're referencing. It has the word Inferno in it, but it's a physical move. Oh yeah, we haven't seen this one in fucking forever.
Well, you haven't used Yusuke very often.
I mean, yeah, but I use on all the time. And I only need to be using one of the two.
Thank you, Gem, for just allowing us to do whatever we want. Well, he knocked off half its health. Just like those evil people.
Okay, cool. There we go. We got it. We got the shock on it. However, Yusuke is just gonna murk it now. Because that happened. I rolled that.
So it's kind of one of those annoying all or nothing enemies. You either get it or you die.
I mean, no, it's just a big ass grind if I don't.
No match for me.
We're still finding treasure, and there's still red areas.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Still
more
have a
dungeon
bunch
to
of the
do,
dungeon
so
to do.
clearly it's over there. It has to be somewhere.
Yeah, there's a grief seed over there. I can hear it. So.
I do appreciate that even though it has, you know, the big mechanism on it, you do check it every time.
I mean, I just want it labeled on the map. Is why I do that.
I have my priorities, and I'm gonna see them through. Goemon, the person named after a video game. Should we discuss the fact that your King Frost is like 20 feet tall? I don't know what else we would discuss about the fact that it's kind of weird. That King Frost is like the size of that. Well, not really, but like he's half the size of that ridiculous imp boss from the first dungeon.
I feel like I need more.
Yes, King Frost is a big enemy.
Hey, it's you again.
Was he weak too? Did we ever find out, or did I just whittle him down really fast?
You did
Just
kill the
whittled
shit
them
out
around.
of him. What the fuck do you mean, Wisdom King? Is he the king of wisdom, or is he just really smart?
Excellent question that we do not know the answer to.
Damn you, Persona, and your 300 designs that make no sense.
I mean, they're all based on legends and stuff from real world places, so they make more sense than in most things. Oh yeah, that's probably how we beat him last time. We inflicted him with shock and then just murdered him because he has shock and shock's a death sentence. Because unlike several of the other status conditions,
Yeah.
if you're shocked, when I hit you, it doesn't go away. But like frozen goes away when I hit you. Dizzy goes away when I hit you. Confused goes away when I hit you. So like, shock is just a death sentence.
That sounds like some bullshit that like confused at least goes away. How did you block
Oh.
anything when you couldn't move?
It's because he's immune to that.
Oh, naturally. And now, okay, you wasted your turn. You could have at least killed Yusuke. You know, you could have accomplished something. You could have been a player.
Please be the heal, so I don't have to spend mana. Yay! I get some HP back on everybody.
Well, yeah, but you're going to spend it anyway. Just have Ryuji punch him in the balls. Why'd you have... You didn't need to spend the fucking health on Megaton Raid.
Just like I thought.
Eh. He resists physical, so I want to make sure. I didn't
Why'd
think a
you
sword
hit him with
swing
it
was...
at all, then?
Well, because he was so low that I know it was going to kill him and I didn't want to spend the mana. Because if you look at my character, I have 0 mana.
Oh, you do have no mana.
So, yeah.
So that makes
Anyway,
everything make sense.
So the way this works is that it has all those really strong enemies there. So if you try to go there right away with the mouse before clearing the enemies, you suddenly have these really dangerous enemies to deal with.
Okay.
But if you kill them first, then you just walk over here, hit the mouse button, mouse stuff is on.
Okay, so
I
how
also
about...
can heal myself by grabbing this cheese now.
Okay, so how about this? Can we bench Joker? Because
No,
he
we
needs
can't.
it.
I mean, what I can do is I can just use the mana items I've been hoarding this entire game.
Yeah, but you need it for Akechi's dungeon. Because Akechi is totally going to be the final palace. Either that or somehow Igor or the thing that Igor is afraid of or wants us to work on. I mean, it'd be a little disappointing if just some, I don't know, just some faceless giant demon guy ends up being the final villain. So is this going to be the second or the third one?
Should be the second one, because the third one's always guarded by, like, a mini-boss.
Okay, so the last one's going to be, like, right next to the final door.
Probably. It typically is, anyway. It's typically, by the time you find it, the dungeon's, like, entirely over, or, like, 2 steps from being over, like...
I know you didn't get much out of it, but I definitely appreciate, you know, filling the time with Scooby-Doo. Because I got that off my brain, and, you know, the rest of this episode was just the dungeon.
Yes, this is a very lengthy dungeon, because, like, I know what all still needs to be done in this dungeon, and we still have a lot to go.
What? I thought we were almost done.
I mean...
Is the treasure gonna be moved to somewhere else, and we're gonna shake our fist at the sky?
No, I mean, so, like... We have several screens to go still. They're not as big, like you can see here.
Yeah, it's the outside of the cruise ship.
But there is still going to be some, like, challenging fights and stuff. Because we still have to get, you know, the cleaners cards, so we have that fight. There's a couple other important fights that happen before we get to the treasure. And then, of course, there'll be the last seed fight. So on and so forth.
If we ever do get to the Bait and Kaitos game that I put on my beta wheel, that's gonna happen too, because a couple of the fights took me like 45 minutes to get through. And even knowing how to deal with it, I think that's probably still gonna happen.
I would call where we're at the beginning of the end, but there's still a good chunk of stuff to do.
And now you're
in
on
the
a
end.
plane. It's crazy. Why is this lifeboat like 70 times the size of a person?
I mean, lifeboats carry more than one person.
That thing
You
was
see
like,
how many people how many people they were putting on lifeboats in the Titanic movie?
that thing looked like I don't know, like some sort of commercial physics.
Anyway, now that we made it to one of these, I can do this. Get all my mana back.
Couldn't you have done that at any time?
I mean, yeah, but
But what?
oh, that was the HP one. I accidentally used the HP one. Doesn't matter. So these items can only be used in safe places, but it restores 40% of my mana. So, like, rather than use, like, a bunch of the individual, like, this one gives you 100 mana, this one gives you 50 mana, I can just be like, nope, 40%. And then I can be like, okay, 20%, and now all of my characters just regained 60% of their mana for 2 items.
Shall we go?
I'll just add this.
Well, let's put some respect down for the shopping channel.
Let's
Yeah, that might have been where I got those. Hold it right there, you punks. Alright, there we go, we found him. There's the cleaner.
Mr. Mustache. How does he look scary? He looks like he's a 70s douchebag. I mean, I know you don't give a shit, dude, but, like, we survived this before. Do you want to try a little harder?
I mean, there's one more of them this time.
Yeah, and these guys were fucking you up the first time.
I mean, that's just because they have everybody's weakness. Like, they just have everybody's weakness. It's just minorly annoying.
Minorly annoying slash, murdery and devastating. What do you mean, no way? We took a quarter of their health.
In all fairness, they might not have wind, which means I don't have on, so there's one... They can still target Yusuke for super effective, but they might not be able to target the rest.
That was exactly what I was... How did you miss all three of them?
Move might have low accuracy, they might have high... Anyway. Also, as I said last time, I bet they're weak to Holy, and then I proceeded to just not hit them with Holy. So now I can just do that.
Right off their feet. Nice, Joker. Hey, I can take a shot.
Yeah, go ahead.
So why did we get to join in?
No, we just stood by and looked cool while she did it.
Whatever Joker's doing, he somehow manages to look cool.
Anyway, hopefully the cleaner goes, ah, fuck it, my guys can't do it, and he just fights me. I don't actually remember where we fight the cleaner. Nope, cleaner ran off again.
I was like, you and I both know that all games follow the rule of threes.
Oh, they also said that, so maybe I am 2 down, because they brought up the IT company guy, so.
Does the IT company have the guy have anything to do with the guy we just fought?
I mean, no, but he's one of the people who need a letter just like that guy. So yes, I guess in that regard.
Well, we can't go further down because that giant boat is there.
I mean, that's not. There's if you look, there's a vent, but they mentioned there's something where like there's a gas coming out of the vent that makes it so we can't climb in it. So something eventually is gonna have to turn that off.
We have a mask. We just don't have the correct mask. It's all about the details. You and your cheese.
We'll grab the cheese while we're here.
Watch out for the enemy that's currently on fire. There's gotta be something cool in that box over there. Oh wait, that's just a hallway.
That leads to an elevator, that one, but I'm gonna take a look around the rest. Cause this area is all a dead end, but there's like a bunch of loops and shit, so.
Bunch of vendor trash to get. And for Jude to throw on the floor when he's confused.
Go this way first.
Well, you need to kill Mr. Hard Difficulty. Look at how sleepy the Wisdom King is. You woke him up from his nap. And now he's here to punish you.
Not too shabby. Persona. This is a part of me. I wasn't strong enough.
A part of me is an invisible lady who has a tank butt. I wonder what upgraded Milady looks like, considering we're never going to see it.
I can pull it up sometime.
Like, how much more ridiculous can it get? Would it just turn into like a third stage Digimon?
Let's go. Let's take it down together.
Ooh, this one we haven't seen in a while too.
Mama-chan, we're on.
If ever, I don't.
No,
we've seen this one at least once. We've seen it once.
Seen this.
I do like that the car he turns into is whatever the skin I have assigned to the car is, so that's kind of neat. Like, this one carries the skin of the car into it.
Okay, let's move on.
It's not a
That's
skin
pretty
that, you know, she just developed specifically for her showtime.
No, it's the one that we equipped that one time, and then I just kind of never unequipped it, even though, like, I have no opinions on it, like, one way or another. Okay, well, before I hit that
pretty
switch...
cool. It's red. Red's the
Not
color
what I
of the
wanted.
movers and the shakers.
That's what I wanted. I wanted to restore everybody's HP. Oh, the button. Why not? At least I can go grab the treasure chest.
There's treasure to be had, damn it.
That's a treasure chest. It's fun.
I love how you didn't even give a shit about where the enemy was. You just ran right in here.
And then I ran right out.
Oh, the dot wasn't right next to the door now, was it?
It's not opening. The lock's on the other side?
No, the lock's in the roof in, you know, a place three floors away.
That's crazy. They shoot at me.
Well, they got guns. You know, they have to use them
Well,
sometime.
position hack, so this is advantageous.
No, she position hacks you into a worse position because she fucked up. You wake up and 3 of you are in toilets. Can we even recruit this guy?
Hi, Baphomet.
Oh yeah, you were on our fusion list.
He's another one that I just recognize from the series. That I just
mean,
know
he's
by name when I see them.
He's a pretty iconic design. Simple, you know, easy
I mean,
to
it's,
see.
he's an iconic being.
He's an iconic dude.
I'll reveal your true form.
He's a design. Well, I mean, he's still a design. They didn't literally like rip it from a book.
Watch out. That one's dangerous.
I am thou.
Fantastic. We now learn
I
that
was
he's...
like, I'm glad we know what it's resistant to, I guess, but I already
was gonna
know
say
what
the
it.
same thing.
I already know what it's what it's weak to, so it doesn't matter.
Well, you know, Futaba's one of those completionist types. She wants to fill out the whole book.
New skill.
Rita shower?
It's just the better version of the drop.
It's also twice
So
as
the drop
expensive.
removes.
They didn't stand a
Yeah, but 12's not a lot of mana right now. I spend 22 on mana on things like regularly.
You say that now, but you find out that you could have had that if you hadn't spent that mana. Oh wow, King Frost. It's not
Oh,
like I have a King
Probably shouldn't
Frost.
touch that. Pew.
Ooh, not bad, Noir.
Oh, you did pierce his armor. King Frost is so big we can't even put his whole silhouette on the screen.
Oh no, he's concentrating. His next mana magic attack is doubled.
Good work, everyone.
He almost had that attack before you killed him. And now look at you.
And now I have that attack.
Oh wow, I totally want that.
Okay.
Well, why did you want it?
Handle it.
What? Because it doubles my next magic attack. Literally
Yeah,
doubles it.
Doubles it once. I mean, you still have to
Yeah.
spend the mana on it.
It's a fuck ton of damage though.
Well, I guess we'll have to say that to the boss next.
Okay.
I can also cast it on other people. So like if Joker doesn't have like a good option to use on them.
If Joker doesn't have a good option on him, I don't believe in him as a protagonist because he has like 12 slots for Personae. I'm not sure how you would fuck up your team that badly.
I mean, remember we got screwed because on the Okomura fight because we didn't have a certain element. Now, given it's a harder to get element, like it's just an element that there is less of in the game.
I mean, I would say there's a difference between, you know, having an entirely useless team rather than just not literally having everything on your team. So why is the diet made of space?
Come on, man.
Oh, really? A whole nother floor? I thought we were almost done with the dungeon. Did we ever establish that Futaba had a restroom next to her room? Oh,
I mean,
yeah, one.
if
You're right.
Let's knock out the waiter and use that as a cover.
I should write something.
Joker understands there's an edge in the room, and so he just starts drawing in his journal. Dumpty dumpty dum. Well, I'm not under stress. Maybe you guys should be like me.
do I go to the restaurant? Who do I talk to for?
Well, you talk to everyone. The Arc of Elite. Not the name I would go with.
Maybe we go. I guess I go to the restaurant. I'm gonna go to the restaurant. See if that's where room service is.
Well, room service has to come from somewhere. Are we back at where we were, or are we on another floor?
No, we're back. We've circled around.
Wow, that was a huge circle. The delightful lounge music of the bullshit town.
Yeah. The only area we haven't done is this here.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's going to evolve into a whole, like, 15-room floor.
Somewhere.
So is Haru bullshitting, or did she somehow, like, get assigned a room?
What? No, we just asked them if room service is a thing.
Oh.
We didn't say we wanted room service. Here's our room number. We just said, hey, does this restaurant offer room service? We didn't give them a room number or nothing.
Well, Haru kinda said that because she was like, hey, can I get service to my room?
I mean, yeah, but she's just asking if that's a thing.
Well,
Maybe he has a dumb waiter in his room.
Nice.
We could take the giant boat. We could probably climb on it.
No way.
Futaba, the knowledge of the shut-ins are gonna be able to solve this puzzle. Okay, so what you have to do is we're gonna have to go to his door
Alright, we
and
have to
say
head back
things
to the side deck now.
Okay, so what you do is you go to his door and you start saying random things into it until you convince him to open the door. Futaba's advice is on point. Just straight ahead. There it is.
They remouseified this room. I had
Yeah,
the
which
mouse
means
left
that
off when I was last in here, but whatever.
It didn't matter. Welcome back to the plane section of the boat.
See it.
It's a boat, a government building, and a plane at the same time.
Turn around. Turn around.
He can't turn around, he's like in a tiny hallway.
The burner.
Surprise attack?
Let's go.
No, just don't lose.
So you managed to depress all three of them.
2 enemies on the ground. Good one, Fox.
Lend me a hand.
Alright. Welcome, Persona. That's 2 down.
We have no choice.
I don't want to save your life, you're a terrible persona.
I mean, I haven't unlocked him yet, so that's why I wanted him.
Garuda, you're garbage. Time to throw the Emperor's amulet in the trash.
That's a new one, isn't
No, I'm gonna throw away the level 28 thing that I have no idea where we picked it up.
You
Oh,
probably,
I know where we picked it up. Probably Mementos. Because we have the automatic kill shit as I run through it thing in Mementos. Anyway, can I go through this now? Oh no, I can do this.
I see.
Get up.
How the hell would you guys have never thought of that? Hey, you know that shelf is right there? Can we climb it?
Hey,
Why would the engine room be upstairs? Figured to be like, you know, in the bowels of the ship.
Well, we're not going to the engine room. We're going to the IT guy's room.
Well, then what the hell was Makoto talking about? Well, I don't think it would show up in this script because it was probably just the corner dialogue.
But when we were down here in this corner before I started climbing up?
No, the thing's in the top right corner. The dumb comments from our team.
I can feel it.
So what sort of reward do we get for being down here now?
I mean, I want to look around because
There's a shiny
There's-
thing.
Joker? Oh.
new weapon for Haru? Nope.
Oh, you know, Soma.
That's a full mana, I believe.
Time to shove it in his face. Unfortunately, there's not a grief seed right there. You'd think of all the places that they could store it, it'd be in a shipping container.
And there was no way to jump down onto
No.
that floor on that side.
I mean, if there was, there'd probably be a whole map for it.
I mean, there is.
No, it was like paired up with the other map.
I mean, yeah, but like, it's two halves of that map.
Well, apparently it's not.
Yeah, this is the way that goes to his room. I want to go see what the other way is then first.
You want to climb on the words.
I mean, I gotta find the grief seed, and I feel like this would be the time. Based on what is kind of
There's
left,
something here.
this might be where they do to put it.
Oh, you're somewhere.
Oh. Joker.
We're
What
in
do you
up
mean
higher.
those
We're
doors?
above the rooms that we need to do before.
It's one of those doors.
And there's my grief seed, by the way. I guarantee it. Down
Well-
this left path.
Well, turn the corner then.
Well, let me
If you want to
go
be
grab
proven
it.
right, you
There's
gotta
a
prove
treasure
it.
chest.
Who the fuck gives a shit about these treasure chests? 75%
I
of the
do.
time they're trash.
They...
Yeah, there's roses.
What's the other way,
What? I
though?
wasn't making a bet against you. What the fuck are you sniggering about?
I want to know what's on the other side, that's all.
You can't dunk on me if I haven't made myself look like an idiot.
Hello?
Okay, elevator don't work. I mean, it might start working after I do the grief seed or something. Like, it might be like a
The
fast way
grief not
back.
gonna be tied to anything important.
Well, no, like, once I talk to the guy, it might be like a fast way back. Anyway.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh, it's just this again.
Oh,
But
now
this
it's got
time they have
friends.
help. Ooh, I'm not really scared of the help.
Oh, you're not scared of the help, but you have to deal with the star of the show. She's the top dog on the company roster here.
Well, she's frozen, so.
Also, she has hella stats. Well, if you can get consistent 300s, at least you'll be working through her pretty quick.
I mean, I won't get consistent 300s, but.
Well, that's a shame. I guess you're just gonna have to die then.
I mean, I gave her a death sentence, alright.
Well, how long is her death sentence gonna last? I mean, is she undead or not?
This is my other self. Take this!
You got him,
Also, that Swords Dance did increase their attack. They're playing the game wrong. What the hell are these random things it's trying to say? Like,
I mean, that one was... No, that one was take off that silly costume, dear, is what it said.
Paralysis might mean you get full 3 turns.
All right, Queen!
Go down.
See, what did I say? Death sentence. Getting shocked is a death sentence.
It's a mechanic that certainly does not have favorites. Yeah, I appreciate this persona that walked forward to die.
Thank goodness.
Alright. This is presumably the last of these.
Nah, Ketchy's gonna have 6 grief seeds. They gotta make up for the 2 sins that they didn't get to.
Which sins didn't they get to?
I'm not sure. My brain's like saying we either got 5 or 6. I don't know if we got the full 7 set. I feel like something's missing.
We have lust.
A will seed. Well, that's the last one.
We have envy and gluttony.
We have vanity, which isn't normally even a set to 7 deadly sins. We have greed, that's 1. We have wrath, that's 2. We have gluttony, that's 3. We have lust, that's 4. Not equipped, we have envy, that's 5. Pride, that's 6. We're missing sloth, and instead of sloth, we have vanity, which makes sense because sloth would be kind of just, you know, a boring one to put in, because for fighting, you're not going to want sloth.
Well, you know, they're not all gonna be winners. You know, that's why you probably shouldn't just do this because it sounds cool. Probably should think about it.
I don't know, maybe they'll do sloth for the last one.
Yeah, but Akechi's not lazy. Suppose there's no loot down there, considering you can't get down to all of them.
Oh, but I can go this way, which begs the question, why can I go this way?
Because they wanted to be consistent.
Yeah, that's basically it. Seeing as I can't...
Behind that wall is the super boss.
Yeah.
Oh, it's presumably the next guy we need.
Oh yeah, what is the super boss of this game gonna be? Something impossible to kill?
I'm gonna go.
I mean, the super boss to this game is the Grim Reaper, which is in Mementos. If I dick around on Mementos for too long on any one floor, eventually this Reaper shows up. It's super hard, apparently. I've never actually bothered to try to fight it.
3. I mean, it is a risk.
I can do it.
Well, then go do
That
it.
show where the kid goes shopping alone for the...
And the world disconnected from itself.
No, my controller decided to disconnect.
Potatoes were launched at the internet until it broke.
the first time.
I love how Anna's just staring off into space.
Yeah, she's feeling good enough to joke
Of
around,
all the
so maybe
characters.
this will be fun after all.
Just yell if things get dangerous, okay?
They don't even ever look at Futaba. She's just looking at that wall.
What the? Who are
Why
you?
are...
Pardon my entrance, sudden.
Those clothes?
Pardon
Okay.
my interest,
And
sudden.
Why did you come in from the window?
Well, the door's locked and you weren't answering. How am I supposed to get in here?
What?
Oh, but I get how you feel. There's totes nothing better than relaxing in your own room.
Futaba, what are you doing?
A girl?
Yeah, like a
You're a
13-year-old
Jedi,
girl.
right? I
can tell we talk the same language.
They just gave her your computer.
Just who are...
No, that's her computer.
Is that your laptop?
It's covered in bullshit.
This little guy caught your attention,
You
huh?
built your
I
own
made it
laptop?
This is amazing.
It sounds like she made that out of like
Think you could
random
keep this
parts
much
she
on a
got
mobile
from the
device?
garbage.
No, and presumably it's pretty powerful for a laptop. She was able to fit a good chunk of components in there.
I made this one out of nuclear fusion.
Do you mean like cyber attacks?
Ever heard of Medjed?
Do you really want to have this
Of course.
conversation with
Try
their
not to be
secretaries
surprised by
there?
this. Actually, be surprised. I am Medjed. I'm the one who took down the fake.
Huh?
Does he even know what you're talking
Don't
about?
believe me, huh? Here, this is proof.
This isn't impressive to him if he has no idea what you're talking
You
about.
identified all of them?
If you want my skills, I'll need a letter of introduction.
Man.
To the
To
VIP
think
lounge?
the website we prepared got crushed so easily by a mere child.
Huh? You prepared it?
That's right. Why did you have to go and destroy our work?
Dude, you're not even real. Why should I feel bad about you?
The version in the real world is the guy who did the Medjed thing to try to draw us out.
Okay, let's stab him
There
in the
was no
face.
reason to choose Medjed per se. Their popularity was convenient for us, though. We knew the Phantom Thieves couldn't target an anonymous group, after all.
That's why?
Medjed's defeat was supposed to be an act, so their actual fall was quite a shock to me and Akechi.
Oh no, Akechi
We were
has
planning on
IT
shutting
man
it
in his
down
pocket.
anyway, though, so it really didn't conflict
More
with our
like
plans.
Akechi
Phantom Thieves
works for the guy who the IT guy is in the
not
pocket of.
knowing it would be so short-lived.
Well, Medjed isn't the ultimate
You
bad
see,
guy.
You gotta abuse a tool like the internet. Well, the word abuse doesn't really describe it. The real charm comes in making use of the internet in innovative ways that circumvent legal restrictions.
I mean, the innovative way to make that happen is just creating new
I'm
technology.
sure you understand. You're Medjed, after all. Isn't it wonderful manipulating all those information illiterate idiots?
What a third-rate fool.
Huh?
Not only
I
are
can
you
see
so
right through you
third-rate,
with my
you're still
goggles.
Worse than a third-rate person. Don't treat me like we're equals.
You're a third-rate duelist with a third-rate deck.
What a
And a
stupid...
It's
third-rate
fourth.
dual
Don't
disc.
tell me you destroyed my website for this so-called societal...
You bought
That's in
yours off
five-
the
is
back
that
of a
in-
van.
It's because I'm a
I want to say that line's in 5.
What?
Jeez.
No, it might be a Kaiba line. It might be a Kaiba line from the original run. It's either a Kaiba line or a Jack line.
That does sound like a Kaiba line at least. I could...
Why would...
I really wish I knew that VA's name, but I could hear him saying that.
Huh? Don't be ridiculous.
Well, Futaba, you can't take him on one-on-one. You don't even have any battle skills.
So this is still what happens in the end.
Yes, this is what happens every single time.
Yeah, I'm confused about what the plan was, too, because, like, what? I could just Google it. You know, if it's a good quote, they'll definitely be able to find it.
Persona! With beauty and grace. Time for this.
Please, Dizzy, her attacks won't connect. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. The opponent is strong. Persona! Don't do anything reckless.
I mean, how strong can Oberon or Unfaithful King Boy be?
Come on, Queen!
Get it together! Persona! Eat this! Persona! No. I'm pulling back.
To the front line! Noah, are you okay? Sorry for the trouble. I'm ready to help. Persona! Melody! 2 shadows knocks down.
I actually found an article.
Yeah.
Kaiba's 10 best insults.
Nothing
Okay, so it is one of Kaiba's lines.
We make games now, not vehicles for battle. Oh, it actually is number 9. But all they say is it's a quote that got into Duel Links. So I don't know where it actually came from.
It might be from Duel Links. Otherwise, it'd be from the show when he's talking to one of the bigwigs or something at Kaiba Corp. Cause
I'd have
am
more.
I talking to his dad in the computer simulation? You know, the whole like computer simulation arc where they go into
I remember that part of the
his
story.
dad. So, you know, that whole thing is he has to fight like the former heads of Kaiba Corp or whatever, and Kaiba Corp used to not make, you know, be what it is with the dual shit.
Yeah, they used to be arms dealers and some shit. I'd have more of a
Third-rate
challenge
duelist with a
playing
4-rate
solitaire.
deck.
My first words were neutron blast attack. What?
I don't know what monster has neutron blast attack.
Don't blame me because you came from a family of failures.
Most of these are probably said to Joey. I'm not gonna kid you, because I'm pretty sure that you're the third-rate duelist with the third-rate deck or whatever, or I want to say third-rate with a fourth-rate.
Relax.
Oh, it might be your
there.
second-rate. It might be your second-rank duelist with a third-rate deck. I don't know.
Relax. They're not after your friends. They're of no use to anyone.
What did you do?
Stop saving the
that's to
world and get
Yuki.
a hobby.
That's also probably to Yuki.
After extracting the
Mokuba,
results
make
from
sure
research,
Wheeler is
I
late.
deleted every last scrap of the original.
Okay.
I don't get why that one's on that list, but yeah, I know.
After that, I
You
encrypted
realize you're holding a busted
every
action
amount of
figure,
domain
right?
Accessible to normal people. Don't get me
And
wrong, though.
this one's
I don't
great.
know
This one's
anything about
perfect
all
for the
mental
ending.
shutdowns.
It's just nice outfit dork.
Wait, where was the third-rate duelist with the whatever deck?
Yeah, they put it at number 9, but like I said, they didn't actually quote it from where it was. I'm looking around and trying to see if
Is
anyone
it
actually
what
quoted
is the official wording of it though? That's what I'm trying to remember.
I'm seeing a bunch of the quotes are you're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Okay, so it is fourth-rate deck. Because that's what I was trying to remember. Is it third-rate deck, fourth-rate deck? Is it second and third? Like, what was it? So it's third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Okay, what the hell is... Okay, the one person who fucking quoted it said it was from the episode Battle for the Bronze.
I'm honored to hear that.
What, the line where he says that?
Okay, it is a Joey and Kaiba battle.
Yeah, it's gotta be a Joey and Kaiba battle.
What might that be?
I'm trying to
Because I know he's not gonna say that to Yugi.
Customers of our mental shutdown business. How about you dispose of all the ones you think
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm looking for here. Like, it's just... He uses Time Wizard. Like, I don't know what arc this is from. I'm not... Oh, should I actually pay attention to this?
Yeah, probably. I'll go back from the start.
Okay, every media outlet is vouching for you. We've only made it this far. Thanks to you. I'm honored to hear that. He's talking to Akechi. He's wanting a favor.
I'm honored to hear that.
Now then, I have a favor.
Okay,
What might that be?
he's either joking around or he's actually running a business of mental shutdown, so he might just be selling them.
I mean, so remember how several of the people who've been giving us letters in this dungeon mentioned that, like, they benefited by having Shido kill people for them using mental shutdowns?
So yeah, he's just selling assassinations.
Yeah, so Shido's been... I mean, it's kind of like a scratch your back, you scratch mine. So I wouldn't say it's like money, but it's like, you know, political bargaining chips by doing it.
How about you dispose of
And now he's telling Akechi to just, like, drop
Kill
them all.
everyone.
Drop them all.
Just a moment. But the election is coming up soon. But the
Okay, they actually have the episode playing, so I can figure out where this is from.
why so suddenly?
I guess this is Duelist Kingdom.
It doesn't look like it because they're in the middle of like a ruined city, apparently.
A ruined city? What do you mean?
Well, I'm trying to find
Could
out.
be Duelist Kingdom then.
Figured
Is
it'd
it
be
Battle
like...
City? Might be Battle City.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is Battle City, but I'm
Battle
fucking-
City Season 2.
I'm fucking watching an ad
Duelist
right
Kingdom
now.
Season 1.
When I just want to answer this, it should not be this hard.
were to happen, it would already be too late.
You know what? I'll just go back to the fucking the theme song. That'll probably tell me.
I can understand why you might be nervous, but why not stay calm and hold off until after the election?
I just can't
Because
think
I'm
of
a
a ruined
stupid
city
villain.
during-
We gotta do it now
Ruined
for
city
no
might
reason.
be, if they're fighting in like a ruined city, that could be like the Atlantis art, where they're in the United States.
I'll keep it going for another 30 seconds.
Before my inauguration as Prime Minister of this nation, for the sake of absolute victory, I need all roots of anxiety to be pulled as soon as possible.
I mean, personally, I would just...
Yeah, this has to be Battle City because, well, one, Merrick's in it, and two, like, the intro has the God cards in it, and I think that's where they were introduced.
Yes, that is. The God cards in Merrick are all about Season 2, but, I do believe Merrick ends up showing up again, like, later and stuff.
Anxiety?
So he wants
Like,
absolute
stops being an
victory.
evil person.
I mean, does he understand, like, how elections work? He's not gonna get an absolute victory, and two, this is really stupid.
Do you understand what it means to cross me?
Shido, unless you have access to the metaverse,
I'll be counting on you.
double middle finger?
This is all too sudden.
Well, literally, I could just hide out in the metaverse forever, if I want. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying this. I mean, if it's our only option, Makoto, we might have to take it. The boat! He's in the boat. Oh, two. We haven't been to the engine room.
That reminds
Well, it's got to exist. We're on a boat. I mean, I wasn't paying attention for this whole episode, so I don't know where she's talking about. I'm hoping you know where this particular spot is.
Yep.
Do you remember where Smoke was?
this way.
It was just right there.
Yep.
Well, at least the dungeon's designed well. Well, hopefully you don't, like, jump into a furnace or something, because, you know... You don't know where this is going. Once you get the 5th letter, we're probably gonna have to see what the clock is and, make
I mean,
a
we're
call.
about to get the 5th letter right now.
Well, if we are gonna do it right now, we can probably just do the whole thing then. 2.
What do you want? You come looking for trouble?
Just hear us out, man. We got a plan.
Shut it. This place is off limits for him.
Well, you're protecting the engine. He's not that threatening. He just has, you know, 4 dudes. And even then, they're not that threatening. I mean, it's not like it's a, you know, it's not like it's a deadly encounter. It's an annoying encounter. Did that at least, like, reduce your stats at all?
No, it healed me. He hit me with an ice move.
Oh.
And I have King Frost equipped, who absorbs ice moves.
They're half dead, so they're pretty much done.
Yep, they're dead.
Hopefully you can one more way you're around on all of them.
I should.
Because I think that's how this works.
Every single time I do it, I get one more turn.
Yeah, you probably should have gotten the down one.
What? No, I'm fine.
Well, I suppose you are. I was like, you know, you would have
They're all
gotten the kill
knocked
if you'd
down,
gotten
I
the
get an
fight.
all-out attack, so it doesn't matter if one of them survives, as I'll eventually knock them all down.
Damn it.
What are you talking about? You didn't let him escape. Just follow him. He's right there.
No, they're saying we're not letting him escape.
Yeah, just go do it, guys. You don't have to keep talking about the things you can do. You can just do them with your feet and your fingers. It'd be a lot more efficient if you guys weren't just JRPG characters.
Somewhere.
Okay. I have a guess of where this is going. It's gonna be like, I want in, and then it's gonna be locked, and then we go
like
up.
Alternative path? Question mark.
I mean, yeah.
Or, you know, you could throw one of your tools at the window and break it. You know, you didn't have to do it the hard way.
Hey,
Oh shit, he's got an entire Ocean's 11 team.
Let's go.
Are you able to fight 4 giant
You guys
Baphomets?
just don't know when to stop. Is a hit on me really that big? What clan are you from?
What if I show you my tattoos?
They're Yakuza tattoos. They signify what group he's from.
I mean, I don't give a shit.
problems by making people
I mean, I'm
disappear.
telling you why he ripped off his shirt to show us the tattoos. There's a reason.
Seems that bastard Shido has close ties to the
I mean, I guess this is important information, but it's not going to stop us from shooting him in the face.
Do we have to prove our worth?
Hey,
I
I'm a busy
guess.
man. I gotta deal with cleaning up problems and all the mental shutdowns after all. If you got business with me, just spit it out already.
We've one. Let's bark at him.
A letter of introduction? Why the hell would I give you one?
Because we can punch you really hard.
Actually, we're here to suggest a tattoo design for you.
A tattoo?
Yeah, you got all that space on your whole
He's
body.
Great at drawing. He's an artist.
What is the meaning of this? I have no intention of designing a simple tattoo.
Well, then make a complicated one. I don't care.
Able to do it, Yusuke.
And Yusuke can't take a hit to save his life.
Well, On is still pulling shit out of her ass, so I can't really blame Yusuke.
Very well. May I at least decide what I draw?
I thought On had the idea.
I won't accept anything except the godly phoenix fitting for my godly personality.
A phoenix.
Wait, we're trading the letter
Or
for a
something
phoenix
else.
drawing?
Making excuses now, Mr.
This is every character other than Morgana and the protagonist have got to be like the one trying to get a letter at this point. So he's the last one. So what it's gonna do is eventually it's gonna blow up and get mad, and then they're gonna turn into a fight.
It's finished.
It's also black and white.
Dude, this is totally not gonna work for a tattoo.
What? That would be a sick ass tattoo.
Can't anything work for a tattoo?
Kind
It's
of.
a drawing.
A truly explosive.
That's not an explosion, that's the sun.
I don't think that guy has space for where you'd put that though. Because of the size of it, you'd have to put it on your back. And
Or you-
with his shoulder tattoos that go presumably to his shoulder blades.
Thank you.
Or, you know, you just reduce it in size by
Seems like-
60%.
It went well.
Well then, I request a letter of introduction.
No, this is
On one
bullshit.
condition, kid. I want you to be
But
my
I don't know how to
personal
do
tattoo
that.
artist.
He wants to recruit you?
I mean, he doesn't have to tattoo it, he just has to make the art.
I must decide my own path as an artist.
This is how he's gonna
I will
blow
not
up at
receive
us.
aid
He
from
just can't
others any
recruit
longer.
Yusuke.
Now, if you understand.
That's
And
the other way
I will
around. We blow up at
to
them.
Take it by force. By the way, you're more feral pigeon than phoenix.
You cocky ass
I've
bastard.
never heard of a
I'm gonna
feral
show
pigeon
you.
before.
I'll rip you open and
I mean,
tear
technically
you
all
inside.
pigeons are feral.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot.
I
what
guess
feral
not like
meant.
delivery pigeons and stuff.
Holy shit, he's a big version of that other thing.
Alright, does he reflect gun? Oh, not the character I want to test that on.
Because she has a big gun. You need a small gun.
No, I want a paralyzed gun, so I want...
Wouldn't that be worse if it reflects on you?
I mean, potentially, but... It's just one bullet.
The AI certainly loves its goddamn stat downs.
This is a part of me.
Oh, I figured psychic was his weakness. Damn.
He's got tons of health.
Persona.
He might be able to shrug off paralysis.
Well, he didn't get paralyzed, but he's not immune to guns, so there's at least that.
A man with a sword blade is a... or a sword staff. I'm not gonna be that good with guns. Wow, Myriad Slashes kind of sucks.
I mean, you gotta remember, I just upped my defense.
Still sucks.
Behold!
Trying to shock him.
I mean, when it's so good, you might as well, all the time.
Opponent is strong.
What element is... He's been mostly hitting at the physical. Let's keep hitting with other stuff. We'll eventually find a weakness, right?
Well, you did hit him for 350, at least.
Let's go.
That's pretty good.
Much obliged.
God, I am literally croaking over here.
Ah, fuck you. Don't have these moves.
Well, he's got all the good moves.
No, that was an instant kill move if
Yeah,
it
I know
lands.
that. Of course he's gonna have the good stuff. Look at how big he is.
Go! Power up!
Even
Me
with
at
your...
dodge. Ah, give me dodge. You should have given me dodge.
But now you can do another 100 damage.
I mean, yeah, you're right. Except it's gonna equal out because he raised his defense, didn't he? No, he raised his attack.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, I can. His stats when I'm targeting him are in the upper left, so no, he didn't. Yeah, this is just dark damage to everybody.
And this is another
That's
D down.
defense down. This is me trying to crit him again.
You gotta hit them!
Oh, shut up,
Me
Futaba.
trying to paralyze him again.
She needs help!
We all need health. Shut up.
I got us soon. All right.
I appreciate it. I'm very grateful.
Sorry.
Your defense is normal. Marakaku Kakaja. It's the most Mexican move though you could have.
That means that attack would have otherwise killed Joker, by the way.
Well, at least Ryuji endured it.
Go! Are you okay? Keep an eye on your health. Behold!
You're really fishing for that crit. Well, you were certainly right. Apparently that defense up you got earlier was really good. Because that move almost killed the fuck out of Ryuji. And probably should have.
Go! Are you okay? Keep an eye on your health. Have this!
You know, this nuclear damage, it'll get it down there.
Go in trouble!
Now what? Shut
die.
up, Lena.
Let's show them some real.
Well, at least we'll get like, I don't know, a quarter. Yeah, a quarter.
You sure were hungry.
It's time.
Spirit Drain.
You're mine.
Skull's defense is down by persona!
Well, I guess Skull's just gonna die now.
Okay,
It flashes again, and it...
much health left.
I'm actually surprised I didn't kill Haru, considering, again, we've never leveled her up.
Nora's okay. She needs help.
So she doesn't have the good stuff. We're all very tired and sleepy.
Noir, you have lower defense right now.
This guy's got some paralysis resistance because it's never happened.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, I would have loved if that.
I don't even know how that would have happened.
Well, it was an auto kill move, so if it connected on himself, it deflected off me, and if it had connected on him,
It wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like an auto block thing where it just would not work.
I mean, he happened to have block dark, so yes, he did auto block it on himself.
I don't know. It seems a bit weird. Like,
But I have seen enemies auto kill themselves in this game before because I deflected it back. I have done it, so it is a thing. Really?
Well, Yadagarasu's having a bad day. I mean, what do you expect? He's just a bird. He's not even a messenger pigeon. You know, he'd probably just be able to kill all of you if he bothered to do 2 attacks in a row. But he never does. That evasion up is... Actually, he doesn't even still have that.
I'll look in a sec. Yes, he does.
Yep, there's... What's RPL supposed to be?
What?
His last thing. What the fuck does that mean?
Repel. It means he has a shield that reflects stuff. I think.
Well, if Futaba launches, smash your keyboard and find an answer then. Yeah, just hit him with Flash Bomb. You know you want to. Well, that proves that Endure isn't automatic. Right now we're doing damage. It's gonna take like another 3 attacks, but we gotta try. Gotta keep trying. I've got Mind Slice. It's my only move.
Already used that.
Do you have any bullets left?
No, I don't have any bullets left. Do this.
It's a very impressive persona. How about it can it ever do good damage?
Alright, all 3 of his stats went back down. He is using an auto kill move though. And it landed, but luckily we still had a homunculus. And there goes all of his stats back up because Heat Riser. Boo, Heat Riser, boo.
I figured that would have hit like at least 4 times, and maybe all of them would have been individual, but apparently not.
The game decides whether they hit. The game decides how many and whether they hit on the start. It's just either they hit or they don't. It's not like one can miss and so on and so forth. Fucking goddamn it.
Well, you know, he's got his stat ups. I have to deal with that. Not everything's guaranteed in JRPG land. Okay, gone again.
Ow.
And Yusuke's gone.
I wish I had mana.
There
Thank
you go. the game acquiesced. Okay, Makoto, you got this. As my girlfriend, you got this. Makoto, I really wish you would have had that.
Fine.
You're mine.
Well, 200 damage. Jesus Christ, how much is that last sliver on him? Oh, never mind. I was like, you did 200 damage and it didn't even move. What's his deal?
You got some.
You made me even put my own shirt on.
I'll give you my letter. Normally, I'd have to clean you guys up for messing around on the ship, but
you're letting us go.
This place ain't gonna last much longer if powerful soldiers.
I suppose the cleaner is right.
Time for me to jet. The captain was great and all, but he's gonna have to go down with this ship alone. See you later.
Oh, please tell me he's gonna be in like a ridiculous pirate captain outfit, because that'd be hilarious.
That was an unexpected response for a cognitive creation.
Yeah, it's almost like every other NPC that you've run into now hasn't had the ability to think
They
before.
must have only been linked monetarily. That must be it. Well, we finally have all 5.
Oh, finally. Now we gotta go to the big
And I
political
believe that we'll
speech
be
rally
waiting on the
thing that
treasure
he's
we
clearly
found from
having.
those other places together.
We're gonna take his treasure no matter what.
As I'm sure you all know, the importance of this particular.
Oh yeah, how the
card
hell
is
are we
unlike
actually gonna
any
get a
that's
postcard to
come before.
Shido?
Once we send it, our opponents will know that Joker,
This
who
might
is
actually
in
be a
dead,
problem.
is in fact still alive.
That'll be something our
We will
characters
begin
figure out
our
once
quest
we
to that.
locate the treasure.
Hey Futaba, can you like public database find him?
Yeah, we might be able to like just make it into a huge public spectacle, so that he has to see it.
That might be extremely stupid though. I'm not sure. Well, one, because that's definitely what's gonna happen. I mean, if Shido isn't gonna be the final battle, then this is gonna be really easy.
The real question
I actually
is,
don't remember how the
when
Shido
will we
fight
send the
went.
calling card?
It's 2 boss fights stacked on top of each other.
Our whole big plan was all for this moment.
Actually, it must be theatrically done. A minor league will only be crushed by Shido's influence.
Oh,
Maybe it
they
doesn't
actually
have to
do
be
mention
another
that in the
form this
game.
time.
Uh,
Finally, my turn to steal
Atlas
the
really
spotlight.
dots its I's and crosses its
What's the
fucking
matter?
T's.
True.
It's nothing.
What are you
There's
gonna
no
like
use in
rig
thinking about
fireworks to happen? Like,
Let's
I
head
don't
back
know
for
what the actual details are supposed to be.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna have a huge pre-Christmas thing. Although as secular as Japan is, do they even do Christmas?
Yes.
Well, that was a great use of something.
Using a bunch of my random.
Should we even load up on mana if we're gonna be kicked out of the dungeon when we get to the end of it?
I know a fight that's coming up. I'm metagaming.
Well, then we're gonna have to throw you out of the D&D
Because I'm
table.
pretty sure from memory of the visual, like I remember visually the room the fight takes place in, I'm pretty sure it's right here. As I cross this, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to fight someone. Yep.
Oh.
Hi, Akechi.
Well, that was a huge stretch.
Long time no see.
But could you imagine if I went back to back in that fight without getting mana into Akechi?
I think it's pretty
I'm impressed that you
bullshit, but
managed to
yeah.
deceive me. It seems I underestimated.
Especially since there wasn't a fucking save room back there. I
Yep.
didn't see.
Quiet, yet possessing the courage and
Anyway, I don't
determination to
believe
take
this for a
action
second.
under different
They're like
circumstances we could
Akechi
have been
might
great
figure
rivals.
out that we're here
Or
in
perhaps even
general,
friends.
but not specifically where we are. That's no. Like, why would we be in the engine room? What the fuck's in the engine room that we would want?
The cleaner.
Is his office really down there, or was he just here because?
Hmm.
Anyway,
This
what?
might be where he hangs out.
Okay, what's Akechi's like reasoning for him finding us? Why is he here? He asked the question. He managed to
I'm
deceive
impressed that you
me.
managed to deceive me.
Quiet. So he's just describing us under. Okay, so he doesn't even have an answer.
Quiet, yet possessing the courage and determination to take action. Under different circumstances, we could have been great rivals.
Oh, pick
perhaps
3.
even
That's
friends.
perfect.
I think I actually have to pick 3 in regards to the thing in order for a certain thing to happen.
Well, it's a good line.
How wonderful. You don't allow yourself to be enslaved by such things as human relations or past
Because I'm pretty sure I have to pick that for something specific to happen.
I look behind my shoulder and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't remember if it's a specific thing for...
I wonder why we couldn't have met a few years earlier.
Because we would have been in middle school? I don't believe that. Like, I think he's just taunting us. Why would Jude believe that? I don't... Where is this going?
After the infiltration of the Cruiser Palace, at some point during the fight, you will get an extra choice right before going to sleep. When prompted, choose I want to keep our promise for an optional extra.
What did we promise Akechi?
Okay.
Other than the terrible deal that we made.
All right.
To fight him again one day.
Catchy.
We could do that now.
But it's no use talking.
But yeah, so in the original story, that is also where 9 takes place, is right here.
Why are you cooperating with someone like Shido? Don't you see what this palace looks like? His true nature.
He wants to flood the world and kill everyone.
Cooperating? What are you talking about? I don't care for Shido.
Akechi, you're still cooperating with
To
him.
make Masayoshi Shido my father acknowledge me.
Well, that explains a few
and exact
things.
Revenge on him.
Shido is your father?
Remember I said before how my mother had been in a relationship with some good-for-nothing man?
I mean, I guess you could call that foreshadowing.
My very existence is nothing but a scandal. My mother's life turned for the
But that's
worse
still
after
pretty
she had
flimsy,
me
Akechi.
and died. I was a cursed
Well, of
child
course
for her too.
Shido killed his mistress. He probably killed all of his mistresses.
I resented him, but he was already a high-ranking official by then.
Akechi, I think you've been in his office like a couple of times. You could have stabbed him.
That's when it
I mean,
happened.
you were willing
but
to shoot me in the face.
He wants.
That's when I learned about the
Akechi, you and your ideals.
Someone
They get in the way of what you want to
gave
do.
me a chance. I couldn't contain my laughter. You son of a... Who cares? My targets were all doing the same damn thing in this eat-or-be-eaten world. All I did was remove their evil from society. How is that any different from the Phantom Thieves?
We're not murderers.
So what? Masayoshi Shido is finally within my grasp. Once he reaches the apex of his power and
I don't know,
acknowledges
him
me,
being a ridiculous villain like this, it's kind of working for me.
I will tell him the truth of who
Where
I
he just
really
became
am.
completely tilted.
That's when I,
Third act breakdown.
Christ to the world, will rule over
Which
you.
again is like,
I will
this seems
prevail.
forced.
What a warped thought. It's almost pitiable.
Just a few weeks
It
and
is
the plan will
pitiable.
come to fruition.
I don't know if it works in his princely
You just have
costume,
to
but
interfere.
sure.
I can
Well,
still take it back
That's
then.
fine.
I'll just need to kill you all.
Maybe if he
Gotta
had like,
remember.
maybe if his like
Get killed
outfit
for
was like a
something
little
that.
torn or
You
something.
talk big, but you're really nothing more than a little kid throwing a temper tantrum.
Don't lecture me, you piece of shit. I am going to personally
Yeah.
thrust Masayoshi Shido into a living hell. So, Joker, rest easy and die.
I'll get a deeper relationship with you, but I'll still kill you for my ideals. Or that I just really want to do it. Oh, 3. Definitely 3 again.
Yes, I'll do it better than you could ever imagine. That is,
I mean, I got like a 5-man team back here, Akechi.
you sure sound confident. Don't go pressing your luck. We
Or
already
are
know
we
all the
doing this
tricks about
honorable
who you were
style?
working with us. Joker, how could you be so successful while having such an idiot as your partner?
Which one are you talking about? Because, like,
Nothing.
we got a whole bunch of them back here.
If he truly is behind the mental shutdowns, he's likely only shown us a fraction of his strength.
Oh, so we're gonna see his evolved guy?
I'll tell you all about my true power. While you die, you can take that knowledge with you to the grave.
Well, remember that the murderer.
Kill them.
He's got a tiger and a Samo dude.
Yeah, you'll see
Or a
it in a
Samo
second.
lady. Where's your
Mental
persona, though?
shutdowns aren't the only incidents people are talking about.
He, like us, when he attacks, he'll show up behind him.
There are also the breakdowns which cause people to turn psychotic, creating accidents and scandals. Those cannot be explained unless the true culprit has the power to make people's hearts psychotic. That's right. It's my power. One that you don't have.
He's gonna try something.
Allow me
He's
to
gonna-
show you. Persona!
So he turned his persona polygonal?
What's that?
Actually, if you were paying attention, that wasn't Robin Hood.
That wasn't Robin Hood. Could it have been a different
Oh.
persona?
Even the feeblest existence can gain tremendous power once the chains on its heart are broken. You'd better
So
not
anybody can have that
underestimate
power
this.
if they personally evolve?
You do. The enemies are way stronger now.
Desperation? It just started the battle. What?
Hold on.
Opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Persona.
And remember, I know what the one on the right is weak to normally, but I don't know what this
Yeah,
one's
I'm
weak
like,
to normally.
whatever you think you're gonna say, I don't remember it.
This one's weak to fire, but I don't know.
Well, now it's weak to wind. Isn't it crazy?
Okay, it's weak to electric, but the other one absorbs electric, so that's good to know. We're gonna try ice.
Mine. Let's go.
Ice is a good third choice. Bunch of times.
Not ice.
This is my other self.
So you remember how many waves we're gonna have to deal with? Like 3?
No idea.
That line isn't holding up too good.
Queen's in danger.
It's time.
Is it win? Nope.
Queen's in trouble.
It's actually dark damage, surprisingly.
One knockdown. Let him have it, Skull.
Let him have it, Skull passes it to Yusuke.
I lend it.
No, I'm done for the day.
This is my other self. Die!
I'll use my persona. Okay. All right, Queen. This one.
I mean, we don't really need the help, Futaba, but okay. Also, you did that at the wrong time.
Persona.
You could
I
have
don't know,
done
I
that
don't-
last turn.
I don't think we get a break between this phase and the
No,
next,
no,
so.
no. He's gonna hit you all at once.
Just...
Persona.
Yeah, he's totally dead.
Charged up.
Here we go.
He's going for the guarantee.
Well done.
So if he's got like 6 personas in his pocket, that's gonna be a heck of a strategy we're gonna have to make.
This guy's out of his mind.
We already know that.
Of course, I didn't expect you to be defeated by them. You have deceived me and escaped death, after all. I wouldn't give up my chance to massacre you with my own 2 hands.
He's coming. Brace yourself.
Okay.
I am thou.
I figured there'd be at least like another wave before this happened. You gonna do like defensive vault wall thing? Although I guess I'm not sure if bringing on out this would be a good idea.
I mean, defense up does it anyway.
Come.
Your first move and it completely failed.
Go down. Damn.
And for being a boss, he certainly doesn't... He might have less health than that fucking other guy.
Let's go.
Yeah, he totally has less health than that Shadow Samurai cleaner man.
I lend it.
There's more phases to Akechi than this.
Okay.
There weren't more phases to that guy, that's for sure.
Persona.
The actor's having a lot of fun. Putting a lot of slime into his new voice.
I'm gonna double check when. Okay.
No,
Pretty
he
sure he's-
has holy dark damage, so he's good with both.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's weak to dark, but
Well, we can try.
I don't have dark right now, so no, I can't try.
We don't have dark on any of our 9 personae.
I don't believe so. I'll double check when it's Joker's turn.
Not even Yatagarasu.
So, don't underestimate me.
I mean, Akechi, I've shown you my ultimate power.
What?
Luckily, it didn't do a lot because I have defense up.
That was his, like, cutscene, like, attack, and it was that bad.
It wasn't his cutscene attack. It's his almighty damage attack.
Well, he had the whole line before it, so yeah, that was
Yes,
totally
because he
cutscene
doesn't
attack.
use it until you get to a certain point in the fight, because it's...
He doesn't, he has to hold it off special, even though it's
Well, if you
complete
remember,
BS.
remember when I dueled him? Like, when I had to
No.
duel him?
Okay.
As part of his social link? During that, he had to get down to a certain amount of health before he started using it there, too.
Well, at least he's charging, which is the thing he should have done earlier. Maybe his attack can look impressive after he, you know, gets it up.
This is my other self.
He's gonna be on his knees in a second.
You gotta aim! Persona!
I mean, I did aim. I hit everywhere around him.
No holds barred!
Ooh, Megaton Raid.
Yeah, but I knew he was
Except
going
that
to try to
it-
target the
except that we
protagonist.
absorbed it.
Ravage them.
Come on, that would have done, like, big damage. What happens when you kill an Akechi?
Not done yet.
Damn it!
You might be mortally
So
wounded.
he's able to turn people psychotic. I thought it was some special thing like the nav, but it seems to be his own persona's power.
I mean, which one, Morgana?
Can't believe that the ability to control and drive others mad was born from within his heart.
I'll kill you. You're all gonna die.
Will you please stop? You're fighting the wrong people! We both hate the same guy! Why do we have to go against each
Because
other?
my ideals!
Can't
Damn
believe
it!
won't make you happy.
It has to be done the right way.
This ain't about what Shido says. You're your own person. You gotta know that. Damn it!
I stopped being my own
No,
person a
sometimes I
long
think about
time
that
ago.
fake medjed that you guys made up. That was the worst trap. But if not for that, I don't think I'd be here right now. Basically, it doesn't matter where you start over. And
At least Futaba's
you don't
trying.
really hate Joker, do you? That smile before we fought. Isn't that how you really feel?
Did you not see the tilted monologues he was
Follow
doing
your true
during
feelings,
that?
Even if you think people hate
He
you
might
or
just be
don't
really
want you
happy
around.
being
That's
crazy.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Teammates, friends, to hell with that. Why am I inferior to you? I was extremely
Because you're
particular
fighting
about
by
my
yourself?
life, my grades, my public image, so someone would want me around. I am an ace detective, a celebrity.
I got this fancy suit!
Akechi-kun.
You're just some criminal trash living in an attic. So how?
The
How
power
does
of
someone like
friendship,
you have
bitch.
things I don't? How can such a worthless
Actually, I'd argue the ability to rebel. So Akechi does everything. Akechi's doing everything to try to live up to his father. While every single one of us rebelled, right? That act of rebellion is what started every character on the Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, but the power of friendship is what put them together. Because
It's also true.
rebelling fine, but, you know, they all became a group.
That's true.
Let's just go with 3. I mean, what's worse than tilted? Because he's
I
there.
mean,
This argument is meaningless.
third act breakdown is what this is.
Oh, now he's become a wolf. That's cool.
Black Mask.
Anyway, remember how the killer is a black mask, and if Akechi's the killer, that means he has a black mask.
No, but I don't remember that
But-
either.
But the crow suit has a red mask.
Wait, who's he talking about?
You, you did it.
There was another intruder besides us within this palace?
And again, Ryuji's just staring off into space.
Kaneshiro said before.
Flashback to a bunch of people.
You could do whatever you wanted to people's hearts. I'll let you in on a little something. There's a criminal using other people's palaces to accomplish whatever they damn well please. They don't care about
I I mean, at least Atlas knows that its games are, like, ridiculously long, so they have to do this.
I mean, yeah, until we knew that Akechi was the Black Mask, we always referred to the Black Mask as the Black Mask.
We're behind the mental shutdown
Since chapter
after
2.
all.
And even when Akechi was revealed, I probably still didn't believe it for like 30 minutes.
I'm surprised. This is actually a first for me.
Did you have to try harder assassinating people? Because I'm kind of confused why. Unless you did it for like the spectacle and the prestige, I guess.
Can go with this.
I think the black outfit. I think the black outfit disguises him better. It's also more intimidating.
I don't know. Like that red mask looks completely ridiculous. It'd be kind of hard to see through.
Until one of us is dead. To hell with holding back.
Well, we're not gonna kill him, so then we're just gonna drag him into our party. Well, that's just not true, Akechi. You're lying to yourself.
All I care about now is killing you to prove I'm better than you.
I mean, if you looked at it differently, you probably are better than us.
You who I really am.
I mean, you're the one who said you're talented and you got all your shit together. Loki?
The Black Mask persona's Loki.
It's a thing. I didn't get a good look at it.
You'll see it more.
No, his persona's actually invisible.
Keep that shit to yourselves. You and your teammates.
Diagonal stripes?
He can use 2 separate powers? Then everything, even his appearance, was a fake.
You're going down. I'll destroy you.
His persona is really smug.
Down with me.
No way.
That bastard. He made himself go psychotic.
Or he just does that all the time.
Now, let's see you drop dead one at a time in front of your precious friends.
Damn it, he's lost it. Here comes.
I mean, if he's lost it before, like, he's not totally gone. Really? He's gonna lead so far, he's gonna look like he's falling over. What the hell?
Teammates are nothing but trash.
Why? Why is he doing that? It looks like he couldn't give less of a shit. Oh, they couldn't even give him unique music. You're not even holding your sword, dude. Like, come on. You look like you're 2 steps away from just dropping it on the floor.
Come on, Queen.
Loki.
It's like a paper crane, but a dude.
Oh, whoever he hit, he crit.
I'm not sure how you... Well, crit dead. Has he got high heels, or are those hooves?
It's really hard to see, because there's so much dark energy around his...
No, I mean, they're yellow. Not that.
No, wait, no, I wanted to do this. Because Mokono
Really?
has, like, no mana. I want to switch her out.
You couldn't pick... you couldn't pick any other battle stance. Like, yes, it looked completely silly, but come on. This is like one of your major antagonists. If you want the ultimate dark power on your team, there it is.
Allow me. Ward off the enemy's attack.
Please be Ryuji, please Ryuji, please Ryuji. Oh no, Ryuji's taking the hit though. Does it get reflected because it's hitting Ryuji? No, it's not.
No, he just dies.
I mean, it drops him to 1, but...
Yeah, Akechi ain't fucking around.
Are you okay? Keep an eye on your health.
I mean, how can I keep an eye on it when it disappears from me all the time? Haha.
I apologize.
No more waiting.
Let's show them some real power.
It's
I'll
showtime.
have the use.
Okay, so he's got about.
I mean,
4,500
Remember he has
health.
defense down right now too, so
So take advantage of it.
I am thou.
let's see here. What do I want to
Hit
do?
him with the
Actually,
big
hold
guns.
on. One bullet gets rid of that.
His whole
So now he doesn't have his physical block shield anymore because
Karn.
Gonna-
Yeah, I can't
physical
really
wall
tell.
again.
Brave Blade again.
Sona. Not that. Who's next?
No clue. I mean, Ryuji's currently bleeding out, so might want to take a look at that.
I mean, I just want to keep Joker alive.
Everyone else doesn't matter. As long as the
Haru's
king
job
is
is
here.
gonna be to have everything get reflected back at like Akechi.
You know, as long as he stops hitting Yusuke.
Persona.
I mean, this turn she's gonna throw the barrier on Yusuke. Actually, she might throw it on herself. I don't know.
Might as well not put it on Ryuji, considering he's gonna be dead.
Maybe. If he hits Ryuji with a physical attack, Ryuji won't die. Albeit he might be doing almighty damage now, so we'll find out here in a
I
second.
mean, we're certainly better than the guy who can't.
Hey,
doesn't know
magic
how to
wall.
stand straight.
This is a magic move, so he's hitting someone with magic.
Well, he clearly doesn't want to actually use his sword to do anything. So they're all gonna be magic attacks.
All right. I'm beat. Persona.
Yeah, you're a dead man walking, Ryuji. Sorry about that.
Give me my cue, Joker.
Oh, that's mana. Hold on.
It's actually been a while. What time? Oh, it's just over 1 o'clock. So it's not too bad.
Ready when you are.
I'm getting so ready.
I am thou.
I am thou, man who shoots self with gun. Miragion. And one more for Dakaja.
I get rid of my reflex. Answer is maybe.
2 fried.
Calm down. The hell was that?
Analysis. Escape. Good idea. You still got 9 of those.
Let's rock. Okay.
Thank you.
At least it's nice enough to immediately give you your turn.
Don't do anything reckless. Persona.
I mean, her turn was next in the turn order. So, had I resurrected, say,
Can we attack?
let's go with, Yusuke, he wouldn't have gotten a turn. Okay, he still has it.
He gets a magic wall in. He also gets
Okay, so
Igaya.
he's using all magic spells right now.
Yeah, he's never gonna pick
I
up
don't
that
have the
sword.
mana.
One less mana.
I mean, he has a magic shield right now anyway, so I probably shouldn't use mana.
You could punch him. For
I know, I'm just
50
trying to figure out who has the
50 more
best
damage.
punching him.
Go down.
Joker, you missed?
Yeah.
Everybody's like completely out of mana, and even after I
Yeah, it's a problem. Without mana, you got punching.
This one.
That's right.
She has triple down and the one-shot kill. Yeah, my Aga attack is a doozy.
I mean, he's not using any physical attacks. He's using only magic attacks, and that's starting to annoy me.
Yep.
Let's bring Morgana in.
Akechi's gonna look at him once and he'll die.
Not necessarily. Ah, and
Oh,
that's the
his
almighty move.
Attack. And this time it actually did good damage.
Dead.
How can I heal her when she died?
Res moves.
I think you're asking for the wrong thing, Futaba.
That's right, he still has that. I'll just do this.
Well, you know, I got 140 damage out of it. Now the dynamic duo of the protagonist and Morgana.
It did make this fight a lot harder than it used to be. I'll give it that.
I mean, it's still not ridiculously hard just because he doesn't have a crazy health pool.
Well, the problem is I just don't have the action economy right now to, like, outdo his damage and still survive. Like, I'm now having to spend all my turns healing in some way, shape, or form, basically, it feels like.
Well, yeah, he's doing like half health attacks with each thing he's doing. Seems like it's a minority of the time that you kind of get the ones that you can skid by on. I mean, it's a harder fight. Not gonna disagree with that. Might have to come up with a general strategy if you goes like kills you twice. I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to skim this one out or not. I mean, she is not doing good with the dark attacks.
Some other way.
Either that or Akechi just hates her.
Akechi just is hitting her for a lot of damage as well.
Yep.
This one.
Damn you, wakefulness. Come and help me.
I apologize.
Yeah, the problem is that he has Miragion on his build. Well, evasion up might fix it. I mean, even without that, you were dodging a couple of his attacks. I honestly don't know why. I don't know why you. I don't even know why I'm bothering, to be honest. I don't think my analysis is really helping. Well, that's just Morgana for you. Well, tell him to do the stop and drop thing. What am I, his dad? Can I give him some advice about just not being an idiot? My resolve to heal my friends.
Thank you.
The problem is that spello of his is mana expensive. But then again, I guess it doesn't pay to really be stingy with the mana at this juncture.
Awaiting orders, Joker.
You got the old one-shotto killo.
Behold!
Why are you looking at me like that?
Because Akechi, I still don't understand why you decided to stand like you're falling over.
Go! Power up!
You know, attack up is gonna do something at least.
It's time.
Time to hit him with some big guns. Was that a crit?
My other self.
No, it wasn't a crit.
Boo.
If it was a
you,
crit, it
the
would have been
crit
critical.
move. Well, he got it now. No question. Leviathan? Bye, Morgana.
Oh, it must be almighty damage. Cause I was like, what? I should have been fine, cause I had this on me to absorb, except almighty. So that's why I didn't block on Joker, even though it said like he's targeting Joker.
Well, it's a good thing you had that effect on Morgana, otherwise you would have just failed. Which is that's a really terrible move to give a boss.
I mean, it's very telegraphed that block this or die.
Was it telegraphed before that happened?
Yeah, it said he was glaring at Joker, like right before.
Yeah, but did you have the chance to do something before that happened?
Yes, I had a whole turn and I chose to attack him instead of block.
Okay.
I know.
You're not even bleeding, Akechi.
You're so lucky. Lucky to be surrounded by teammates who acknowledge you. And once Shido confesses his crimes, you'll all be heroes. As for me, people will find out my past deductions were just charade. My fame and trust will vanish.
Akechi, you need to invest in
I see.
friends, not
So
your
you were turning people
career
psychotic
success.
and solving the cases yourself. And you did that by joining forces with Shido.
In the end, I couldn't be special.
Akechi is
More
special.
than special.
It pains me to admit, but your wit and strength far exceeds ours. We only defeated you by teaming up. I was honestly envious of your natural ability. It was frustrating to see how much my sister trusted you. I have no intention of forgiving
You
you.
know, that's
for what
kind
you
of
did to
fucked
my
up
father,
that, like,
but
Akechi was more
I
trusted
sympathize
than
with you.
Makoto,
I
considering
wholeheartedly
the family
understand wanting
thing.
to get back at the adults who took from you.
But when you gain the power to fulfill that desire, you only used it for your own self-benefit.
If you've got more than one persona, maybe you actually have the same kind of power as Joker's, that you trusted no one. So you only got two personas. One for your lies, and one for your hate. Still, you thought that was enough, right?
How many
That part I
personality
totally
traits
get.
does Joker have to have
You would
12 of
salvage
them?
everything over
Well,
this.
so I have to negotiate with the shadows and stuff, which requires an element of trust, which is why Akechi hasn't gotten more.
All right, let's go back and get that call.
I guess it makes about as much sense as anything else in Magic Land.
Down. What are you gonna do?
I'm
Well,
gonna
we
sit
didn't
here
know
in
when
my
you kept
self-pity.
Getting in our way. Want to come along and help us settle things?
Are you all idiots? You should get rid of me.
Akechi's kind of right, to be honest. Like, why would you trust Akechi?
You all are truly beyond my comprehension.
Akechi even has belts on his belts.
Akechi?
Shadow
Another
Akechi?
one?
It's Shido's Akechi.
Shido's
Okay, yeah, so it's Shadow Akechi. And now you have to fight two of me.
I'll deal with the rest of you later.
Wouldn't you feel so
Captain
fucking
Shido's
shitty
orders.
that you got
He has
offed
no
by
need
the
for
fake
losers.
you?
Well, this just moves the plan.
God, I would be so fucking
I was
pissed.
going to get rid of you
He'd be
after the
like,
election
God
anyway.
damn it.
What?
Of all the people to
Do you
catch up to
truly
me,
believe you'll be
this is the
spared
worst
after all the
version of
memories
me.
you took? Don't tell me. Were you actually feeling good about having someone rely on you for once? Oh, by the way, the captain.
The only
says
person
it's
who
time
could
you
convince a
receive
Catchy to turn to the
retribution for causing mental
light side
shutdowns.
was himself.
What the hell, man? That bastard's the one who put him up to it! I see. I was wondering how he'd protect himself. If I used my power to tear through his palace, turns out you're how. So he's making a puppet kill me. Sounds like something he'd do. That's right. I'll do anything. But look at yourself. You're the true puppet. You wanted to be acknowledged, didn't you? To be loved.
Shadow Akechi
You
has an
were
even
nothing but a
crazier
puppet
face than
from the
Akechi
very
does.
beginning. You little...
That's impressive.
Is how Shido thinks of Goro Akechi? It's too horrible.
Have you seen
It's
Akechi,
so late.
Makoto?
We can change his heart together. Even
It
if
can't
he's your
really get
father.
worse.
No, because he's your father.
What's all this nagging about? Want me to take care of you first?
No, he's not alone.
Well, yeah, did you think he was gonna play fair?
You know what? I'll let someone volunteer to take his place. Who knows?
Okay, I'll
You're
trade
always
Akechi for one of the 7 of you.
You guys are all about
This
doing
trade
what's
is
for us,
terrible.
aren't you? Oh, that's
There are
just the
8
same as
Phantom
me.
Thieves.
I'm going to take all the blame.
Not
for
7.
Captain.
Give me the
I'll die
cat.
for him too.
It'll be the perfect chew toy for my
Is what
dogs.
Shido thinks of Akechi-kun, even after making him help with the murders?
Here, I'll give you one last chance. Shoot them.
I already tried that, me. It didn't work.
Such a fool. Yes, that's the you our captain wishes.
This
to
is the
see.
metaverse. Guns aren't gonna automatically kill me.
Don't misunderstand.
Unless he got like a silver
You're the one who's
bullet or
going to
something.
disappear.
The watertight bulkhead door has closed. All personnel within the partition wall.
I mean, at least that makes sense. Akechi would know everything about this ship, probably.
Whoa, what is this?
He's sacrificing himself?
Hurry up and go! You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed? The real fools are you guys. You should have just abandoned me here a long time ago. You
A
would
long
all
time in
perish.
Akechi land is 10
You
minutes.
tried to face these with me when you
Eh.
did.
We spent a good chunk of time talking to him after the fight, trying to reason with him.
Let's make a deal.
Trying to reason with him, dressing him down.
You won't say no, will you? Why at a time like
Anyway, I'm gonna take away our option, because I'm pretty sure there's something I gotta say to Akechi here that you don't get to
crimes?
stop me from saying. Even though I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, do we still have that stupid glove?
Yes, so the thing I have to say here is you better deliver on your promise, which is a rematch, remember? That's his promise, because he challenged us to a duel with the glove.
Yeah, let's shoot him again. He'll be Akechi EX and be even harder to kill.
After all this, that's what you have to say. Seriously.
Akechi, stop saying the same thing over and over again. You heard what they said. This is how we rank 10.
Rank 10.
I am thou. Thou thy bond shall be found.
Can I refuse to have this connection? Because this seems like a bad idea.
Anyway, and then Akechi dies.
Alright.
But we get Metatron
Now-
out of it.
We can fuse Metatron, who is the highest justice persona.
You bastard!
Did you shoot him in the stomach?
My final enemy is a puppet version.
They both shot each other in, yeah, like the side stomach area. That's why their hand is where the bullet hit both of them.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Shadow Akechi actually hit him or not.
His signal is gone. I'm only getting the weaklings.
That's kind of a weird thing to happen, that both of them shot each other in the head. That must have taken some serious coordination.
I mean, they just have to pull the trigger within the same, like, hair of a second.
Yeah,
And seeing
which
as
is
they're
hard.
mentally, for the most part, the same person, they'd likely make the decision to pull the trigger at the same time.
Okay, so where are we sitting now? Okay, 1:30. We still have some time.
It is 1:30, and I think all I have to do is walk through a door. And then it's gonna
He's
be like
behind the
delivered
door. Who could have seen that coming? He's on the side deck, of course. I don't know. It's just what? Game, you're fast tracking this.
I mean, they're just fast traveling us to the door.
Of all the times. I'm kind of excited for this. What is Shadow Shido gonna look like? I'm imagining something completely ridiculous and silly. Not like a catchy, something like really bombastic. Something about the heist. It looks like. Wait, we didn't send it in. Oh yeah, we're not actually gonna do this because we still gotta do the postcard.
Yeah. So we're gonna get done with the whoops. Okay.
It's pretty rockin'.
It hit
It's
A
a
at the same time the new
Durhamala
message
doll.
showed it.
Assembly hall? Probably. Dharma are often used as symbols of election.
So
law.
we built the entire stage out of one.
Odd. There isn't a single person in here. It
Oh,
sounded
so he
as if
wasn't
there was
actually
quite the
talking to
crowd
anybody.
inside when we heard voices through the door.
But given how
Why is
it
the
looks,
one thing that I can
this
remember
has
the
to be
fact that they
root
were
of the
having a
distortion.
475 person vote
I'm picking up
when
on
we
the
got
treasure's
here?
presence as well. There's no doubt this place is where it'll appear.
And the treasure this time is going to be the bodies of 500 people.
Okay.
I'm hoping they come up with some sort of plan. Because I'm thinking Futaba's going to have to track this one down.
Do you need something?
Now, Igor, tell me what the fuck's going on. We're almost to the end and Akechi almost killed me.
Pursue rehabilitation
There
with
is an
all
alarm.
your body and soul.
Choose wisely.
Choose wisely. Of all the times for you to buffer, why the fuck did you pick now? Well, whatever, you're in calculator land, so it's probably the best place for it to pick.
Okay, I don't know if that's my thing or a you thing,
Oh.
but it keeps every now and again I'll just hear like you exit the call and then exit watching the stream, and then I'll have to like re-put the stream up.
Oh, so that's how it's fixing itself.
Well, I have to put the stream back up, but yeah.
Done already? There is an alarm in effect. One of my favorite duties. Get ready for this.
Level my
Lots
63.
and lots of Raoul.
It is neither remarkable nor I choose which skills to inherit.
Magarudine, Megadola, Cyanide, Rising Slash, Myriad Slashes, Bad Beat, Meteorahan, good old Dakunda.
Expect a modest gift of... I see.
So what do we get for our big dude? He takes Rising Slash and replaces it with Deadly Fury. Maragadine. Ghastly Whale. That sounds kind of shitty.
It combos with Evil Smile.
Oh,
That's the point of why it learns it.
might have been a better idea.
No, I'm not gonna waste. I'm not gonna have a 2-turn auto kill combo. that just seems like a huge waste of my time.
Well, when turns are this dense, maybe you're right.
Choose
It's
the
death
skills
but a
to
mushroom.
inherit.
He's the Toad Reaper. Oh, he's also Chernobog. That's an interesting look at that guy.
Choose
he's
the
got-
skills to inherit.
He's
Good
got a robe, that's
physical.
a t-shirt. He's styling. He's gonna show you what for, and to kill the people who insult his fashion sense. Tentarafu.
This should beget a be reborn.
Ah, yep. Classic. I think that's happened like 80% of the time.
Damn. I noticed that the guy I just created, his name was Glowing, so I thought if I used him as an ingredient, it would keep the chain going, and that's how that worked.
Oh,
But
really?
guess not.
We got Garuda.
It's not Garuda.
That's Garuda's terrible brother. And he gave us
Jesus
complete
Christ.
bullshit.
Everything just became a % chance to do a thing.
No guarantees on Jataya.
I should have just walked out. I'm mad now.
Do you need something?
Well, you'll have a chance in the future to get your Chernobog.
Yeah, but that Chernobog had a lot of good moves on it. And I lost a bunch of good moves that I could have.
Let us begin the search.
Cause I can probably, to be honest, make a... Nope, can't make a new Chernobog right now anyway, I guess.
You okay with this?
Yes, I'm okay with making Lilith.
Like to inherit.
It's a woman who's a snake, but also wears a snake. She knows what her skills are. She likes to keep family close at hand.
And let us begin.
Looks pretty tough.
Oh, hey, it's you. That terrible persona.
Not terrible.
You could at least
but
use
also
this to get
skills
rid
you
of
like to
Jatayu,
inherit.
who, you know, destroyed the thing you wanted.
Yeah.
Why not?
Terrible. Select
Just
the
fuse
skills
two
you'd like
birds
to
together.
inherit.
And then become a giant bird. And reign over the skies. Even though you're at
Scrub that.
sea.
It will receive extra girls. Let us
It's
begin.
only got 3 moves. It's not that extraordinary.
No, that has to do with how much EXP it's gonna get. So Melchizedek is the highest level persona of this category, if I remember correctly. Oh no,
Justice?
it's not. It's not the highest one of Justice. It is in a different game, I swear to God. I remember seeing Melchizedek, but we just got the Justice to 10, so it's just said who it was, and it was not Melchizedek there.
Thor, Mara, Dominion, Bishamonten.
Not terrible.
Oh,
Select the
Chernobog's
skills
available
you'd
now.
like to inherit.
I mean, this is useless on me because he doesn't have weaknesses while I have him. But also these kind of feel useless on him too, so
Yeah, it does.
we'll see. Oh, okay, we have a bunch of buff moves that showed up on him, so giving him that is useful then. Because then I just do this, and then I do that, and I do that,
You
and
fill the deck.
I want crit one up actually.
It
There.
will receive significant power. Girls, let us begin.
This is one of my favorite looking personas in my opinion. I'm a big fan of Chirobog.
You know, it is a wacky design. I don't know which one would be my favorite.
I like he's a cool death mushroom guy.
I mean, I did remember liking that Naga one from, like, level 7. definitely like Miss Persona motorcycle.
Now choose.
I don't have to choose anything. Shut up. You can make a really powerful Gabriel that you can't have.
I mean, I can. I just have to pay money.
Oh, is the ball of snakes.
Do you wish a fusion, great?
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
It will receive extraordinary power. Then let us begin.
Oh damn, we made 200 grand in the dungeon. Oh yeah, didn't we make like, I don't know, 20 to 50 grand off of Ketchy?
We made a bunch of money off of a bunch of shit. At one point in this dungeon, I was at 400,000 because I spent a fuck ton of money.
Let's fuse it down into a level 36.
Let us begin.
Because apparently that's a
together,
thing.
then.
Pretty close to Black Frost.
Strong persona in I see.
So
How much
close.
money will you charge me? I will pay that to have Jack Frost right now. That's about as much as I paid to have King Frost, so I will
Select
kill
the
King
skills
Frost
you'd
to
like
have,
inherit.
Yeah, why are you
Jack
so
Frost.
invested in the Frost family?
because it's a really strong persona.
Fair enough. It's important that you know the future of this game. I just be bumbling around picking cool looking shit.
You wish for more power.
I mean, you can see their stats. He's got 46 in magic, which is pretty high right now. We'll go heavy heist to single target.
Not picking
Heavy
Augie.
win. Heavy.
Ooh, yeah, life drain's probably not good.
Want freeze burst? Do I want concentration? Do I want?
You might as well pick concentration. You had it on King Frost.
Yeah, concentration might be what I pick.
It will receive a great deal.
My, you actually spent the up price. He's just constantly marching. He's gonna be very tired, Persona.
I mean, it's the Jack Frost persona, but he's black and evil now. Like he's all shadowy, and then he's got the scary face.
I mean, they're all demons, so I'm assuming they're all evil. It's just that we convinced them to work for us, and we're doing good shit.
No, I think I'll get rid of concentration for freeze boost. Repel fire. Doesn't he already repel fire?
By just being Black Frost?
Yeah, he does. He repels fire already.
But do you want to repel it again?
Anyway, here's the strongest Justice one.
Well, that's certainly gonna be your late game dude. I don't even know if you're gonna get up that high.
I don't think I got this high. I think you have to be on higher difficulties to kind of get to this level of stuff.
Time to get Groindon.
We might be able to get this guy.
For you.
We just have to get Siryu. And if I get a Nada, I can get.
Tired.
If I get a Nada, we can get this guy.
This guy's
It
just
looks
a
cool,
dragon.
though. Yeah,
He's on like Shadow Fire.
I don't think he's on Shadowfire.
That
But
guy's just an angel doing angel things.
Fusion.
Really, I thought this was the cheeseburger menu.
Finished for now? The in
actually, out of curiosity,
Some modification, huh? Looks like it'll become
The
a weapon.
Naraka whip.
high chance of freeze. I am semi-tempted.
Well, who are you gonna throw out for that?
I mean, it eats Black Frost, and then what I do is I just buy him back. Like, I'd go here and I'd pay the money. So essentially, in my brain, what I'm doing is I'm paying 500. So I'm paying this price right here. to have that weapon. That is what I'm doing in my mind.
Well, either way, you're gonna end up dumping 110
But I don't
grand
think
on
I'm
this.
gonna do it. I don't think I'm gonna do it.
No slacking off.
110 grand for that whip and Black Frost. I really want to see what their plan for this is gonna be, because it's gonna be something completely off the ball.
I literally don't remember what. I remember the Akechi fight. I do not remember what the Shido fight was in the original.
Maybe it was a fake fight then, and the whole thing was just a Akechi. Shido's like, I can't have time fighting you because I don't want to, and then you just, I don't know, corner him and beat him to death.
Okay.
Or
Definitely
rather,
not
you
that.
probably just corner him and tie him up. Because I don't think in this thing that how it works is the way we make it work. We don't actually have to beat the guy. We just have to take his treasure and leave.
Yep.
But you know, obvious things have to obvious. 2? Well, it was also sad that he died. Well, maybe not sad, but like affecting at least. I mean, I don't know if I think he was a victim. I can see them thinking that.
Yeah, fucking.
The controller's like, we've been doing this for 6 hours.
No, it's because
Stop."
I turned too far to the right, so my controller is facing the opposite direction of my computer.
Well, your controller's a big wiener. Did Shido do that, or did he do it to himself? Because I'm thinking he did it to himself. Like, how much did Shido manipulate Akechi? 2. I mean, I'm always certain. I have to be. I'm leading you ding-dongs.
Akechi saved us all in the end.
Yeah, he did.
I'm personally really curious
I'm not sure
about
why.
a few things that have to do with Akechi then, because of like, so
Because
if
he
you
was
recall,
supposed to have died?
so originally in the original game, his social link happens automatically throughout the course of the story. All the moments that would normally level up happened across the story. In this, it just didn't level it up. 8 and 9, or 9 and 10 happened where they normally happen. 9 and 10 happened where they normally happen, which is at that last fight. However, I know part of it is we needed to have him at rank 8 before this fight.
Because he died.
Well, yes. Well, we had to have him at rank 8 before he like betrayed us, but the reason why we had to have him at rank 8 instead of the game just automatically doing it like it did in the original game is because it has something to do with the extra chapter. So our relationship with Akechi in some way, shape, or form is going to affect
It'll affect Kasumi somehow.
Yeah, it's gonna affect something in the next chapter. I have no idea what, because Akechi's presumably dead. Like, I will admit, he never died on screen, and that was something in the original game that I always thought. I was like, is he gonna come back alive? Blah, 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 I don't know.
I mean, how many bullets did he have in that gun of his? Because we have to remember, like, he was
Because he doesn't die on screen. There's a gunshot from off screen, and then Futaba says he's apparently dead.
But I'm sure you already know this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. He was wounded and also facing down 3 shadows.
Yes.
Let's do it.
I have no idea.
Maybe he had a grappling hook in his pants.
And I don't remember if there's like a ending of the first game
So
that
do you
like.
So I guess you're just standing here to ask the question. Do you want to
I
cut
mean,
it?
this
do you want to cut it
is where we're stopping today. I would like to sleep before you get here tomorrow and everything, and be able to get up at a reasonable time to do some stuff tomorrow before you get here. So
Well, at
yeah,
least you
we'll
only
cut
have
the
to clean
stream.
up an apartment.
Yeah, I mean, I already cleaned it up before Friday for D&D, but I'm gonna just retouch up and clean it up.
Well,
Because
I
D&D
mean,
people came and made mess.
at least on your end, it's gonna be pretty easy. I have to be the one getting up at 11 to drive.
That's fair. I mean, I'll be up before 11 anyway, but...
So, yeah, I think ironically, like I said when it was happening, I think for the game, I think Akechi going full tilt nuts kind of works more for the tone of the game than him being serious. And it kind of made me appreciate him getting more back up there.
Yeah, and I'm curious what, if anything, there will be with him or about him relating to the stuff going forward.
Plus, it certainly helped that Loki was a better persona of his.
Yeah, I also think Loki's pretty cool. I mean, I do like the... I mean, it's hard for me to decide whether I like the, you know, the Black Knight looking Black Mask outfit. That still also keeps like the bird. He went from being, you know,
I guess.
well, so because both of them still have bird-esque. It's like one's a raven because he still has the cape that has like the wing motif. The helmet still has a beak motif to it. So he's like a raven, or I guess a crow, like an actual black crow in the black mask outfit, and then he's got the Tengu Regal outfit and the red mask white outfit, and I don't know which one I like better because I like them both pretty well. I know you didn't like the crow one.
Yeah,
or like the one that's named Crow, which is the one he had with us when we gave him the name Crow.
I guess I was a little impressed that I was like, I kind of don't like every single thing about Metaverse Akechi. I was actually surprised that they had like 3 shots and they missed all of them.
And you said you liked Loki.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like, yeah, it would be last chapter Akechi because that was like his big...
okay, so Fandom Thief teammate Akechi.
Because it was like his thief design, his name, and his persona. It was like, damn.
It's Robin Hood is his persona. Yeah, his design is the white regal outfit with the Tengu mask, and then his name is Crow.
I know it's gonna sound silly, but like, I just can't get over like the stance they gave him. Like, I don't get why they did that.
That's the unhinged going insane. That's like one of the unhinged going insane stances that you see in anime. It's one of them. The other one is like they're like hunched over, like forward hunched over with their arms kind of like dangling like claws. That one's a very animalistic.
By standing.
But yeah, they're both like unhinged things. Anyway, there is still more in the main story about Akechi that we will get to.
Well, I'm sure that the masks are gonna run in there and be like, "How could you do that to Akechi? I hate you." I'm sure it's gonna come up. We're just gonna read an entire list of Shido's crimes to him as we're killing him. This was a pretty good episode. I got to finish most of my list, got to get it caught up, and we got to have a cool
very
story
lengthy
thing happen.
Rant-ish
I wouldn't even call
Scooby-Doo. I don't, but it's not quite like a lengthy discussion. Like it's something between a rant and like a discussion. So, or like you know, it's not quite a rant, but it's on its way to being a rant.
It's an incoherent pile of opinions.
It was a ramble. There we go. Found the word. It was a ramble.
But yeah, I mean, outside of a couple of them, I'm not pissed off at the franchise.
No, I know. That's why I think a ramble is better. Once I got that onto that word, I think that's the better word. Anyway, I'll have to read up what happened for most of
I should write something.
Evo there that I missed this evening.
Well, we'll see you guys. At the very least, we'll catch up on Friday for the denouement of chapter, I don't know, 7 or 8. So we'll see you until then. Catch us on Wednesday when we're doing Overblood 2.